loading up on coffee today because I have a feeling this could be a very long day in the World Championship match. Here, Jovanka is in makeup. Do you think you need an extra thick layer today, Jovanka?
I think so, because today Magnus has the white pieces, and that means he's going to go hard.
All right, welcome today to you guys. Game one between the reigning champion Magnus Carlsen and his challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi ended in a draw. And back here to guide us through game two, of course, Grandmaster David Howell. And David, do you think nerves will still be a factor today, or will we see two sharp guys ready to fight?
I think for sure, Kaja, there will still be nerves in the air, especially on the part of Jan Nepomniachtchi, who has his first ever game in a World Championship match with the black pieces. He's going to be on the defensive. Magnus is going to be throwing everything at him, and I think the viewers today are in for a treat.
All right. Well, it felt like an intense game yesterday. How will you sum up the first day?
Yeah, it was very tense. I think that's the perfect word. It was a bit cagey. Neither side wanted to take too many risks, but actually the level of play, the quality was extremely high. Both players at some point had the advantage, but the opponents were always able to defend and neutralize. It was a great start.
And of course, what team would you say came out as the winner of the first game?
Oh, that's a tough one. I think the Carlsen team will be happy, a solid draw with black, relatively comfortable. But then again, the Nepomniachtchi team, they survived their first ever World Championship game, and they'll be feeling confident, trying to take that momentum into today.
All right, well, the two childhood rivals, they faced off in the first game yesterday in Dubai.
On the first day of the FIDE World Championship in Dubai, the long-awaited battle for the title started with nail-biting tension.
Queens are off, white's still a pawn up, but white's piece development isn't great, especially on that queen side. If you look on the left there, those pieces still fast asleep. And meanwhile, Magnus, especially with his bishops, and especially now the black knight in the middle of the board, might be starting to create threats. And it looks like Magnus has moved instantly again. Still in his preparation after this bishop move. This bishop move's logical, so I understand how Magnus had predicted it in his opening preparation. And Magnus moved immediately. Now that the black rook was only looking at a pawn that was protected by white's king and rook, he's shifted it across. He's kind of changing the pace of the game. He's creating threats, and just because we're building up to move 40, alarm bells would be ringing in my head. Nepomniachtchi lower on the clock, down to 20 minutes. If Nepomniachtchi plays this move again, it looks like we might be headed towards a draw. The position will repeat itself 3 times. It's the first result of the 2021 World Championship. It's a draw.
I'm feeling okay. I think we'll be better, but at least I'm happy to start the match with a decent result.
Today will be the second of a total of 14 games to decide the World Championship match. It is the first player to reach 7.5 points that will be crowned the world champion. And if it's tied after those 14 games, then we will have time breaks with faster chess on December 15th. And I bet there's going to be some fast chess, maybe even bullet chess going on down at the Good Night today, because we've sent Ginger GM Simon Williams down to the popular chess pub in Oslo, and it is Saturday. Simon, is it going to be packed there today?
Hello there. Hello, everyone in the studio, and hello, everyone watching. I think I've got my perfect job. I'm in a pub, and I'm in the first ever chess pub, the Good Night pub in Norway. Yes, I've scored a result. Is it going to be packed? Well, it's just opened, and we can maybe have a little look around as we come and just see what it's like. There's chessboards everywhere. It's going to be shown on the screens. We come through, lots of people are setting up in the bar. You can see we have the lovely bar area over here, the coffee machine getting ready. And if we go around to this area, they're going to be doing live commentary in this bit here. A little bit empty at the moment, but I think within a space of half an hour, it will be totally packed with people playing chess, people watching the chess and people cheering for Magnus Carlsen. I've actually spotted another grandmaster over here, so we can go this way. And we have Norwegian grandmaster, an old friend of mine, Torbjorn. Hello, Torbjorn. You're live.
Hello.
You're live,
yeah.
So be careful what you say. And there you go. Anyway, so it's going to be great fun. And like I say, I found my perfect job. And good luck back at the studio. And let's see how Magnus can get on with the white pieces today.
Ah, that sounds like the perfect place to be today, Simon. And maybe wait a few hours before you start with the beers, okay? Simon Williams.
I'll be well behaved today, don't worry. Lots of coffees.
Very nice, very nice. It's going to be fun to follow Simon with all the Norwegian fans down at the Good Night. In the studio, we're going to get comfortable. And as always, Jovanka, we want the viewers out everywhere in the world to interact with us.
Yeah, it is going to be a historic match, and we want everyone at home to be part of this experience. And so we're asking everyone at home to share their selfies, show us where you're watching from, who you're watching with, and also send us your move suggestions, your thoughts, anything to join in the fun. And you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag C24Live. Look forward to featuring your tweets on the show.
Yep, and I bet there's going to be a lot of great move suggestions because it takes a lot of time. Yesterday we had even a move that took 50 minutes, I think, David. So to have those creative ideas from viewers at home would be really nice.
For sure. I mean, there's going to be lots of unexpected moves here in the studio. We failed to predict some of the moves. So if the audience at home, if you have some ideas, if you have any questions about the games, about the players' mentalities, about anything at all, feel free to message us. And remember, there will be a very special segment later. There will be a Guess the Move challenge with a special prize on offer too.
Yeah, coming up at some point. David makes the call. All right. Well, you guys, Nepomniachtchi, he is 31 years old and playing his very first World Championship match. After he won the candidates back in April, he became very secretive. He didn't show himself too much out in the world, but we did meet him after playing Norway chess in September.
Nepomniachtchi is walking into probably his last over-the-board tournament before the World Championship match.
Very likely, because there is not such a big choice of the tournaments, and some of them are, basically not interesting enough.
He played 2 matches against world champion Magnus Carlsen in Norway chess. Both ended in draw, but Nepomniachtchi lost in Armageddon.
2 relatively quick draws, but I guess games were more or less fine, but I don't think it really matters.
What matters now is the World Championship, but he does not want to talk about his preparations.
Did you get some answers today?
Well, even if I get them, even if I got some answers, I would never tell about it.
Have you gathered a team?
Well, I believe this is sort of a secret. So,
what's the plan now for you leading up to the World Championship match?
Well, I just continue my preparation. So the plan is simple, and then I play the match.
You were in New York in 2016, and some people were saying maybe you were working with Kaja somehow. But will you be talking to him before the match to get some advice?
Well, why not? I think if it would be useful, then okay, of course I will talk to him. But actually, I just was in New York as a guest, so just was very interesting, to basically to hang around here, to feel the atmosphere of the match. And of course, it's a very special chess event here. You can't attend it every day.
Magnus Carlsen has held the throne for 8 years.
How are you feeling about the match?
Of course, I'm excited, and I'm really looking forward. It's really challenging.
How will you beat Magnus in the match?
Just wait for a couple of months. Yeah.
Very secretive, Nepomniachtchi. You did say yesterday, David, that we do know he's been working with a very strong computer system from a university in Moscow. But what do we know about his team?
Yeah, Jan, he's been trying to keep a bit of mystery. He's been trying to keep us guessing, trying to keep Magnus guessing. We do know that his main second is Vladimir Potkin. He's been with him for many years. We interviewed him yesterday. We saw him in the video there. There are rumours, however, about some other strong players. For example, Sergei Karyak and Timur Radjabov. They've been spotted in Dubai on social media. They've been posting pictures in Dubai. Who knows which team they're working for? It could be Nepomniachtchi's. Either way, he's got a lot of support out there.
All right. And Jovanka, his team yesterday, do you think it was like white pieces, we managed a draw with the nerves, high five afterwards, or do you think they weren't too happy?
I think they would be very pragmatic about the whole situation because Jan Nepomniachtchi found himself surprised in the opening, and of course he had to handle that. He was playing on Magnus Carlsen's territory, and then we have the fact that he found himself in a very difficult position to play, but he survived, he escaped, he got away with it. So they would be pleased about that. But some things to kind of take lessons from is the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi could have actually pressed at some point, and he chose to take a draw. So some small things to be thinking about there.
Yep. All right, he's gonna have the black pieces today, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The game starts in 20 minutes. We're gonna have a quick commercial break and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic. Oh.
La magie. Magic.
Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration.
With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Car is arriving. The venue in Dubai is a Jan Nepomniachtchi or Magnus Carlsen arriving, playing arena for Game 2. I have heard rumored it is Jan Nepomniachtchi, the first player to arrive for Game 2 with his teammate Vladimir Potkin. See him coming out of the car. He needs to be sharp and ready today with the black pieces. David, what do you predict from Jan Nepomniachtchi in this game?
Well, there are two strategies that Jan Nepomniachtchi could adopt. Either he could just meet fire with fire. He could play counter-attacking chess and really try and put pressure on his black, or he could stay ultra solid. It's very difficult in a World Championship match. It's not necessarily his style to just remain passive and ultra solid, but traditionally, that is what happens when these top players meet in these big matches. So I can't wait to see the first few moves.
I know. And of course, we do have the World Championship Fantasy, the Magnus Nepo Prediction Challenge that you all can join in. And it's actually too late to submit the predictions for Game 2, David.
Yeah, I just logged on a few minutes ago to try and submit my predictions, and yeah, I missed my shot. I missed my one opportunity.
And I've been trying to change my predictions. Because, okay, so I'm predicting that Magnus will play with the Queen's Pawn in the opening, and then I thought maybe, Nepomniachtchi is known to take risks. Maybe he's going to play the risky Grunfeld variation, so I guessed that. And then I started thinking about it a little bit more, and I said, no, I want to change. I think it's probably going to be what we call a Catalan Defense, and then I'm locked into the Grunfeld.
Yeah. And we do have our very little league of our own, and you are on top, David. After Game 1, you predicted almost the right amount of moves and the right opening.
Yeah, that's right. I did okay on day 1, and I was just impressed by how many people entered the prediction challenge online at that link that we just saw. I thought I did pretty well, but I was only in 131st place. 130 players, 130 predictors managed to get there before me.
Wow.
Impressive.
Yeah, impressive stuff. All right, you guys, we're now going to show you some very exclusive footage from a training camp that Magnus Carlsen with his team went on in Spain about a month ago. And his main second, Peter Heine-Nielsen, also revealed a little bit of their plan against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Is it already sort of the start of not showing your ideas not playing your best openings and stuff like that?
Well, I will say at this point I don't know what my ideas are yet, so I'll just treat it as a normal game.
In very short, our job is to create an opening database for Magnus to use in the World Championship match. The head of the team is Magnus. Magnus gives us some directions where we want to go, and we try to fulfill these kind of wishes. Well, here you're up against someone who's probably also spent half a year together with a team. We have so much time that we have to create this big puzzle of options and such. Our assumption is just that Magnus is the best player in the world and such, and I mean, it's not our job to win games. I mean, well, if we are the underdog, we might try such, but we think Magnus is the best player in the world, I think even by quite some margin, right? So it's, well, we more have to neutralize and make sure he gets some territory where he can show he's the best player. Our role is to, well, make sure Magnus gets the ability to show he's the best player in the world. So it's, well, we shouldn't make mistakes, we shouldn't get him into deep kind of trouble, but sort of to have brilliant preparation for him to win is not sort of, we don't see it as a necessity.
These are some very exclusive footage from Spain about a month ago. Looks warm and nice, yeah.
Yeah, it's really interesting to have this kind of insight into what the top players do.
Quite rare as well.
Very rare. I don't think we've ever seen it before, that type of access, that exclusive access. And it was also fascinating to hear his main coach, Carlsen's main coach's opinions. It's not necessarily about winning the game straight from the opening. It's not even about finding the best moves. It's just getting Magnus out of the opening, surviving, and letting him show it's the best. He's the best player. And we saw that yesterday. He survived the opening comfortably, and he did manage to outmaneuver Nepomniachtchi for a while. And I think the team will be very happy with how the match has started. And today is going to be a big test for them as well.
And is it for the team, is their main job the white games, or do they also have a very important job when it comes to the black games?
I mean, the devil's in the details. It has to be with both colours. The focus has to be, again, also in situations where Magnus perhaps has to play for a draw and has to play for a win. Every single thing has to be accounted for because it's a match of 14 games. You can't just focus on the one opening. So I think they will be in their laboratory preparing all those opening surprises with the white and black pieces.
Yeah. For sure, they've got a plan A, a plan B, plan C, plan D. In any scenario has been accounted for now.
So with the white pieces today then, for Magnus Carlsen, is there any way we can predict what he's going to bring?
Well, I think he might have a few ideas in store. It just depends on what his strategy is. Probably he's prepared 2 or 3 different openings, and today he just needs to decide whether he wants to go all out, whether he wants to maybe surprise Nepomniachtchi. There's so many different routes he can take, and either way, I think he's going to be more direct than we're used to seeing from the world champion.
All right. And the person closest to the players in Dubai is Tanya. She got some interviews with them yesterday. And today, Tanya, game 2, Magnus with the white pieces. What are you predicting down in Dubai?
I'm predicting another intense fight, Kaja. It is day 2 here in Dubai. I am outside the playing hall, the auditorium. It's on my right. We see the giant board is set up. There's a live commentary going on here with former world champion Viswanathan Anand for FIDE, as well as Grandmaster Anna Muzichuk. The buzz is on here, and as you mentioned, it's all about what we're going to see in the first moves of game 2. Now, game 1 had some fascinating opening by Magnus. Jan was up for the challenge. The challenger showed extreme confidence in his presence, in his moves, and up for a big fight. It was not just about playing the position, it was as much about playing the player in game 1. The big question today, what does Magnus start with in his first game with the white pieces? And for all the punditry, I've got with me Grandmaster Jonathan Tistel, the official reporter from FIDE. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Tanya. You want a prediction. I don't like to be too specific, but I think it'll be something quiet. I think it'll be a sort of a white variation of the kind of position that's happened yesterday, where Magnus can play for a very long time, position in his own style. I think one thing I'm absolutely sure is that he wants to strike early in this match. But big risks, don't think it fits in. So I predict a deceptively quiet opening, but a very long, hard fight.
A long, hard fight is exactly what is Magnus's forte, Jonathan. What do you think? Is he going to start with 1e4 today or 1d4?
I think 1 D or C. I don't think E. Magnus has, well, okay, I won't rule anything out. I think it's more of a question of style. I think Magnus in the past has gotten a little overambitious sometimes with white against Jan, and you don't want to really provoke a big crisis early, I think.
Very interesting. And Jonathan, finally tell us, we had game 1 yesterday, Jan with the white pieces, Magnus with the black pieces. What was your takeaway about the opening approach that we saw from both these players?
I don't know if your experts in machines have worked everything out yet. My impression was that Magnus was very slightly surprised first, but I'm not really surprised. He was maybe just had to think a little bit harder to remember his prep. I mean, they were both obviously extremely well prepared. I thought it was slightly odd that Jan played a line where he grabbed something and would defend it, and Magnus decided to sacrifice something and press. And I think that reflects, I think, that they're both a lot more versatile than people like to think. It's not the stereotyped kind of clash of styles. They can both do what the other likes a lot more than people think.
Fascinating. That is the prediction from Grandmaster Jonathan Tisdale, either 1D4 or 1C4. I'll be bringing you guys all the on-ground action. We're going to have liftoff really soon. Over-the-board action starts now. Let's go back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya. So many interesting people have made their way to Dubai to follow the match. And here's another one who's in Dubai. Magnus Carlsen today. Ooh, in a very nice light kind of beige suit. You're almost matching, David.
Yeah, actually, I noticed Magnus Carlsen yesterday. He wore a black shirt with the black pieces. Today, he's all in light because he's got the white pieces.
Are you his lucky advisor, David? Because I know David wears black socks when he's playing black, white socks.
I wore my black shirt today, though. What does that say? But yeah, Magnus, he's not normally superstitious, but this time, maybe following a bit of a routine so far.
Yeah, you always say it's all about the details. The devil's in the details, you usually say, Jovanka. Is it also some superstitious involved in this?
It could be, you know, chess players are notoriously superstitious, especially when we've done something and we've been lucky and we've won. We'd like to keep that trend going, and chess players is all about pattern recognition. And if you can apply that in life by following superstitions, let's say, then of course, every little bit helps.
Yeah. Magnus Carlsen in a white shirt, ready for his first white game in this World Championship match. And we did see some interviews with him yesterday, both with Tanya and also a press conference. He did seem to be in a quite good mood, right?
Yeah, I think the main thing for Magnus, he said it himself on many occasions, he needs to feel relaxed in order to play his best. And he looked relaxed yesterday. He made a couple of jokes in the press conference, which is always a nice touch. It's entertaining for us. But overall, I think he's just enjoying the moment, and of course, it's going to get even more tense. It's going to get even more stressful as the games tick on, as the games go by. But right now, I think with white, this is the perfect mood to be in for the world champion.
All right. It's kicking off in about 6 minutes. Game 2 in the World Championship match. We're going to head back down to Ginger GM Simon Williams at the Good Night pub in Oslo. We've seen Magnus now, Simon, arrive with a white shirt and a pale suit. And I bet there's going to be a bunch of Magnus fans down at the Good Night.
Yeah, I think 99% of people down here are going to be rooting for Magnus. Obviously, the pub is in Oslo. And we just met someone who's come all the way from Poland to watch the World Championships in this pub. So I think that is pretty cool. I'm starting with a coffee, just so you know that I'm behaving well. Coffee, I promise, not vodka. And you can see it's a lovely layout. If we just pan around, it's still a bit like empty here at the moment, but people are coming in slowly. And you can see they're at the bar now. It's filling up a little bit. We've got broadcasts on the TV, lots of things going on. And it's going to be packed, I promise you, in probably about 30 minutes' time. And like we say, lots of Magnus supporters there. I don't know what it's like in Russia, but it can't be as good as this, surely. So, it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Well, enjoy yourself, Simons, and we will be back with you quite soon when the game kicks off. And this pub David, after moving to Oslo, you enjoyed it yourself. It is a super nice place.
Yeah, it's pretty much my favourite place these days. They all know my name. It's I enjoyed being there. It's just nice to kind of just sit, hang out with friends, but also have a chessboard with you. And the atmosphere is fantastic, and I'm sure we'll see that later on today.
Definitely. And on social media yesterday, Jovanka, did we see mostly Magnus fans, or did we also get some Go Jan Nepomniachtchi?
We certainly had a lot of Nepomniachtchi fans, but we also, I must say, had the majority being Magnus Carlsen fans. A lot of people cheering for Magnus. And yeah, definitely everyone feeling the tension of yesterday's game, in fact. And once again, I see that many of our Twitteries or whatever you say, they absolutely can't wait for the game to begin. A lot of excitement, and everyone is just on edge. You know, everyone wants to know what kind of approaches the players have taken, whether Jan Nepomniachtchi will go all in, meet fire with fire, or will he try to shut the game down? Oh, it's exciting.
I know. The first move of today is always tense and exciting. It is coming in 4 minutes. And if you are a Jan Nepomniachtchi fan out there, then do send him some good energy on social media using the hashtag C24Live. And it lasted, I think, almost exactly 4 hours yesterday, the game, David. Should we also remind everyone about the time control for the match?
Yep, as we saw yesterday, the time control, the time usage is essential in these big matches. And for the first 40 moves, both players have 2 hours on the clock, 120 minutes. Once they reach move 40, they're both given an extra hour, an extra 60 minutes. And that carries them through to move 60 to last the next 20 moves. Once they've reached move 60, they get 15 minutes to complete the game, plus 30 seconds after every move. So it's a long time control. It can easily stretch to 7 hours and beyond. But the players, they have to be aware of the clock. If they get low on time, we will see some big blunders.
All right. And the game is kicking off in 3 minutes. We are waiting for the footage from Dubai to show the venue and the players coming to the board. Yesterday, Magnus arrived quite late. Jan Nepomniachtchi was sitting ready for quite some time before Magnus arrived, and this seems to be a strategy that Magnus usually wants to use. He wants to be the latest to arrive for some reason.
Not this time, Kaja.
Oh, wow!
This time, no, he's there bright and early. I do remember that, and I have to quote my father. My father always liked being late because he liked kind of coming into the playing hall and making your opponent stand up to shake hands. And
that's what we're seeing, yeah.
There we're seeing Magnus is the one bright and early to the board.
All right, they're ready, both of the players. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, the reigning champion. The challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with the black pieces. Final predictions, you guys. Will it be a draw today, or will we see a winner? And who will that be?
Ladies first, Jovanka.
Well, I think I should stick to my prediction that I predicted this morning on the Magnus Nepo Challenge, and I said I think Magnus will win.
Wow.
I'll say draw, just to be different.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, we do see the ceremonial first move about to be made by the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich. And which pawn is he pushing? Will we see Magnus retract that pawn and push a different one? It looks like a king's pawn there. That's e4, 1 e4. Will Magnus stick to that move? You don't have to follow the move that the ceremonial move maker chooses.
Back.
He takes it back.
Oh, and
a sign?
I think that is a sign because he then adjusted the queen's pawn.
Okay.
And it was quite a confident adjustment. So
moment of truth, Jovanka.
There you go.
Which pawn has he pushed? It does look like d4, queen's pawn.
Queen's pawn. Okay, so far I'm okay with my prediction. Okay, the knight has come out.
Okay, this is what Nepomniachtchi does nearly 100% of the time against 1d4, against the queen's pawn. Magnus there taking more control of the center with pawns. Will we see? Okay, it's not a Grundfall, Jovanka. I think your prediction wasn't quite right there, unfortunately. It looks like he's pushed his e-pawn. So will we see a Nimzo-Indian defense? Will we see a transposition to the queen's gambit?
Oh, and now this is the thing. Okay. Pawn comes up. Okay, so we still have a lot of choices.
Mm-hmm. And it's a transposition to the Queen's Gambit declined. And Jovanka, you mentioned this to me a couple of hours ago.
No, this is what I wanted to change. Oh, no. This is the opening that's called the Catalan. Oh, well.
Your prediction is nearly spot on. Not quite this time.
But, I was too late with my correct guess. Okay, so Nepomniachtchi following the pattern that he's done before. I mean, he's played this against Anish Giri quite recently in Croatia.
And yeah, this is the main line of what we call the Catalan Opening. And the Catalan Opening, it's kind of shown once White develops his bishop to this square. White's light-squared bishop just sliding across to the longest possible diagonal. This is still mainline theory. We'll explain some of the ideas behind both sides' openings a bit later on. Meanwhile, Black is the first to castle and White follows suit. So both kings super safe. We won't see any direct attacks in this game, most likely. We won't see any quick checkmates. Definitely Magnus Carlsen, he's going for the longer, grinding type of approach. So Black has grabbed a pawn, but that pawn won't survive for too long. White's queen move there is that queen is about to recapture the pawn that White has sacrificed. And I've had this position countless times in my career. Both of these players have as well. And okay, slight surprise here. Jan Nepomniachtchi pushing a pawn to defend his extra pawn. And this one is less common. I think there are 2 or 3 alternatives that maybe have a better reputation than this last move. So Nepomniachtchi trying to surprise Carlsen there. If Nepomniachtchi played this against me, I would have been very surprised. So I wonder how Magnus feels right now.
So do you think Magnus now will take the first little bit of pause in the game?
Yes. I think there's one main move in this position. That's simply to push White's A pawn, so the pawn on the left there in front of the rook, just push it 2 squares forward to try and undermine Black's pawn structure on that queen side. And I would be surprised if Magnus didn't play that move, but after this kind of small semi-surprise, he'll just sit back for a while. As we see, he'll just take a sip of water, calm himself down. This is just good kind of game routine for anyone watching. Just if your opponent's played something a bit strange or something you haven't seen before or something you haven't studied for a while, then just take a breath. You've got 2 hours on the clock. You need to invest that time wisely.
Yeah, definitely. And I do have to say that Magnus Carlsen does have experience with this line, with the black pieces, because he actually played against Dinglerin in Croatia 2019. And if my memory serves me correctly, he won that game. It was a very complex game. And, well...
Yep, somebody actually recently used that idea that Magnus did in that game against Ding. They used it against me, and it's very scary, actually, for White. So Nepomniachtchi, it's very interesting, this strategy, using Magnus's medicine against him and using his own ideas against him, potentially. And the reason I should mention that Black's last move, this pawn push that's highlighted in orange on the board there, the reason it's so surprising is because now White's bishop, if you look at the White light-squared bishop in front of the king, its diagonal has opened up. And Magnus there, deep in thought. He knows what to do here for sure. He knows there are maybe 2 or 3 options for White, but now he's choosing between them. If he has 2 or 3 options, he's going to be trying to pick the option that he thinks Nepomniachtchi hasn't studied or maybe won't be too comfortable with. Nepomniachtchi for sure has some tricks up his sleeve, and it's up to Magnus, the reigning champion, to deal with those tricks. And, OK, head in his hands. We saw this posture from him yesterday. What will he do? Maybe just while Magnus thinks, I can explain a couple of the options here that he is mulling over. So Black's last move was to push this pawn forward. And the reason this was done is to simply protect this extra pawn. Black is actually a pawn up right now. The reason this is not maybe the most popular move is because suddenly the White bishop has a clear eye line towards this rook in the corner. So, for example, if at some point the White knight does jump forward, maybe not now, but over the next couple of moves, then suddenly this rook is hit in the corner. The most popular move, however, is not this knight jump, because Black has a couple of options. Black can actually give up that rook in the corner and take a pawn. Black can just use his knight, for example, to block this bishop's diagonal. So the most popular move is to challenge Black's pawn structure and to try and open up the White rook, try and open up a line for it, and also undermine these 2 guys. This most commonly leads to Black pushing forward again and just giving this pawn back, but saying to White, if you take it, you'll lose a lot of time with your queen. Suddenly the black pieces pour out, and suddenly there might be some trouble for White along this diagonal. So I'm expecting this pawn push from White for sure. I'm expecting Nepomniachtchi to push forward himself, and then maybe a knight jump. One of these 2 White knights. OK, I was going to say one of the would jump to this square and recapture a pawn. Instead, Magnus went with the other move I suggested. He jumped with his knight into the centre first.
Yeah,
the bar
jumps up a little bit.
It's the third choice, actually, in this particular position. And it's primarily the third choice because Black can get quite daring and actually capture the pawn in the middle of the board with the queen, just kind of forgetting about the rook.
Yeah, so giving up the rook in the corner, Black can take this pawn with the queen, and once this rook disappears from the board, Black's queen drops back to capture the white knight. And actually, this is quite likely to happen now. And if we do a quick material count, White has won a rook, but in return, Black has a knight and 2 pawns. And together, the knight and 2 pawns are pretty much the same as a rook. Meanwhile, White's bishop would be stuck in the corner. So that transition, it's not clear who it favours. I'm a bit surprised by Magnus's decision, but either way, it's definitely heating up. There could well be some sacrifices now. And once Nepomniachtchi gets back to the board, I expect him to play a few very, very quick moves just to assert his authority and try and show Magnus that he's well prepared.
And what opening did you say we had today?
It's the Catalan.
Catalan. And every day, Chessboard makes a free course available on the opening in the game. And today's course has been made available. It is, of course, a course on the Catalan. It is free and available on the link that you see in the bottom of the screen. So if you want to dig deeper into the opening that these two players are now playing, then head into Chessboard and do that.
Yeah, I definitely recommend that for anyone who maybe thinks that they're a strategic player, maybe a positional player, because the Catalan opening, despite the fact it does sometimes lead to wild positions like this, it's mostly for those strategic players who like long games, who like end games, and who like to just grind away. So if you think at home that you're a strategic player, go check out that course. It is really good, actually. I took a look myself.
And I would also recommend it to those players who love playing with bishops, especially the light-squared bishop. If you like just putting pressure on your opponent, making them feel a little bit uncomfortable and asking questions, then this is the opening for you, because the whole opening just hinges on one thing, really. And you look at White's light square bishop, it's on the perfect long diagonal. Take a look at its counterpart sitting there on the c8 square. Not so good. And if Black were to develop that light square bishop, then hey, life is very jolly. But if not, then it's going to be very, very uncomfortable. And I've fallen foul of this many times when I played on the Black side against the Catalan.
Yeah, it's definitely one of the most annoying openings to play against from the Black side. And yeah, that white bishop, you mentioned Jovanka, it's a bit like a sniper. It's just, from afar, it's just eyeing up so many different targets and controlling so many different squares. And yeah, like Jovanka, as Black, I struggled many, many times against this opening. And it took me many years to actually find an antidote that I was happy with, or relatively happy with, even these days. With White, I mean, Vladimir Kramnik as well, former world champion, he was the one who taught modern players that the Catalan, in any situation, is an extremely dangerous weapon.
It is an extremely dangerous weapon, and certainly everyone at home also thinks that. But we also have a lot of people cheering for Nepo, and are also saying that Nepo is the one who has won the battle. We have Johan Miranda, who says Nepo, by playing the move b5, which is the pawn protecting the other pawn on c4, is just a deadly dare with the Catalan bishop staring down the queen side. Nepo won the prep on this one. He knew there's a good chance Magnus will go for the Catalan positional setups rather than the risky, and he refers to an opening, Nimzo. So, yeah, so Miranda saying that, yes, Nepomniachtchi is the one who's feeling comfortable here.
Yeah, interesting point of view there, actually. I'm half inclined to agree with Johan there, but at the same time, I do think that the opening battle is yet to be decided. I think the next 5 or 6 moves might well dictate who will be the happier of the two. I did also say that Nepomniachtchi would play a few quick moves. I'm surprised he hasn't. But then again, Magnus's last move, this knight jump into the centre, is not the most popular reply. So just Nepo there, not looking at the board even, just looking off into the distance. He was just trying to remember a few things. For sure, he studied this position. And once we do see the next 4 or 5, maybe even 6 moves, then we will know who has won the opening battle.
Yeah, I mean, so the big question here is actually, will Black grab the pawn, do you think, with the queen and just forget about the rook, or will he kind of try and play it a little bit safer and just intercept that attack on against the rook and just move the knight to the centre, block the diagonal?
Oh,
Which one would you do?
If I had studied this position before and gone into a bit of detail, I think I would grab that pawn in the center with the black queen. But then again, Magnus didn't spend too long on the last move. Maybe if Nepo hasn't studied this position in the last couple of weeks, maybe he'll be a bit vague, a bit foggy on the details. And then the safer move for black is to plant the knight in the middle. So use black's knight there and put it on the d5 square to block white's long.
Should we do a deep dive as to why black can potentially capture that pawn with the queen?
OK, so while Nepo takes a sip of tea, we do see queen takes pawn being maybe the most critical move right now. And it's the move he's for sure calculating or trying to work out. White's only way to justify the 2-pawn deficit now, the 2-pawn sacrifice, is to go and capture this black rook in the corner. And White's bishop might get trapped here, though. Once black takes this knight, it's level material. As we mentioned earlier, black has a knight and 2 pawns for White's rook. But White's rooks aren't that great, and White normally has to spend a move here at some point retreating this bishop, for example, retreating it back. And you can play a couple of different moves first, but later on, if the position stabilizes, it's not clear whether these rooks are better than the minor pieces. Black's knights often post themselves up in the center of the board. If this one lands in the middle, the other knight might try and jump into the middle as well. And yes, a rook is worth more than a knight, but in this exact position, it's not entirely clear.
Yeah, totally. I agree with you there, David. Very not clear. And also take a look at those pawns that black has, especially on the left side of the board. And you can imagine those rooks really need open lines to get mobilized. And that's not really possible. There's only one open line on the board, and it's blocked up by a very powerful knight in the center. So this is black's kind of compensation.
Yeah, black has great activity in compensation for that, for giving up that rook. Material compensation as well. But if Nepomniachtchi, I mean, this is critical. This is what he maybe should go for if he's well prepared. But Nepomniachtchi, if he's not certain, if he's not sure, then I expect to see this move. The knight blocking on the d5 square, very nice central square. And this bishop now is a bit frustrated. It wants to crash through, it wants to break through towards that rook, but it's not easy to do that. For example, you can gain time against this knight in the center. This looks natural. But then again, once the knight moves, even if it retreats, then suddenly this bishop is not happy. It's staring only at its own pawn. So, OK, critical moment here. Will Nepomniachtchi play the solid knight to d5, or will he get greedy and capture this pawn in the center and ask Magnus to prove that he's well prepared?
What do you think, David?
Huge decision.
Yeah. So let's assume that Nepomniachtchi knows his stuff.
Then if he knows his stuff and if he's 100% confident and I don't know.
You're in the same situation.
You
know your stuff, but, you know, maybe this is not the thing you focused on. Do you go for it?
I mean, I wouldn't have the courage personally, but Nepomniachtchi's a far braver player than me. What do you think, Jovanka? Is he going to take this pawn, or is he going to plant his knight in the middle?
He's known to be a risk taker, and he's known to love dynamic play. So I think he's battling his instincts. His instincts tell him, you know, snap off that pawn with the queen.
Take this pawn.
Exactly, and then just trust. He's got to trust his opening preparation. He's got to trust his memory. And but the fact that he's hesitant makes me think that he might actually not grab the pawn and just block the attack with the knight.
Yeah, I mean, this position, he can play by instinct. He can bring his rook to the center. He can plant his knight in the middle. Lots of natural moves. But I think it's all about the psychology right now. Magnus, well, I think Nepomniachtchi, when he played this b5 pawn push earlier, when he pushed this pawn forward, I think he was hoping Magnus would sink into the tank and think for 20, 30 minutes. Instead, Magnus played after 2 minutes, and suddenly Nepomniachtchi, he's the one who's maybe just psychologically uncertain. If he does take this pawn, he's worrying that he's running into some computer preparation from Magnus. It's not clear who's going to be bluffing there, who's going to be better prepared. This is a critical moment. It's only move 8, and this is already a critical moment. Nepomniachtchi spending nearly 10 minutes on this one move. And,
and was he going for something?
OK, he's pushed a pawn forward, I think. This was the third option I was about to suggest, but he's actually blocking this bishop's diagonal, but he's giving back the pawn that he grabbed earlier. So if White wants to take this pawn, then he can, and we would see a trade. Now White's bishop would attack this rook in the corner, and this rook would just slide across and move to safety. So this is maybe a solid option. He's not gone for the most aggressive, ambitious choice there, Nepomniachtchi.
And the bar does shift sides.
Yeah, and I also have to say, it's not the most popular move.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most popular, because I guess players who go into this variation, they want to be direct, they want to grab stuff with their queen. And it's maybe not human instinct to play an aggressive line, an ambitious line, and then suddenly play a solid move later on. So Yep, slightly surprising, but Nepomniachtchi maybe just not willing to enter into those muddy waters yet. And he's just going to say to Magnus, you didn't play the most popular move, now I didn't play the most popular move. Who's that going to confuse more?
Yes, but now I don't know. I'm a little bit concerned, actually, for Black, because it tends to be in the Catalan type of positions that if you don't play the most popular moves, you end up with a very bad light squared bishop, and you just have to suffer trying to get that bishop out, trying to deal with your lack of space. And now I'm going to say that Magnus has won that opening battle.
I still think it's too early. I don't know.
It's too early, OK.
Because if Black is able to get the pieces out, especially that light squared bishop, you mentioned the Black light squared bishop that's at home asleep, then maybe he can just argue he's a pawn up.
Yep.
But if White does grab the pawn back in the meanwhile, there will be trades and it would free up the Black position.
Yes.
I do think the next few moves are still critical.
Yes.
And it depends. Maybe Magnus will play some quick moves and completely refute Black's system and say, OK, White has a big advantage, but if he doesn't find some energy here in his position, then it could just fizzle out. I don't know.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. The next few moves are going to be vital, and we're going to find out whether Black is doing OK, or like kind of I'm thinking that White is doing more than OK. And whilst we're waiting for Magnus to think about whether he should capture that pawn that's just been offered, we have a question from Rahul on Twitter, who says, why does Magnus and Jan be so secretive about revealing their team? They kind of dodged those questions about their team in the press conferences.
Yeah, it was kind of fun in the press conference yesterday.
They came up with some very sharp answers there. So
it's like Cloak and Dagger. It's like a spy movie or something. It's like everyone trying to find out the secret identities. It's like the masked chess player. Like nobody knows exactly who's behind that mask. But I guess the answer to Rahul's question is simply that it's all about information. If you know who is helping Magnus, for example, if you're Jan Nepomniachtchi, you can look at the helpers' games, you can look at the coaches' games, and you can see what openings they specialise in. For example, we know that Peter Heine Nielsen helps Magnus. For sure, Jan Nepomniachtchi and his team, they've studied Peter Heine Nielsen's games, his openings, his preferences. And if you know the whole team, then you know pretty much all the information there is.
So, for example, if they knew that Maxim Vachier-Lagrave was in the helpers team, because Maxim Vachier-Lagrave plays the same opening every single time, he is the expert.
Yeah.
Then they would sort of know what to prepare against.
Yeah, and also stylistically, what kind of approach he's going to take. So you gauge a lot of information by looking at who's helping that person. And like I do know a story a long, long time ago where a wife was married to a very top grandmaster, and one time she peeked at his opening files and she played it and she won a nice game, and the grandmaster said, why did you do that for? Everyone knows, you know, that you're married to me, and they will be looking at your games as well as mine. And she goes, oh, sorry. But you did win me a very nice game.
I've done that myself, Jovanka. Actually, one game in the Isle of Man, I was playing against a very strong woman player, and I studied her husband's games, and I won straight after the opening. So, yeah, it's all about information these days, and you have to be a bit sneaky. You have to be maybe make some deductions. You have to pretend you're Sherlock Holmes, but it can work out sometimes.
Yeah, great with those questions on social media. I also saw Lawrence with the comment there that he's in St. Andrews and I love golf, and I know there's a great golf course there. And we have a move.
Yeah, we have a move, and Magnus has pushed his pawn. He's putting some pressure now on Black's pawn chain on that queen side, on that left flank. And now there's maximum tension. He's actually trying to capture a pawn with his last pawn push. He's again trying to wrench open this diagonal for that white light squared bishop. And Nepomniachtchi has to deal with this threat. There is a pawn hanging in the middle of the board. Black's queen can still go and grab that central pawn if Nepomniachtchi's feeling greedy. Actually, maybe we should check this out because it is critical right now if Black does take this pawn. But I think there will be consequences, and Nepomniachtchi has to be very, very careful if he wants to be greedy. We're yet to see Nepomniachtchi back at the board. Magnus deep in thought, despite it being his opponent's move. But if Nepomniachtchi comes back and snaps this pawn off, then I think there are options for White. But for example, you could take this pawn now. You've delayed it one move, and after a trade here, we see Black's rook attacked in the corner and this pawn attacked as well. So if Black moves the rook, for example, then we might see White just play pawn takes pawn, and suddenly this rook has come to life. It will actually cause some serious damage later on. The bishop will also gain some time against the Black queen. Black has lost a lot of time in this whole transition and hasn't gained anything in the process. It's level pawns, level material, and White has a big advantage. So actually taking this pawn is double-edged. I'm not sure I would recommend it right now for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but that does beg the question, what else? Remember, there is a threat, so if black just plays kind of an irrelevant move on the wrong side of the board, if he pushes a pawn, for example, then we would say, see a capture, and now the white bishop opened up again against this rook. The move I'm predicting, the move I think is the safest, at least now, is to just plant the knight in the middle of the board. We suggested it on the last turn, and I think it's imperative now. He has to play this, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he wants to keep the balance, just to block this bishop's prowess, to block its diagonal.
All right. And I was just going to confirm, that is actually the main move in the position.
Actually, I think I've studied this exact position, but through a different move order. So playing a few different moves earlier, but it's transposed back into a position that is relatively known and is familiar.
All right, well, none of the players are at the board right now. Jan Nepomniachtchi is in the move, but he is in the resting area right now. So let's head back down to the good night, where Ginger GM Simon Williams is having a good time today, I suppose.
It's not going bad down here. Hi to the studio, and it looks like a very exciting start to the game with this, pawn sacrifice in the opening. And yeah, we're in the good night. We're in the first ever chess pub, and we're just going to have a very quick word now with one of the owners, the creators, the OG of the good night. So hello, Christopher. How are you doing? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for asking.
Good. And so you've started this pub, the first ever chess pub in the world, and everyone plays chess down here, and it runs nicely. And you excited about the World Championships?
Definitely. It's always fun to have something on the big screens and be kind of like a football pub instead of just a chess pub. So it's really nice to have that feeling of people cheering when the bar changes the evaluation and stuff. It's awesome.
I bet loads of people are jealous of you and everyone else who's down here. I mean, not just able to watch the chess, but to have a beer and to play chess at the same time.
Yeah.
And it looks like you have a good selection of beers here. Yeah.
So this is the place to be, of course, if you want to listen to a grandmaster, or if you want to analyze the game yourself, or just have a friendly piece of chess while watching the game on the telly.
Brilliant. So thank you, Christopher. Maybe we'll come back to you later. So the Good Night Chess Pub in Oslo. So if you are in Norway, please come down, watch the chess. Magnus seems to be doing very interesting things there. What do you reckon about the position back in the studio there, Kaja?
Well, I'm not going to say too much about it, Simon, but I bet David has something to say.
Yeah, I just think it's heating up. We have all the pieces on the board. As Simon mentioned, it's a pawn sacrifice, and it's a bit like yesterday. Magnus was a pawn down for most of the game. Today, he's a pawn down again.
Yeah.
So he's showing a bit of a stylistic quirk there. Simon, I know that you love sacrificing pawns, playing for the initiative, playing for the attack. You must think his compensation is promising here.
I'm very interested in the position because the Catalan is a very sharp opening, and it's not something that Magnus plays all the time. So I think he's certainly going for the win. But what I'm also impressed with, to be fair, is Jan's response. Jan hasn't really backed away. He took that pawn. There was many more safer options he could do. So he's clearly not scared of Magnus. So this is going to be a very fascinating game, and it's going to get exciting over the next 10 moves or so.
All right, Simon, we hope you're enjoying yourself and that some more people will come in to play some chess. Maybe you can play some chess later on today as well.
Yeah, I think I'll certainly give it a go. You know, maybe when the middle game's over, I might even get a cheeky beer. We'll see how things go, and play a little bit of blitz. And, well, maybe the viewers can watch me lose a very quick game later on, or maybe, well, win a quick game. We'll see. So,
I'm holding you as the favorite in that one. Thank you so much, Simon. We'll come back to you later on in the game.
Okay. Cheers, guys. Later.
All right. That seems like the perfect place for Simon to be, just in a chess pub. Oh,
he's in his element.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, surrounded by good atmosphere, good vibes. And talking about good vibes, there's nothing but good vibes for the players on social media.
Ooh.
Everyone is cheering for Magnus or Nepo, and it's all positivity. And I do quite like looking at some of the selfies, and I really like David Keary, who's watching from Northern Ireland, and we have a really cool viewer there. And it's a dog. And we'll see it soon. And I also quite like Peter.
There he is.
There he is. Peter S., who says, I wanted it. Yes, I certainly wanted it. And he's showing himself watching us on the show. And if you too want to send us your selfie, who you're watching the show with, where you're watching the show from, then you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag C24Live, and we will feature them on the show.
Yeah.
And I also have to show you one more. It's quite cool. It's by Yogesh Bakshi, and it's a picture of Jan Nepomniachtchi. And he's thinking, and he says, when I see that annoying cousin in a family gathering and already thinking how to avoid him or get out of here. Magnus and Jan are definitely giving us all the facial expressions. That's the beauty of chess. You know, you can watch chess players concentrating up close and personal, and you can see their game face and, you know, all the emotions. I mean, that's one of the things about Magnus and Jan. They're very expressive players.
Yeah, definitely. And the holiday is coming up, so I guess we all can relate to that. And there, Jan Nepomniachtchi, his clock has been running for almost 8 minutes. He's been away from the board. Now he's back. Where has he been?
Yeah, I was going to say, meanwhile, there's a big mystery going on, because sometimes you see players leave the board, sometimes they go to the bathroom, they get some refreshments, but normally, as soon as their opponent makes a move, you see them return within a minute or two.
Because they will have screens, right?
They will have screens back there.
Yeah.
They will know when it's their move. And 8 minutes is a long time to sacrifice away from the board. And now we'll see more of those facial reactions that we were talking about from Jan Nepomniachtchi. Maybe there'll be some surprise. Maybe he'll just try and get back in the zone by pondering for a couple of minutes. We mentioned that Black's knight hopping into the center of the board is pretty much forced right now. I think there's a 90% chance we'll see that move. But hopefully Jan is feeling okay. Hopefully he's still feeling focused and not disturbed or anything. It's still very strange to see a player leave for that long from the board.
And is it the tough decision for Jan Nepomniachtchi now, the move he's going to make?
Personally, I don't think it's that tough. I think Black's knight jumping to the d5 square, jumping into the center of the board. Yeah, I mean, I just don't see any of the other option, simply. I think he will play that move, but it might just take him a while to kind of reassess and just scrutinise the position a little bit. Either way, I think we'll see that move, and hopefully, nothing has affected Jan.
All right. Well, we did see in the opening move today, it was the FIDE president, Arkady Dvorkovich, who made the first move for Magnus. And earlier today, Tanya also did get an interview with the FIDE president.
We're at the exhibition center. This is the playing hall of the FIDE World Championship match. And with me is the very dynamic president, Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome to our World Championship.
It's absolutely incredible to be here, and you must be very pleased to have this at such an iconic venue.
Yes, we are. We thought about collaborating with Dubai Expo a long time ago, and we are happy that it actually happened. And despite the pandemic, despite all the shifts in terms of timing, we are here. Expo is a big partner, and I think the match has started very successfully.
Absolutely, Mr. Dvorkovich. It's tremendous success to host the match at this venue. The hype around this clash, the interest around this is so massive. It's a historic moment for chess.
It is. Magnus Carlsen, the world champion, holds his title for already a few years. He defended his title on a number of occasions. Now it's a Russian challenger who is trying to get the crown back to Russia. So it is historic. And our idea to join forces with Global Expo here in Dubai, I think, creates a momentum that chess is not just chess, but also a part of global society, global vision, and global progress.
Absolutely. It is a city of gold, and what can be more golden than the World Championship match?
Exactly. The two players have great ambitions. Magnus wants to defend his title. Jan wants to get it. And I think their idea of becoming the champion and holding this for as long as possible drives people crazy. They want to watch it. They want to watch their emotions, how they feel about it, how they make moves, how they're nervous about each particular second. So it's a really great occasion.
All right, Mr. Dvorkovich, there have been some key changes in the format of the match. we've got 2 more classical games, and we've got less number of rest days. What pushed FIDE for these decisions?
Well, our idea was to create even bigger pressure on players so that they can start making some mistakes and not just having 12 draws in a row like in London between Magnus and Fabiano Caruana last time, but actually starting winning and losing the games. That was the main idea.
Absolutely. Big fight, entertaining chess now. Of course, you have immense responsibilities as the president, but also everything you do seems to be driven from your passion for the game. And as a lover of chess, what do you have to say about this epic clash between Magnus and Jan?
Well, I think both players are role models for millions of chess lovers around the world. So what they're doing here is, of course, the official World Championship. They're fighting for the crown, but they're heroes for millions of players, young and older, who want to achieve something in chess or just enjoy chess. And our social activities that we do now with support of all kinds of partners, but driving by FIDE, is, I think, the best possible thing we can do for the world.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dvorkovich.
Thank you.
There we have, and it's great to see chess growing under his leadership. Mr. Arkady Dvorkovich, back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much, Tanya. And all right, we have had 2 moves on the board. I almost fell off my chair because the bar shot up. It's, you know, gone down a little bit, but it's definitely on Jan Nepomniachtchi's side now.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually to see that evaluation bar just above me there kind of scoot over to the black side so drastically. And we did see a couple of moves. Let's show this. In this position, I did expect black's knight to park itself in the middle of the board. We explained this idea earlier. This is simply to block the power of the white bishop. That was sensible. It did cost Jan Nepomniachtchi more than 10 minutes if we include his break away from the board, but it was pretty much a forced move. I think any other move would have given white a decisive advantage. So great move there from Nepomniachtchi. Maybe he won't be happy with how much time it cost him, though, and Magnus reacted immediately, maybe thinking in Nepomniachtchi's time and bringing his knight out. And this is the type of position where white is simply a pawn down, and you might argue, oh, he's never going to get the pawn back. These 3 black pawns just kind of defend each other. And for white, it's not easy now to grab that pawn and restore material parity. That's why the evaluation bar, I think, is on black side, because black has an extra pawn. However, white still has this very powerful the potential of this bishop. White still has 2 decent knights. This knight now putting pressure on black's best piece, this knight in the center of the board. And at some point, white might threaten to regain a pawn by capturing here. At some point, white might just try and expand in the center by pushing all of his pawns forward. Maybe this pawn, maybe this pawn. White is very, very flexible. And I should also mention, in terms of the evaluation bar above me, this is based on Stockfish. But different computers evaluate different positions in different ways. And for example, you could turn on Leela, Leela 0, which is a neural network program which is based more on AI than Stockfish is, and maybe that would say, oh, it's just equal. Or maybe that would prefer the white position. So maybe just a difference of opinion here in terms of all of the computers that Magnus and Nepo would have been studying with.
All right, well, if you are following the Leela assessments at home, then update us. What is Leela saying about the position right now?
Yeah, I would love to find out, actually. So definitely tweet us what Leela 0 says. And Leela 0 can be checked out online on the cloud database. And that's one thing all the top players do now. They compare Stockfish, which is traditionally the most powerful computer engine, with others. And it's all about this bishop. Long term, I think this gives great compensation. I don't think black has a big advantage here, despite what our evaluation bar says. I think it's still too early to decide. Yeah. And in terms of Nepomniachtchi's choices, maybe there aren't that many still. He could, for example, think about trying to defend this pawn. He could think about defending, bringing his bishop out, and he could maybe even consider just pushing a pawn and kicking away the white knight from the center. But that would be committal and might loosen the integrity of black's pawn structure. You don't really want to touch pawns in front of your own king right now.
Yeah, and I do have to say, you know, that knight move, like you say, does ask questions of black. How is he going to defend the pawn? And the move that you just suggested, pushing the pawn forward, attacking the knight, well, that is actually the top choice of not Leela, but Ceci, which is like a Stockfish, super-powered Stockfish, you know, running on a very powerful engine. And top choice there. And the only move it says that has a small advantage for black is actually to kick the knight back. Alternatives are to actually pick up the pawn that's on the B line and move it up 1 square to attack the white knight. And finally, the third choice is actually just to develop the light squared bishop, but a really awkward square defending the pawn that's under attack. Actually bishop A6, yeah.
This one, okay. So
yeah.
Blocked in by its own pawns, but it is doing a defensive job, this bishop. This somehow feels superficial. Bishop on this square, you nearly never see it in chess. And
I mean, what's it doing there?
Exactly.
It's just looking at its own pawn. It's kind of a waste of 3 points.
Yeah, maybe in a dream world, if white, again, just does nothing, if white just kind of plays a slow move, maybe you could make an argument for the pawn pushing forward now and the bishop's diagonal slightly lengthening. But yeah, either way, I would be very shocked if we saw Jan Nepomniachtchi park his bishop on this square. Top players, they're all about pattern recognition, as you mentioned earlier, Jovanka, and you nearly never see that pattern in this type of opening, a bishop on this square. So I would be surprised if we didn't see, for example, this pawn push, as you mentioned, attacking the white knight, or maybe this pawn push, attacking the other white knight. It feels like the white knights are too strong and you need to drive one of them away.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the B pawn push, where you attack the knight on the left side, I think that's much more natural than weakening the light squares around the black king.
But what happens, though, if white just jumps into the centre with a knight? Because these two knights now, I mean, OK, black has a strong knight too, but these two white knights control a lot of squares. And suddenly, black's extra pawn, it's been loosened, it's been weakened.
You have to give it back, right? You have to, yeah, you probably have to, no, OK, then, just thinking ahead, then it's perhaps much more natural to kick back the knight in the centre.
Possibly.
And then if you're materialistic, that is.
Yeah, I mean, there are consequences here. Maybe black can make an argument for pushing one of these pawns forward and initiating some real chaos, but it feels like the chaos, it will be beneficial for white because just in general, in chess, if you have nice centralised pieces, tactics will work in your favour. Tricks will definitely work in your favour. So this move, tempting, but not clear what the follow-up would be. The more I look at it, the more I think this move might well be played, hitting this white knight, at least forcing it back where it came from. And yes, black has loosened his king slightly with this pawn push, but now look at this bishop. We talked about the Catalan opening being all about this bishop. It's not a happy bunny right now. It's trapped behind its own knight and by the black knight as well. Okay, Nepomniachtchi, long think from him. They do say long think, wrong think, but maybe it's worth investing the time now.
Yeah, and we do have to remember that both players will be feeling the nerves, and this is a very key position, and every move here will count. And whilst Nepomniachtchi is considering which knight to attack, well, I just wanted to share with you a poem. Oh. Well, actually, it's hang on, let me get it. It's an acrostic limerick by Andrew Vedder. Okay. And it's very, very cool. We have very smart Twitter audience, and it says, calm Catalan Carlsen wants to see happily B pawn marches free. Earlier than expected, 7th move disrupted, sharply prepared. Is Jan Nepomniachtchi, and it spells chess.
Yeah, and it looks like there's another one on our screen as well, another limerick, so several.
Oh, OK.
Limerick number 8 there on the screen. I think you were reading another one, Jovanka. It looks like Andrew is quite the wordsmith.
Wow. Well, keep sending in those limericks. That is so cool.
I know. And if you want to... Oh, yeah. I just saw it just now. Gravy Nepomniachtchi prepares. Yeah. Brilliant stuff. OK, so if you want to also tweet us your suggestions, your poems, your selfies, then you can do so by tweeting us using the hashtag Chess24 Live.
C24 Live.
C24 Live, yes.
All right, well... Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's still thinking about his next move. Our person in Dubai closest to these players is Tanya. And Tanya, it must be so intense to watch these players fight against each other.
Guys, it's super intense in here. I'm actually inside the playing venue and I can't talk louder than this. So I'm gonna have to whisper. I want to show you guys so you can feel the vibe and the atmosphere. It's absolutely crazy. This is the playing hall, the auditorium. Come with me. On the right side, we can see it's a packed auditorium with big screens up on the wall. We've got big screens up on the wall where the players, where everyone can follow the live games. And right there, through the glass, you guys can see the action being played. Magnus is currently not on his chair. Nepo having a think. The side
Wow, that is so intense. Thank you so much from that report inside the playing venue. Tanya, wow, I almost felt like, oh, we have to be quiet, you guys.
Shivers.
Yeah.
And Kaja, you've been there in 2016 for the World Championship match between Karyakin and Carlsen.
Yeah.
Was it similar?
Yeah. I went to my first match in 2014, in Sochi, yeah, and that's when I got hooked on chess because it's just so intense. You know, sometimes you can say that you can actually hear the cracking in the brain, and that's what it feels like being inside these playing venues. It's just super intense.
Yeah, it was the same for me in London in 2018 with Carlsen against Caruana. I was actually sitting outside, and of course the players, they're playing in this soundproof box, but everyone was still too scared to whisper.
Yeah.
Nobody was even whispering because we were just scared of disturbing the players and kind of ruining the kind of vibe. And okay, meanwhile, a move from Jan Nepomniachtchi, and he has played the move we were predicting. So he has kicked away this white knight in the center of the board, or he's trying to kick it away with a pawn. So it comes with upsides and downsides, this move. Yes, you remove one of your opponent's most active pieces from the middle, but you do loosen your king's position. So I mentioned actually this game wouldn't end in checkmates or direct attacks. This last move does give Magnus the potential to go for an attack later on.
Oh, and he answers immediately.
Again?
Yep.
Yeah.
He had to, actually. That was the only move to put the knight on a good square. I mean, if he'd moved anywhere else, it was on a bad circuit and it would be kicked away and white would be in serious trouble.
But I guess we should expect a quick response also from Jan Nepomniachtchi now, then.
Yeah, because his pawn is under fire, he has to deal with that issue, and there's only really one move to play, and that is to push the b-pawn one square forward and attack the knight.
Yeah, let's show that because actually Jan Nepomniachtchi over the last few turns, there's only one or two options, but he's been burning a lot of time. He spent more than half an hour now for this game, and Jovanka thinks that because of the pressure on this pawn, actually this pawn now is attacked by both white's pawn and by white's knight. Now, the only way to deal with it is to push forward. And this duo here are actually pretty scary. And I don't think Magnus Carlsen can ever trade knights because now these doubled pawns can correct themselves. Black can take this knight and suddenly look at this pawn chain. This is beautiful. This is perfect. Black will just be a clear pawn up here and probably just winning. So Magnus would not be allowed to trade. He would have to plant his knight in the center and hope that later on he can regain his pawn in a favorable way. But yeah, this one is definitely heating up. Look at the computer. The evaluation bar thinks it's +1 for black. Yeah. This is drastic times for Magnus, but he's not spent that long on the clock. He's hoping for some pressure on this pawn, and maybe if he gets time, he'll push forward in the center himself. So there's definitely positives for the world champion, for Magnus Carlsen, despite what the computer says. Either way, Nepomniachtchi, maybe he's spending so much time because he senses an opportunity in this game as black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one thing that we kind of noticed from yesterday's game, and that the computer evaluation was very favourable for white. It was saying Nepomniachtchi is going to win. It's a pawn after all. However, Magnus deliberately chose that line. So obviously he's like, well, I don't agree with the computer assessment. I actually think that in that particular game, game one, that white's position was very unpleasant, difficult to untangle the pieces. And you see the same thing here, because yes, the computer might go, black is a pawn ahead. Take a look at those black pieces on the left side of the board. A little bit claustrophobic, all kind of bunched up together.
Fast asleep.
Yep. Not easy to untangle. And again, when you think about the potential road for improvement for black, you know, black ideally wants to be pushing pawns. You know, that's what you do when you're a pawn ahead. You march forward. Again, not very easy to achieve. And every pawn advance will have its consequence and will be weakening a potential square.
Yeah. No, it's exactly. Despite what the computer says, it's not easy at all for black to come up with ideas here. And actually, as we talk, the computer evaluation has dropped slightly. It's no longer so far in black's favour. And in the current position, this is the one we're expecting. Either way, not an easy choice for Nepomniachtchi. And he had, what was it, 11, 12-minute think, then another long 7, 8-minute think, and now he's been thinking a few minutes again. I mean, nearly half an hour down on the clock now for Nepomniachtchi. That is going to be worrying for him and worrying for his team. His coaches will be looking at this thinking, we should have studied this position. Yeah. We should know exactly what to do here. But yeah, even if you study this type of position with a computer, it could be misleading. For humans, it's definitely not an easy position to play.
Yeah.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi is now 25 minutes down on the clock, but at some point, because Magnus has played so fast so far in this game, only 11 moves into game 2 here, but at some point he will also take some pauses to think, I suspect.
Yes, for sure. It's hard to tell, actually, whether Magnus is still in his opening preparation, because it looked like he was surprised earlier, but just by a kind of transposition of moves, he might have gone back into something that he's familiar with. And this does look like the type of position that back in 2018, 2019, Magnus was embracing. He loved to sacrifice pawns around that time. He said he was inspired by, in the 2018 match, working with a Russian grandmaster, Daniel Dubov, and I don't know if he's part of the team this time. It's not clear. Probably not, because he's playing a Russian, but either way, Magnus loves these type of positions, and that's why he's been playing so quickly.
And also, he has experience with these type of positions from the black side as well. He knows how unpleasant they are. And we can see that Magnus is not actually at the board. And we do have a question from Killer Whale on Twitter, who asks us, what do the players do while they walk away from the chessboard?
Yeah, good question.
It is certainly a good question. I know when I leave the board, I'm pacing, I'm thinking about the position. I'm actually, if I'm nervous, I'm trying to calm myself down using some mantras. And generally, I don't like to think about moves, but I like to think about plans when it's my opponent's turn.
Yeah.
What about you, David?
Yeah, when I leave the board, it's normally to clear my head. For example, at the recent Grand Swiss tournament, there were several occasions I would just leave the board. I would just walk up and down, but just, I don't know, my mind would be anywhere apart from the chess. I'd be thinking about dinner that night, or what I was going to do in the evenings, or about some emails I forgot to answer or something. But then once I get back to the board, I feel I can give 100% to the chess itself. So, I also like to watch other games. The players here can't do it because they're the only game going in the box, but I do think Nepomniachtchi, he's more of a pacer. We saw him yesterday walking up and down, up and down. But then Magnus, I think he likes to go and chill away from the board, away from the cameras. It's nice to kind of get away from the intensity.
Sit there and chill, maybe do some push-ups, I don't know.
Don't want to get too sweaty at the board then.
All right, well, we do have Simon Williams, Ginger GM, down at the popular Good Night in Oslo. And I heard rumors, Simon, that you are there with someone who's actually coached Magnus Carlsen earlier in his life.
That's right, not just someone who's coached Magnus Carlsen, but Magnus Carlsen's first ever coach. And he's a good friend of mine. I first met Torbjorn Hansen about 20 years ago. And, well, he's a grandmaster now, so hello, Torbjorn.
Hello.
And you were Magnus's first coach, is that right?
Yeah, I was teaching him when he was 9, and for a bit more than a year. And he was, I was lucky. He was actually my first student, so I was lucky with that.
That's pretty good. He was your first student, and he ended up being world champion.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got a good track record.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And I remember you told me when he was 9 years old, I knew you all those years ago, and you told me this kid is very special. And you picked him out over all the other kids in your class. What made him special when he was 9 years old?
I remember at that time in Norway, there were like no really big stars, and I just watched the elite players, and I just dreamt that one day we have a player up there also. And then I got this massive talent that I told people that he's so incredibly good. Nice. And people didn't really believe me. And like, okay, I also have some,
sorry, but we do have a move as well. Yeah. So let's just see it. So we now have a move on the board. We can see the board here, and Black has played the move B4.
Yeah.
So being Magnus's first coach, you're obviously cheering for Magnus, but what do you think about this move? What do you think about this position? It looks to me like a very interesting, dynamic position. Has Magnus with the white pieces got enough compensation for the pawn?
I think like definitely it is compensation, but it's the opening phase is not finished yet. Like Black still needs to get his pieces out, and
right. I think he actually went here. We're getting another move, so coming in. Yep, similar kind of idea. Just defend this one, but he's got lots of compensation here. Yeah,
definitely. And we discussed here like the move F6, and it's weakening, but like short term you get this knight away, and it makes life easier for Black. But in the long run, there are some weak spots.
Yeah, it looks very interesting here from my point of view here. Okay, Black has this extra pawn, but White might be able to attack the Black king. All the Black's pieces are over on this side of the board. And look at that little guy there. We're going for checkmate, Torbs. Is that right?
Yes.
We're going to kill the king. So, and what was Magnus like as a 9-year-old? Was he a nice kid?
He was a nice kid. He was like normal kid. He wondered when will he cross 1,000 rating points.
Oh wow.
He was 900 in rating when I started coaching him, and 1 year later he was 1,900. So we gained 1,000 points in 1 year. And but the special thing about him was that he got this exceptional feeling for where the pieces needed to be, and he remembered everything, and he was so interested in everything about chess. I just told him one crazy idea, and the next game he tried it, and he was so open to learn things and understanding.
So he was a bit like a sponge, I guess. You gave him something to do, and he would just sponge that information on, and a real raw talent. I mean, we were talking about Capablanca yesterday, an ex-world champion, one of Magnus's favourite world champions, and he had that natural talent. But clearly, as a 9-year-old, Torbjorn's just told us that Magnus Carlsen had that. And well done to you, Torbs, as I know you, for having been Magnus Carlsen's first coach. And we're kind of cheering on a little bit today, being in Norway. And like we said, we're down the Good Night pub in Oslo. So get yourselves down here. If you want to enjoy the environment, you can see it's packing out a little bit at the back there. More people are coming in. So if you want to get a chair, get down here. And Torbjorn, my very good friend, it's great to see you. We've got some stories, but we can't tell them to the camera. Is that right? No. These are stories that remain between us. Maybe after a couple of beers, we'll get Torbjorn back on and we'll let them slip. But for now, back to the studio, and I'll let you guys in the studio talk about what's happened in the game.
All right, now I want you to start drinking beer, Simon, because I want to hear those stories. I bet that there's some crazy ones. All right, thanks so much, Simon, for that report and for bringing us Torbjorn. Wow, Magnus's very first chess coach, and also from analyzing this game. You also said, Simon, when Nepomniachtchi pushed his queen, okay, interesting.
Yeah, a strange move, not one I expected. Jovanka, surprised?
No, definitely not the one I expected either. I mean, it wasn't the top choice of the computer. Okay, but it is a reasonable move, and what's very interesting about it is that it kind of maintains the tension. Everything is overprotected. The pawn structure integrity is still kept intact. And still, black has the issue of those queenside pieces that are not doing anything, so to speak, but all in good time, I think.
All in good time. And yeah, the reason I'm so surprised by this is it just feels superficial. The queen is the most powerful piece in chess, and here she's doing a purely defensive job. It's not even a directly defensive job. It's indirect here, defending a pawn a couple of squares away. For example, if we do see a trade, then now the white knight cannot capture this guy because the queen's vision is on this square. So, okay, there is a clear idea behind this move, but usually in this type of opening, the square the queen sits on is used by either black's bishop or by black's knight. So black's queen has actually taken a square away from its own pieces. And normally, once your opponent plays a superficial move or a strange move that you don't normally come across, that is a signal to attack. That is a signal to step forward. And I do feel Magnus now, he has to choose between a few different strategies. The most natural to me would be a pawn push. I'm not sure exactly which one. I would be tempted slightly to open things up, to break down the head of black's pawn chain over here. For example, we could see a pawn trade. And here, at least now, there are more open lines. And open lines will favour white because his pieces are more ready. Remember, these guys asleep at home, not ready for the action. However, this would be committal because now you'll never get your pawn back. You've actually traded off black's weakest pawn, and white will be a pawn down long term. So this one is committal. The other option that comes to mind immediately is to push forward in the centre to try and kick away black's most active piece, black's most centralised piece. And if we see a trade of knights, then I think white would be very happy. Look at this pawn centre. It's going to be hard to break down. And despite being a pawn down, I think white has all the chances here. However, this also does offer the opportunity, if white pushes forward, for black's knight to jump and attack the white queen. Black would gain a bit of time here, and maybe black could even, at some point, plant a knight in the heart of white's position. So a lot of tempting moves for Magnus. He's actually played this. He's allowing this variation. He's allowing black to put a knight on a very, very active square, but he's, at the same time, creating a very powerful pawn centre. And this is the 101 of chess basics, basically. You just want to control these central squares with your pawns first, and the pieces pour forward later on. The computer The evaluation bar is not such a big fan of that move, but I think it will maybe slightly recorrect itself. And yeah, I think the computer just being a bit materialistic here. Black's a pawn up, but the rest of Black's position is a bit smelly right now.
Yeah. I have to say, you might be surprised by this, but I actually preferred your other pawn move, which broke up the head of the pawn chain. And the reason I say that is because this pawn center does look very, very impressive. But there are consequences, and if you take a look at the light squared bishop, kind of trapped. And again, there's no kind of clear path what you're going to do with these pawns apart from control squares. And my experience in this type of position is it's a lot more difficult to play with the black pieces if your opponent is opening lines for the pieces. But then, having said that, it is very tempting. I'm not sure I also would resist the bait.
Yeah, we can't blame Magnus for playing the most natural, the most tempting move in the position.
It certainly is, you know. You get the pawn center, love it.
Yeah, and he played it quite quickly as well after only maybe a 6-7 minute think. In this type of tense middle game, that is a good time investment in general. You don't want to be thinking on any move longer than 15, 20 minutes, but 6 or 7 minutes at this critical moment where both sides are just getting to grips with the position, I think that's a good practical decision from the world champion, still maintaining a big time advantage. And also a big moment for Jan Nepomniachtchi, where to move that knight, to trade itself off for White's knight, which is actually long-term favourable for Black, but short-term not so great. It would just allow White's pawns to kind of control each other in the centre, a knight trade right now. Or do you run away, gain some time against the white queen, but at the same time keep a lot of pieces on the board? And if the more pieces that are left on the board, the more ammunition maybe Magnus has later if he wants to build up an attack. What would you choose, Jovanka? To trade or not to trade?
Tricky question, actually. My instincts are telling me to attack the queen, but then, you know, my head is actually saying capture the knight and use that time to develop pieces. Because I'm really worried about those pieces that are not working. And sometimes it can be an issue of timing because, you know, say you attack the queen is driven to a square in the center where she has her sights towards the black king. You know, Simon kind of pointed out nicely, White's goal is eventually checkmate, right? And again, that knight would be offside, so timing is everything, so I'm going to go for knight takes knight. What about you, David?
OK, I'll go for the other one. I think the black knight will hop over and attack the white queen. And stylistically, I mean, we've talked about these two players. Magnus, he's a bit of a universal player. He can play any type of position, especially comfortable in the endgame, but in these middle games where he's got some initiative, some long-term goals, he tends to be OK as well. Versus Nepomniachtchi, who's more dynamic, who's more direct. Who do you think this favours, this type of scenario? Personally, I think this favours Magnus, not necessarily because it suits Magnus's strengths, but I don't think Nepomniachtchi is so comfortable in situations he's a pawn up and defending. How about you?
I completely agree with that. I do think that this favours Magnus. I mean, we've commentated on the Champions Chess Tour, and this is very similar to the encounters that he's had against Daniel Dubov, where he was playing with a pawn up, and it was Daniel Dubov that he had to kind of restrain the initiative. So Magnus is very familiar with this type of position. So, and you know, for Nepomniachtchi, yes, he's done a lot of work in this particular line, but he's not so familiar. His kind of bread and butter variation was actually a completely different opening.
Yeah, exactly. Nepomniachtchi historically always went for the Grunfeld defence against 1d4, and it was only in the last couple of years that he's realised he needs to broaden his horizons, broaden his opening repertoire, and that's worked very well for him. It's brought him into the World Championship match, but maybe slightly less experienced than Magnus in this type of scenario long term.
All right, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's thinking again, and we don't only have Tanya on ground in Dubai, we have two reporters located here in the Expo 2020 in Dubai, where the World Championship match is going on. It's a huge arena, it's a huge place with a bunch of stuff going on, and our Danish main man down there is, you know, what's going on there today, Rune, around the Expo area?
Well, hello, Tanya. Yeah, you are absolutely right. This place is huge, huge. We just had some dancing going on behind us. We have the robots, all kinds of robots. We have all these huge buildings that I would like to share with you, because what you see up here, I would just like to show that for the stream. That's the Dubai Exhibition Center. That is where the players are actually playing. So, today, the mood is a little bit different. The weather is a little bit different. It's a little bit more damp here today. And the mood is also, it's more tense. It's like, okay, now the show is rolling. We just came out from inside of the Dubai Exhibition Center, or deck as they call it. And everybody are like a little bit antsy, like what's going on, what's going to happen. It feels like something big is going to happen today. And I was with my cameraman, the awesome Øyvind right there, waiting for Magnus to arrive prior to the game today, and something kind of fun happened. The car rode up, and I spotted inside the car my fellow Dane, Peter Heine Nielsen, who's famously the trainer of Magnus and an awesome guy. And we were waiting, okay, we have to get the shot of Magnus going out of the car and going into the playing venue. Did Magnus get out of the car? No, he stayed in the car for 7 minutes discussing something quite animated with Peter Heine Nielsen. So probably maybe some last-minute opening preparation going on. And then he got out of the car, he had the laser focus, and he went straight to the playing hall. So that is the status update. I have an interesting guy I will interview later, and I will return with more. Back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Rune, and loving the sunglasses today as well. Thanks for that report and that very interesting story from earlier today. You would have thought that Magnus and his team would have made the plan for the first white game for months now. But then the 7 minutes in the car,
that's
discussing.
Fascinating nugget of information there. I mean, I'm not sure whether they were discussing chess or discussing basketball, football results. You never know with Magnus, but either way, yeah. I mean, it shows that the world champion, despite acting cool, despite playing fast in this game so far, he's not 100% in the zone yet. He's maybe a bit nervous. I mean, there's no other explanation to discuss chess moves or kind of opening preparation so close to the game. Yeah. And there we go. After 7 minutes having a chat, he does eventually get out of the car and... either way, I think he'll be happy with how this opening has gone. Maybe they were discussing other options, something else that could have happened, but...
Well, is it a little bit relatable to, you know, it's soon to be December now, at least in Norway. A lot of people will be doing their exams now at this time of year. And I can remember that, you know, going to my exams, I would be studying hard in the bus, just final repetition, trying to remember everything. Is it like that a little bit with chess as well? So you decided your opening, and then you're like, okay.
Yes.
Got to revise everything.
You've got to cram it all in because you have your long-term memory and your short-term memory. And so just before the game, sometimes you just whiz through a few lines and just mentally clarify everything and just go, okay, if he plays this, I'm going to play that, and this. And, you know, I'm sure Magnus, this is his 5th World Championship. He has a routine, and I'm sure he's sticking to that. And I've often seen pictures of him, Magnus, walking alongside Peter Heine Nielsen, and they're deep in thought, deep in conversation, chatting about the game. So, you know, you have a pattern, you should stick to it. And incidentally, I was listening to Garry Kasparov, a former world champion, who gave a talk. And David, your move is on the board. Knight attacks the queen. And, well, Magnus instantly replying, centralizing the queen. And Garry Kasparov said that, you know, all his life, he just lived chess. You know, everything he did was chess. And when it came to the World Championship, it was nothing different. He would spend all morning working on it. And wow, David, Nostradamus in action. The knight now has occupied that post.
Yeah, they do say that every single chess game is like a new exam, and right now there's a very difficult question that Nepomniachtchi has just answered, and now he's posing a difficult question in this exam to Magnus. And look at this black knight. It's an intruder. It's a bit of an octopus there with all of its tentacles controlling lots of squares in White's camp, and Magnus needs to get rid of that knight ASAP, as soon as he can. And he'll want to trade it off, maybe for his own knight. Either way, that black knight cannot be allowed to live for too long. It will just control too many squares. It will paralyze all of White's pieces. And maybe we have to pull up the analysis board here just because it's such a critical moment. This knight is the key. It's a beast. If Magnus can get rid of it, then his position is beautiful. But if he can't, then he will regret that. And right now, he would love to play a move such as just retreating his knight to try and trade this guy off, but this would lose connection, lose the defense of this central pawn. So I'm not sure White can retreat his knight right now. Maybe you can play around this knight for a couple of moves. For example, you could develop your bishop first, and depending on what Black does, for example, if Black finally belatedly develops a piece, maybe now you can try and trade off this guy. You can try and trade it off for your knight. I don't think you can try and sacrifice, for example, a rook for this knight. I don't think it's worth a material sacrifice right now, but you need to get rid of it. The one question that bugs me, though, is that if Magnus does play this move, this natural move, the first one that comes to my mind, is that maybe Black can bring his other knight to support this guy. For example, if White offers a trade, nope. The trade happens on Black's terms, and one octopus knight gets replaced by another one, and yeah, suddenly Black remains with this fantastic beast. And if Magnus cannot play the slow game and slowly exchange off knights, then maybe he needs to look for something more direct. Does that include maybe breaking open the center right now? You could make an argument for trading pawns first, but breaking open the center in a way, this type of manner, is very tempting because the Black pieces are still asleep. Black has one good piece right now, but maybe White's pieces are ready for an opening of the position, especially this bishop.
Yeah, I have to say, I feel that the time is now. White has to do something, because something that also really worries me about this position is if Black were to simply attack the knight with his pawn, and then once the knight is driven back, the light squared bishop can actually develop itself over to the a6 square, and suddenly there's all sorts of X-ray attacks against the queen.
And this is actually a really interesting moment. We do get a hint here about the Stockfish opinion, the Stockfish's move suggestions. And in the current position, after Black's just landed with his knight into this glorious d3 square, the computer suggests 2 moves for White. Anything else gives Black a reasonable advantage. And those 2 moves are pushing pawns. One of them is this pawn push in the center. It's not the one I suggested, but it's similar. It's opening up the diagonal for this bishop. Also maybe trying to trade pawns here to try and get towards this Black king. The other pawn push suggestion is actually a trade, just to take on this square, potentially with the same idea. So after we see a trade of pawns, maybe now White would push a pawn forward again with ideas of opening up this diagonal for his bishop. You could make an argument for both of these pawn pushes, to be honest. This one or this one. Either way, Magnus needs to play very fast, very directly, and very energetically. Otherwise, he is just a pawn down for nothing.
Yeah. Oh, dangerous moment. How natural is that pawn move? I must admit, it doesn't come to my mind at all. It might come to my mind after the pawn trade, I have to say, because then you're lengthening the bishop.
Maybe you get there by kind of reverse engineering your calculations. So you see that, OK, now if I push this pawn forward, now the bishop's nearly open. But then you think, oh, this does give Black the chance, though, to challenge this diagonal with his own bishop. And then you think, OK, why give Black the opportunity to put his bishop on a good diagonal? Maybe I don't trade first. And this is the kind of logic that's going through Magnus's mind. Maybe he thinks, OK, I won't touch this yet. I'll do it in the different order, in the opposite order. And maybe now pushing forward is the most accurate. That's what Stockfish thinks. That's what the computer thinks.
And now it has a lot of logic, right? So Black can't.
It's not an instant instinctive move, as you say.
No, because you just think, hey, Black is simply going to advance the pawn, and then you stop the evaluation there without thinking, oh, hang on a second, pawn takes pawn is a little bit annoying.
So threats of maybe pawn takes pawn, opening up this bishop, as we mentioned, but also if Black maybe just blocks this diagonal, there's a couple of ideas White could go for. You could plant a knight in the centre of the board, or maybe just trade off first. And no matter which way Black recaptures, there will be targets. Black now has an isolated pawn. You could maybe go in this direction and try and target it with your queen and bishop. And suddenly, the more I look at it, the more I think White has decent chances. But it's all about finding this difficult move. And I wouldn't be sure I'd find it in a game. I think it would maybe be my third choice. Well, in terms of instinct, I would first look at just developing a piece, just because I want to finish developing everything. I just want to get all my pieces centralized first. If that's too slow, then I would look maybe at trades like this one, or maybe a direct pawn push, initiating complete chaos. But then maybe a more strategic pawn push. We should also mention that if Black captures this pawn, then now White can jump forward with a knight, attacking the Black queen, but also about to trade off and eliminate this powerful Black steed that we mentioned earlier. So I don't think that would be beneficial for Nepomniachtchi. Actually, I think this is very strong, this pawn push for Magnus, but will he find it? He's got enough time to do so.
Yeah, the world champion has been thinking for some minutes now about this next move, and many will be saying that Magnus Carlsen is the greatest chess player of all time. Of course, that is a discussion. Maybe Kasparov is the one, maybe Bobby Fischer. But we have now launched, actually, a new collection of NFTs. So NFTs are basically digital collectibles. You can collect now digital moments from Magnus Carlsen's road to GOAT is what they're called. So every now and then there's going to be launched and released a new moment that you can bid for. And if you go to chesschamps.io, there's actually been at least one release already. Moments that led Magnus Carlsen to become maybe the greatest of all time, definitely one of the greatest chess players of all times. So head over to chesschamps.io and start collecting your NFTs. Have you gotten into the business yet, David?
Not yet.
Yeah.
I'm not brave enough, but I was severely tempted during the Champions Chess Tour finals. I was on the brink of putting a bid in and just trying to...
I got one.
Did you? Ooh, which one?
The gold money Asian rapid when Levon Aronian won.
Cool. Okay, so that is now in your digital collectibles.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I'm obsessed with the pieces that they have. I mean,
super nice.
They're like crystals. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to have them showing in my house. I don't want to just keep them in my digital database. I kind of want it out there on my walls.
Yeah.
Could be worth a lot someday.
Yeah.
Yeah. The NFTs, you guys, it's kind of a new thing out there. I see it on the news all the time now. People and celebrities buying NFTs of different stuff. And now you can collect these chess NFTs, Magnus Carlsen, Road to GOAT. And we're going to take the road down to Simon at the Good Night. Oh, I bet you're having a good time, Simon.
I'm having a great time. Yeah, just on the water, obviously. And very exciting game going on at the moment. I mean, this is the kind of chess we want to see. We want to see pawn sacrifices. We want to see dynamic positions. And what we're going to do, just to do something a little bit different, I'm playing a very good friend of mine, Oddbjorn, who's a chess player. We're taking the position in the game, and we're going to play a 30-second each game from this position. I'm going to play Magnus, you're going to play Jan. Is that okay? Is that okay, Oddbjorn? Okay, so we're keeping an eye on the clock, and this is going to play out who's actually going to win the real game.
We're basically going to solve it, right?
So keep an eye on the clock. So we've only got 30 seconds. Off we go. Here we go. Magnus is going to smash you, Bjorn. I'm a bit slow here. Okay, what's going on?
I don't know.
Okay, well, it looks like Magnus might... Oh, he's coming towards the king now. Here he comes. He's coming in. Come around the angles. The knight's coming in. Oh, and he's lost his queen. Sacrifice. Oh, my word. You're smashing me, Bjorn. You've got 19 seconds left. This is a terrible game of chess. And it looks like, according to this game, that Magnus is in a lot of trouble, especially the way I'm playing. But there's only 13 seconds left on the clock, and this is obviously how the game's going to continue in the real world. This is obviously everything like this is going to happen, nothing else. 8 seconds left, and Bjorn is now doing very well on the position. I don't know where that went. It looked like a legal move, and Bjorn loses on time. Okay, so that was a very sensible game there. And that's exactly what's going to happen in the World Championships. We can see that Magnus is going to sacrifice his queen, but win on time. Then I think that was very realistic, Bjorn. What do you think there? Realistic game?
Yeah, I was happy. There was a couple of moves where I didn't play the ultimate move, but in general, I was very happy with my play, except time management, of course.
So are you happy being Jan? I'm very happy being Magnus, or would you rather be Magnus?
No, I'll rather be Jan here. Obviously, it's going to win as long as he keeps a watch on the time and the clock. Then he should, should do this quite easily, actually. Yeah.
Okay, well that was kind of random, and you can see this is how the day's going to pan out down here at the Good Night Chess Pub in Oslo, a great place where they're showing the chess everywhere. Lots of fun going on, lots of supporters. Now back to the studio, as it looks like Magnus is still thinking, but yeah, what's going on in the game?
Yeah. That was super impressive, Simon, being able to commentate and play what would be like a super bullet game there. Very impressive. Thanks for doing that.
Anything for TV.
Yeah.
Anything for TV. So.
Very nice. Thank you so much, Simon. And yeah, David, I guess if this happens in the game, that's going to be the most sensational World Championship game ever.
Imagine if Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi follow all of those moves. Or imagine if Nepomniachtchi gets a winning position and loses on time, just like happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah, these guys, I mean, that shows the fun they're having down at the Good Night. And I think around the world, there'll be similar scenarios. I know lots of chess fans are putting the position on the board and playing it out. And that's one way to learn. That's one way to improve. That's what these guys did when they were young as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm jealous of Simon now, having all that fun, playing all that chess.
Chess is fun and in various shapes and forms.
Yeah.
And the most important thing, if you ever want to get better at chess, is just simply to enjoy yourself while you're playing. And just even that game, you know, it is something to learn from, and it certainly will inspire you to play even more. Because, you know, once chess bites, you know, you can't just escape it, you know.
And it also shows that chess is actually a very social game.
Yeah.
You know, when playing at this level. Right?
It is.
I mean, these are, of course, sitting, you know, in deep thought, but...
It is, and I think it's one of the barriers I think we need to break down, actually, that chess is just this cerebral game that two players play in silence. Yeah, that is one element. But like you said, you can have jokes, you can have banter, and you can involve everyone in the audience. Yeah. And talking about that, we do have some tweets.
Yay.
And I'd also like to thank everyone for sending in their selfies. Very much appreciated. We will feature them on the show. But Kevin Winter does ask us, why are the players playing behind a screen? Surely they would appreciate an audience to add atmosphere. And they're playing behind a screen because they do need silence. It is a World Championship match. And you certainly, although they would appreciate the whole atmosphere and audience, you do not want any kind of case where the audience shout out an answer or a little bit noisy. So in this particular situation, the stakes are too high to have the players playing in front of a full audience. And we also have a question from Michael Thomas. I love this question, by the way. Jan has this great tick where he twirls a captured piece in his hand while thinking. Who has the best thinking tick?
Oh.
Ooh, that's interesting, actually. If we're not just talking about these two players, then I would say Boris Gelfand, a former World Championship challenger in 2012. He's the quickest and the most skillful I've ever seen at twirling the pieces, and he can do it in all sorts of different directions and different movements with every single piece. I didn't notice Jan doing it actually here so far, but maybe that shows a bit of nerves. But I think in general, chess players just like to keep their hands busy.
Yeah.
It's just to do something while the brain is working so fast.
I noticed you twirl with your pieces.
Sometimes. I always make sure that I take it below the board, though, so my opponent can't watch me, so they can't get distracted while I play with the pieces.
But the best one I've seen was actually Kramnik. He went and got one of his captured, his opponent's captured pieces. He went and said, "That's mine," and he started twirling with it. And his opponent said, "Well, I'm going to do the same."
and then just grabbing all the pieces back.
Yeah.
That's fun.
I guess some other ticks would be just facial expressions, as we mentioned, and some players I've faced, they hum to themselves occasionally, and lots of different different habits. The last question as well, the last tweets that we had about playing in this box, playing behind the glass, it just brings back memories of this match, stories that I've read of the match between Karpov and Korchnoi, where there was so much drama and Korchnoi was complaining about members of the audience trying to distract him or trying to hypnotize him. I think the reason we have them in this fishbowl in the glass box is purely to just dispel any accusations of kind of non-fair play, essentially. And the players, they're used to this kind of scenario where it's just them and the board. And meanwhile, a move. Is it going to be the move we said was important here? Magnus, he finds the top computer suggestion.
Wow.
Stockfish said this earlier as being quite strong for white. And we aren't that surprised, right? Magnus finding the best move. He is the world champion currently for a reason. And
but what happens to the bar there? Okay, it's going to correct itself, I bet.
It will correct itself, yeah. It's just the evaluation bar. I notice it for a few seconds. It just counts the material, and then it says, "Oh, black's a pawn up. That's why it's around +1." Then it looks at deeper. It starts calculating deeper, and it will realise, okay, it's still roughly balanced. Still, anything can happen. But I like this move from Magnus. It also signals that he wants to attack. Anytime a pawn lands on this square, the E5 square, it means that white wants to attack the black king.
Yeah.
And it's heating up.
It's heating up, but Jan Nepomniachtchi is not at the board right now. We're going to head back down to Dubai to Tanya, who earlier today was right outside this fish tank. It was very intense. Where are you at right now, Tanya?
Hey guys, I am outside the auditorium now, so I can at least speak louder. We can see the commentary is on, the FIDE commentary is on behind me. Now it's been a very complex opening in Game 2, a very fun position we've got with us, and to give us more opening insights, I've got with me Grandmaster Alejandro Ramirez. Thanks for joining us, Alejandro.
Always a pleasure.
All right, now Ale, seeing second move E6 by Jan Nepomniachtchi, what was your first impression?
I think it was rather expected. I think at some point his team sat down with him, looked at Nepo and said, your name's not MVL, you can switch openings, you need something a little bit more solid to go into the World Championship, because imagine that you just prepare the Grunfeld and a hole is poked into it, then you're kind of stuck. But having the Nimzo Indian repertoire as your main defense means that you have so many matches and such solid positions to play with that it's not strange that he added it to the World Championship right now. So I'm not surprised at all that he had E6 in mind.
Oh wow, a lot of us were expecting the Grunfeld, but as you mentioned, you need something more solid, and we've seen Jan speak about this change in style. He's got new people on his team, Grandmaster Peter Lecco, one of them, so it makes a lot of sense for him to choose this line.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see that they're not shying away from complications, that despite the fact that it is a Nimzo Indian type of repertoire, that in this particular Catalan, they went for a complex one, right? This B5 instead of a more classical approach in the Catalan, and I think that suits Nepo's style, but of course it opens him up to different types of plans like the one that Magnus has chosen.
Now, speaking of the Catalan, Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan, who has a course on the Catalan, had a very interesting tweet that everything that Magnus has done so far reeks of him having worked with Dubov for this match. It's the Catalan giving up a pawn for initiative. What's your take on that?
I wouldn't be surprised, and even if Dubov is not working in this particular match, you can see the remnants of his work with Dubov in the previous match, the way that he handles dynamic positions, the way he's not afraid of giving away pawns for long-term compensation. He did it yesterday, he's doing it again today, so it might not be true that he's working with Dubov right in this one, but that specter, let's call it, of Dubov's work is still around influencing the match even today.
Wow, that's fascinating. And of course, the whole talk is about who are the seconds for this match. Now, speaking of Jan playing the move B5, there was talk about, wait a second, this is Grischuk's favorite line. What do you think are the odds of Alexander Grischuk being on Team Jan for this match?
It really is a bunch of speculation out there, and it's hard to say. The thing is, even if you have a list of solid seconds, you still want to play properly for your own player, right? So even if you have seconds that perhaps wouldn't play B5 themselves, you can sit down and think, what is going to benefit my player? And in this case, I think that it could be anybody that analyzes B5 to its entirety. Now, of course, we have a lot of strong Russian players. You mentioned Grischuk. A lot of talk has been around Karyakin, but although that doesn't seem very likely, I think that it's really just a guess at this point.
Amazing stuff. Now, Alejandro, the current position on the board with Magnus just having played E5, who do you think is more pleased with the outcome of today's opening?
I think they both are pleased in different ways. I think Magnus is happy that he got a little bit more prep in. He was able to get a bit of a time advantage, but he also knows it's a very complicated position. I think he would have been happier to not see Queen D7 and instead have seen the lines that included the move B4. And the reason, I think they were just more studied and they went into more forcing paths. And I think it was wise for Nepo to shy away from them. I don't know if you've been able to see it, but they would have transposed into this beautiful Gelfand Shirov from 1992. That was just one of the most brilliant games ever. Gelfand was unable to finish Shirov, but executed a wonderful, wonderful attack. And it's a very funny transposition because it seemed like the variation was completely new, but somehow it would have transposed back into that semi-Slav game. And of course, that would have been a huge preparation by Magnus. And instead we have Queen D7, which I think was wise by Nepo. And he's a little bit in his comfort zone in the sense this is very complex.
And I really liked what you said before this interview, that your favorite part about today's game is that this is not going to fizzle out too soon.
You can't even imagine how it's going to happen, and I think this is a chess fan's dream. One side has a pawn, the other one has the initiative. Man, Nepo maneuvered his knight to D3 and hasn't developed any of his queen side. but he has a pawn, and he has that expansion on the queen side. This is what we want to see. This is going to be a dramatic game. Man, it could even be the first decisive result of the round of the match already.
Wow. Oh my God, so much to look forward to in this one. Big drama, big fight coming up. Back to you guys in the studio. Thanks, Alejandro.
And thanks to you, Tanya. And that was also very interesting, launching Grandmaster Alexander Grishuk, a great Russian player, maybe as a second for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah, it's fascinating, all of this speculation, and we know that the whole of Russia is behind Nepomniachtchi, so I wouldn't be that surprised. I mean, at this point, it's all speculation, but yeah, it just shows that you can draw ideas, even if it's just inspiration, even if it's just looking at some of your rivals' games. You can draw ideas from everywhere, and that's what Nepomniachtchi has done in this opening, playing the favourite move of one of his compatriots, one of the most successful Russian players of the last few years. And OK, it's led to a really complex position there. Nepomniachtchi just bringing his bishop to the side, maybe just kind of trying to keep some control over this long diagonal. We talked about White's light squared bishop a lot, but yeah, Nepomniachtchi, maybe the speculation about Karyakin, maybe Grishuk, so many names. And either way, Magnus Carlsen now and his team will have to go and study Alexander Grishuk's games. They'll have to burn a lot of time, waste a lot of time looking at his games just in case he is part of the team now.
What do you think right now, David, of this position? Is this a drawish game or what is it?
I think it's about as far away from a draw as you can get in chess. I mean, every single piece is on the board.
Wow.
Only one capture so far. Black is a pawn up. And with a material imbalance, with all the pieces remaining, with neither side's king completely safe, especially the black king, I think there's going to be a decisive result in this one. I just have a feeling.
Wow.
I'm not sure which direction it's going to go and whose favour, but I don't think we're going to see a draw here. I'm going to say it now.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, David. Although the computers are kind of less enthusiastic about White's position, I do know that the vibe on Twitter is very much that the advantage is very much in Carlsen's hands. And we have a tweet from German Grandmaster Nicholas Huschenbach, who says this move that Carlsen played would be huge for Carlsen, and both players are now definitely on their own. So yeah, absolutely thrilling stuff. And this is what we want, actually, from the Catalan.
Yeah. I think this opening, the Catalan opening, was the perfect choice for this game. Maybe for the rest of the World Championship for Magnus Carlsen, because it's such a hard opening to neutralise. There's no way for Black to immediately make a draw. There's no way for Black to force the issue. Either way, you will be on your own at some point, and you'll have to improvise. And if you're improvising, if you're kind of winging it, Nepomniachtchi, with less experience in these types of positions with both colours, he's not going to be in his comfort zone. And you can tell Nepomniachtchi is not in his comfort zone because of the clock difference. Still 20 minutes down on the clock. And yeah, we've talked about the Catalan. Go check out that free Chessboard course, because it will change your life. If you are a strategic player, especially if you're maybe above 1600, and if you want a new opening to add to your repertoire, it's been endorsed by the world champion in this game, and there's no better reference than that. So, yeah, Magnus Carlsen, we love his opening so far from the white side, or at least we love the position that has arisen from it, just in terms of the double-edged combativeness of it. But if he can continue the momentum, he's got chances now.
Yeah, and I have to say, those two bishops, they're really sort of just eyeing up each other on the diagonal there. How important are the black pawn and also the white knight sort of blocking them?
Yeah, I think the black pawn is important. Black needs to keep his pawns where they are. Black can barely touch them. So as you mentioned, it's these two bishops. There's a lot of kind of indirect tension. It's as if they're on a date, but on opposite sides of the restaurant right now. And if this knight suddenly moves, which it might well do at some point, if this pawn moves, which it might have to, for example, if Magnus trades, then suddenly the bishops come to life. And this tension, it would actually favour black if the bishops come off. But while the bishops remain, I think it favours white. So Magnus won't touch this pawn yet. He doesn't want to open up the length, and lengthen the diagonal of this bishop. But the moves I would be considering here, I still want to keep this tension. The move I would be considering is simply pawn takes pawn, just to open up a line for the white queen against this potential weakness. If black takes with the pawn, then suddenly the black king is really airy, really open. You don't want to ever see this as black, because suddenly the bishop would jump forward, for example, and already there are checkmating ideas. If this knight moves, then the white queen is ready to come and checkmate this black king. So this won't happen, but if it doesn't, if, for example, black takes with the bishop on this square, on the f6 square, then suddenly isolated pawn and a target. And, for example, the bishop can come hit this pawn. Later on, once we get rid of this knight, the rook will join the action and try and line up against this weakness.
And of course, the knight can actually jump into the center and control a square. And will be, the other knight I was actually thinking, invite all your pieces to the party, as they say. And then, of course, you're looking at many squares. And
or even jumping in with this knight and just opening up this diagonal. Kaja mentioned this tension.
Yes.
Now it definitely favours white. Look how many squares this bishop controls relative to its counterpart over here.
All right.
This looks promising for white. It's maybe the simple approach. Maybe Magnus is looking for something more sophisticated, something deeper. He's got options. He can move this bishop. He could jump in immediately. But I think there'll be a long think here for the world champion.
All right. Thinking for 4 minutes now, Magnus Carlsen. He is still quite a lot up on the clock. But do you think... I mean, yesterday we had a move where one player was thinking for over 50 minutes.
Yeah.
Is this that critical moment for Magnus?
I think not yet, but it's getting there. I think we're inching towards the critical moment. We've already had some big decisions from both sides. Firstly, Nepomniachtchi to grab the pawn. Secondly, for Magnus to just allow the pawn, black's extra pawn, to survive. And especially Magnus's last move, pushing in the centre. Those were all big decisions, but they didn't necessarily lead to any long variations, any forcing moves where there's checks or captures or threats. So I think when those start to arise, and they will soon, that's when we'll see the players spend a lot of time.
And I have to say, I've noticed one different thing today from yesterday. Nepomniachtchi is spending a lot less time by the board. Yesterday, it seemed he was mostly sitting there. If he wasn't sitting there, he would be maybe walking around the room a little bit, but being there. It seems he's now, shifting tactics a little bit, leaving the room, trying to stay a little bit away.
Yeah, as soon as Magnus moves, he's off. He's out of there. Yeah, it's strange. He lost, 8 minutes on the clock earlier during one move, just being away at the board. And then a couple of moves ago, he lost another 5 minutes being away from the board. So
could it be that he's
nerves. Hopefully there's no health. Hopefully there's nothing distracting him there.
Yeah, I was trying to think back to his normal behaviour. I mean, because I'm also just like Nepomniachtchi when I play chess. I make my move and then I'm out of there pacing and just trying to get rid of this nervous energy, formulating my thoughts. And just thinking back to Nepomniachtchi's normal over-the-board behaviour.
He
walks around a
quite
lot.
Yeah.
But is he so instantaneous with his departure from the board?
Not always, no. I mean, I've played him maybe nearly a dozen times, and every game he gets up at some point and walks around, but half the time he likes to just sit there and kind of smile at his opponent and just show them he's fully comfortable, and you can tell there's like a swagger, an air of confidence around him. But if he's not sitting at the board, he can't show Magnus that he's feeling confident. So maybe it is a bit of nerves on part of the Russian.
So how big of a part is the psychological battle here? When you're playing a game in a big tournament, will you sometimes think, okay, wait, I'm going to make this move, but I'm going to wait a little bit so he thinks I maybe haven't decided, or I'm going to put my hand here and then switch to here so he thinks... Do you actually have these thoughts at all?
I think I have them a bit too much. I focus too much on the psychology.
Really?
For example, during the Grand Swiss recently, I sensed that my opponent's most natural move would be a big mistake, but it requires a lot of calculation. And I was getting quite low on the clock already. I was down to less than 10 minutes. But I thought, OK, if I look nervous, if I act nervous, it will tempt him to play quickly and play this mistake. So I was just thinking. I knew exactly what I was going to play, but I was just nervously kind of shuffling. And then I made the move, and he reacted instantly with the blunder. So... sometimes there are tricks like this. In World Championship matches, there's different types of psychology. I mean, Magnus, he's acting really stoic and really calm at the moment, but some players act confident on purpose, some players act nervous on purpose, and I mean, it can go either way. You can't guarantee that it will affect your opponent, but if it does 1% of the time, then you might get a chance at some point in this match.
Yes, and you have to remember this is a match, a 14-game match where he's playing the same opponent again and again, and the mind matters here, and they definitely have to get the measure of each other. So I think maybe Nepomniachtchi is distancing himself from Magnus for a reason, actually, just to kind of say, hey, I don't want any part of your over-the-board, off-the-board game, so let me just focus on the chess and just think about it from a distance, which chess players can do.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, Nepomniachtchi, he's got the position in his mind anyway. He doesn't necessarily need to look at the board. But the one concern, if I were, for example, if I were Potkin, if I were on Nepomniachtchi's team, if I was one of his coaches, I would be looking at the clock and I would be thinking, OK, you have 2 hours for 40 moves. That means the first 20 moves, you need to spend an hour. We're only at move 15, and he's got just over an hour now. So he's actually technically slightly behind schedule in terms of how long he should spend on each move. And in the opening, you want to be ahead of schedule because Nepomniachtchi, he played, what was it, the first 10 or so moves instantly because he was still in his opening preparation. And that means he spent nearly an hour on his last 6 or 7 moves. And that's slightly worrying. He's normally a very quick player as well, very instinctive. He trusts himself and he makes quick decisions. But today, that hasn't been the case.
All right. Well, with his last move, at least he's brought also Magnus Carlsen into a deep thought. We're going to head back down to Dubai. There's so many interesting people out and about and around this World Championship arena. And one of them is a very famous chess streamer, Erik Rosen, is with Rune down in Dubai.
Yeah, hi. You know, if I say, oh no, my queen, everybody's going to know what I'm talking about. And that is due to this guy right here I ran into. I am Erik Rosen. Hello, Erik. Nice to meet you.
It's great to be here. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for coming and sitting down for this interview. So I would like just to get your first impressions on being here as a chess fan for the World Chess Championship.
Yeah, it's super cool. It's pretty surreal just seeing a World Championship in person. And to be photographing in the playing room is it's a treat for me. So, yeah, super grateful to be here.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you were photographing in the playing venue because you are actually not here as Erik Rosen, the chess star streamer. You're here as a FIDE's official chess photographer. Is that right?
Well, I'm still Erik Rosen, but I am working for FIDE as an official photographer. So it's a cool job, but I'm still reminded that I have a streaming personality. I'm getting stopped pretty much nonstop by chess fans here. So it's I have to balance the two between taking photos and taking pictures with fans. So.
Yeah, it is pretty crazy. Do you have any predictions? Have you been following the game today?
Yeah, I mean, the position right now is actually like really crazy, like some wild Catalan opening, and it's hard to predict given that the position's so tactical. So I think all 3 results are still possible.
Thank you very, very much. I would like to go back to the studio and just say thank you to Erik for always being Erik Rosen, even though he's also an official chess photographer. I will return if I can catch you a little bit later to ask some more questions of the streaming star and chess photographer. Back to the studio.
Thanks so much, Rune. And I see it's gotten dark in Dubai and the sunglasses are off. And we also have 2 moves on the board.
Yep, we have a couple of moves. Magnus eventually did decide to capture a pawn, and Nepomniachtchi instantly made his reply. So let's just dive into the position just to explain what's happened. There's been a small change now. We saw that White had a very strong pawn here, but maybe he needs some direct action. He needs his pieces to get some squares as well. So he went for a trade, and as we saw, Black didn't really want to open up his king by trading and recapturing with this pawn. Instead, he took with a bishop. Very sensible. And now Jovanka is itching for the move knight to e4. This knight on the e4 square, the central square, it's a beautiful piece. It's on an outpost, actually. Can't get kicked away by any black pawns. And also, it hints at capturing this bishop. If this bishop is captured, for example, if Black makes a knight move, if this bishop is ever captured, then Black loses all control over the dark squares. And now White's bishop, for example, could jump out. White's knight could jump in towards the centre. Lots and lots of options here for White. And I think this would be a favourable trade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and one thing I just want to point out about this type of positions is that the Black Queen has to stay on her square, guarding that pawn that is being challenged on b5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because, I mean, otherwise, you know, if she gets greedy and she tries to initiate some kind of trades to kind of capture the pawn in the centre, well, you know, Black's whole pawn structure on the left side of the board is going to fall apart.
Yeah, that's right. There's too much pressure on this guy. Black has to protect it with the pawn, but also the queen behind. So if White's knight jumps into the middle, some viewers at home might be wondering, why can't Nepomniachtchi get greedy and capture a second pawn? And if this happens, then we might well see a trade in the centre. As you mentioned, the Black Queen now lured away from her ideal square. She had to stay here. And now, after a trade of pawns on this side, there would be some tactics. There would be some potential tricks. For example, along this diagonal, we've been talking about this diagonal the whole game, and finally, there would be a breakthrough for White. This knight is in the way, so you give it up with check. You force your opponent to take this knight, but you open up the diagonal, for example. Black has to react to the check, and now bishop takes bishop. Not only do you win that important bishop, but you trap the Black rook in the corner. So, yeah, Magnus Carlsen now calculating some of these tricks, just making sure that everything works in his favour. But once he does, once he sees the potential of his pieces, especially this bishop on g2, then I think he will go for a move such as Jovanka's, jumping forward with the knight. I would also be slightly tempted to consider a move such as bring the bishop out, but all of these ideas are to dislodge Black's best defensive piece right now. Black has two good pieces, the active knight and the bishop here, which does a good defensive job, so you need to get rid of one of them. And I'm expecting to see, this move, knight jumping to the centre, or the bishop coming out.
All right. And I have to say, it looks like the white king is very safe, and the black king less safe.
Agreed, fully agreed. Not only does the white king have a lot of pieces around it, and actually this is one of the perfect pawn structures in terms of defensive formations in chess, but it also has a lot of bodyguards, bishop, knight, rook, queen, and the black king in return. Yes, it's got its rook, which is also a good defender, but if this bishop is traded, as we mentioned, if white's knight just hops over and takes this bishop, then minimal defenders for black right now.
Yeah. And also the black rook, very sort of just locked in. Is that a big worry for Nepomniachtchi?
Yes, we showed that variation a moment ago where if, it's 4 or 5 moves down the line, but if Nepomniachtchi plays some very natural moves, this rook might even get trapped in the corner. So Nepomniachtchi, I think if white jumps in to the centre with his knight, I think he has to catch up in piece development. He has to just ignore this threat of taking a bishop and just bring his knight out so that the rook can finally breathe some fresh air.
Yeah, I agree. And, well, Black's position is a little bit shaky at the minute. I mean...
Maybe he's OK, but it is kind of hanging by a thread already.
Yeah.
Got to be really careful with Black.
And if I were to point the finger of blame at one piece, I think I would point it at that knight that has found its way on the d3 square. Because, I mean, quite frankly, Black's pieces should have been developed, the rest of them.
I mean, this knight alone has moved once, twice, 3, 4 times. 4 times, and we're only on move 15. Well, he's just made move 15 now as Black. So that's a large percentage of moves have been committed by this knight. And maybe those moves would have been better allocated for the other pieces instead.
All right, Magnus, deep in thought. We are enjoying so much receiving all of your selfies, and I think it's time to take a look at the pictures that you're posting on #C24Live. Thank you so much for posting all those selfies. We're so happy to have all of you around the world joining us and watching the drama unfold in Dubai. And here in Oslo, Simon Williams is down at the Good Night pub. And Simon, I'm wondering, is this game anyway unfolding like your bullet game earlier?
Yeah, I think it's exactly the same as the bullet game. Nothing has changed whatsoever. No, it looks a very exciting game. Chances for both sides. I think Magnus has got this real target that he can attack, that pawn in the middle of the board. So I'm liking his chances at the moment. But maybe we can ask some people in the pub. So let's go to the barmaid. And hello there. Can you introduce yourself?
Hi, my name is Rebecca. I work here.
Brilliant, Rebecca. And have you been following the chess?
Yes, I'm pouring some beer and then I'm also watching some chess. So I'm mainly relying on the computer, I must admit, but it looks very exciting.
Sounds brilliant.
Yeah.
And who do you think is going to win?
Magnus.
Magnus, of
yes,
course.
Of course.
Yeah, and you're a big Magnus supporter?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
brilliant.
yeah.
So,
yeah.
And have you ever met Magnus? Does he come down here at all?
Yeah.
He does?
I think he's here quite a lot, actually.
Okay, brilliant.
Yeah.
And he's always friendly?
Yes, I would say so.
Okay, good,
yes,
good.
Yeah.
All right, well, good stuff. Well, thank you very much.
Yeah, sure.
And we're just going to now walk around and just see what else is going on in the pub. And we've got another chap here. So, hi there. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Hello, I am Harald Christian.
Hello. And your opinion on the match so far?
Oh, it's too nerve-wracking right now. But to be honest, I'm very happy if it ends in a draw today.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's quite chaotic.
Yeah.
And I really don't like the knight of Nepo.
So good chances for Magnus. So yeah, brilliant. Okay.
I favor him still.
Okay, great.
Yes.
Okay, well, we're just, you can see the atmosphere is really picking up here. People are playing blitz, as you can see. They got beer, they got clocks, they got everything you need. They're even shaking hands, look at that. Really well played, and it's a great atmosphere, it's building. I think there's a lot of Magnus Carlsen fans down here, no surprise there. And I think he's got a great chance to win today. So back to the studio, and let's see how Magnus is getting on.
Thanks so much for that report, Simon. And you're optimistic for Magnus, but we did hear the Norwegian fan there a little bit worried about the knight situation. Can you agree with him?
Yep. If White can get rid of that centralised black knight deep in White's camp, then I think Magnus will be feeling very, very confident. I think that one piece, well, in conjunction with Black's dark square bishop, those two pieces are holding things together for Nepomniachtchi. So I understand why that Norwegian fan was slightly nervous. I would be too, especially if one of the best players in the world, like Nepomniachtchi, had a knight right there next to me. But I do feel Magnus can get rid of that piece at some point. And I think most of the Norwegian fans' nerves are because he just cares so much.
Yeah.
He wants Magnus to win so badly.
Yeah. You know, he is a big favourite. Experts have launched Magnus as a big favourite in this match. How devastating would it be for him to actually lose his title as world champion?
I think it would hurt a lot if Magnus were to lose, and especially I think it might hurt just a little bit more if it were his childhood rival, Nepomniachtchi. You know, maybe a few years down the line when Magnus got older and it was some up-and-coming kid, then maybe he might think, okay, well, fine, let them have a time. But, you know, childhood rivals, I don't know. I don't think Magnus would be very pleased about that, as anyone would, because Magnus is still very much in his prime. You know, he seems to get better and better. It's not like we've seen a decrease in his standard. If anything, it's the opposite. And of course, you have to remember, I do think that Magnus has his eye on Garry Kasparov's record.
Which is, what is that record?
He's had 16 years, right?
16 years.
But then again, we heard yesterday, Lasker, 27 years.
27 years, yeah.
27 years.
But with an 11-year break with the First World War going on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So everyone kind of tends to look to Garry, you know, as the main one to beat because he spent so much time at the top. And of course, Garry was the one who pipped Magnus Carlsen to that #1 spot when the Chess24 did the 50 best players of all time. Yep. So, yeah, I think it would be upsetting. In summary, as a long answer, but it would be upsetting for Magnus.
Yeah, and sometimes he brushes it off. He talks about being world #1 on the rating list as being more important, but he's been world #1 10 years in a row. That probably won't change for a while. I think the title, now he's there, now he's in the competition himself, I think the title will mean a lot to him. And yeah, he won't want to see Nepomniachtchi, who's actually beaten him several times in the past, take another title from his grasp. You can see just by Magnus's facial expressions there, his body language, he cares. When Magnus is maybe playing a more friendly event and with lower stakes, then he'll just be in his chair, kind of leaning back. We've seen it before from Carlsen. But right now, he's in full focus mode, and he wants this. We said yesterday as well, any sport, anywhere, any opposition, he wants to win. It's all about winning for him.
Yeah, and thinking for 14 minutes now, is this a critical moment in the game? Can Magnus go dramatically wrong in his next move?
Not necessarily in his next move, but we do have to remember that there is certain risk to Magnus's play because he is, after all, a pawn down. And if he were to play a few inaccurate moves, perhaps adopt the wrong plan, then things can go wrong. And if they go wrong, with Black's pawn majority there on the left side of the board, it can seriously go wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about he might be even losing. So,
and with that powerful Black Knight.
Yeah, exactly.
OK, we have his move.
OK, and it's Jovanka's first instinct. Jovanka suggested this, what was it, 10, 15 minutes ago? And,
yes, but I didn't have any calculation to back it up because, I mean, this is the big difference, actually, between higher-level players, is that they devote a lot of energy to the board. Meanwhile, lower-rated players tend to play by instincts and they go, yeah, it will work out in the end. And sometimes this is good. You can trust this. But and then even Magnus himself talked about this in Norway Chess, that he didn't feel he was particularly sharp. But he put in 100% effort over the board. He was working so hard, and look at him there. You can see he's deep in concentration.
Even after making his move.
Yeah, and he's calculated it all out. He's like worked out what's going to happen if the bishop retreats, what's going to happen if he's allowed to capture the knight, and of course, if Black gets greedy and captures the pawn.
That's really interesting, the two different strategies among the players. Nepomniachtchi just running away from the board, just going and chilling out there in the back, maybe just trying to turn off his brain, save the energy for when he's back at the board. But Magnus, not afraid of burning that energy, just still in focus mode, trying to get as deep into the position as possible. And Nepomniachtchi instantly making a move.
Wow.
He's actually played the move I suggested a bit earlier, bringing his knight out purely because that knight was sitting at home doing nothing. And at least the Black rook in the corner now does have some leeway. It does have some squares to run to. So.
And instantly leaving again, Jan Nepomniachtchi, this is definitely part of his tactics now, making his move, leaving the board. And looking at the position right now, David, what do you think?
It's still in the balance. I mean, all three results definitely on the cards. Personally, I would pick white here, despite being a pawn down and despite Black having this really powerful knight in the middle. I would pick white because I like the centralization. I just like the coordination, the pawn structure somehow. With Black, it feels like you need to be more energetic. You need to be, I don't know, you just need to be ready to react. And reacting can be hard rather than dictating the play, rather than bossing which side of the board you're going to play on. Then again, yeah, anything possible here. And yeah, I was actually going to say on the last move, Magnus jumping with his knight into the centre, it just reminded me of that Lasker quote. It's like, when you see a good move, look for a better one. And I think that's the situation Magnus is in right now. He sees a few good moves, but he's looking for the best. And right now, for example, White's knight in the centre can go and capture the Black dark square bishop. White's rook can slide across. White can capture a pawn, push a pawn. I mean, I don't envy him this type of position because I would be spending 20 minutes for sure just working out all of the options. And at some point, Magnus will have to end his calculations and just trust his instincts.
Yeah, because isn't that one of Magnus's strong points, his intuition? Just following his intuition, making the first move that comes to mind.
Yeah, and that suits him very much in rapid play chess. You know, when the game is quite speeded up. You know, that he can rely on his instincts. When it's a classical game, you know, you do have to take that time and you do have to work things out. Like my instinct is screaming at me, go knight takes bishop. Yeah. I don't know why, but I almost want to play it instantaneously. But you can see Magnus is just okay, and I think he's done it.
Yeah, it looks like he took a piece. No, he
didn't.
No, he
didn't. He put his knight in the centre.
He jumped into the centre. I was about to say he's going to take this bishop, eliminate Black's best defender, and then make a decision. But no, he's jumped into the middle with his board, and the computer really hates that move. Will the evaluation bar correct itself, or will Magnus be justified? And OK, he must have been calculating this on the last turn. This is maximum tension right now. He's attacking the Black queen. He's also got an eye with this knight on the Black knight, the Black powerful knight. But remember, this square is only covered once by the white pieces. It's only covered by the white pawn, but it's attacked twice by the Black pieces. So, for example, if the Black queen runs away, I think we can rule this out. White will just take back the knight, and now he has a glorious position. He's won back his pawn, and this knight is centralized. The queen is perfect. White has a big advantage. There's two things to calculate in the current position instead of that. Black, for example, can take a pawn with his queen, running away with the queen, but grabbing a pawn. Magnus would be 2 pawns down. And how is he going to justify this? Maybe he's going to take the bishop with check now.
Yep.
I guess the black rook will take. Black could make an argument for taking with the pawn. And then does he just want to take this pawn now that he's opened up this diagonal for his bishop? This one's still incredibly complicated. So many pieces hanging, so many pieces attacked. This knight might drop off, but then again, the black knight might drop off. So much action happening here. This is one option, or will Nepomniachtchi simply capture this knight, remove it from the board? Will that come at the cost of his own knight? I'm not sure about this one, because we'd see a trade and then the white pawn stepping forward, and now the black knight has disappeared. I don't think we'll see that one, but we might well see bishop takes knight. And for me, it's not clear who this favours. White's knight does have a landing spot now, protected by its pawn, but at some point black could get even greedier and take a second pawn. And also, black's knight has survived that whole transition, this powerful knight. And Nepomniachtchi's back at the board. He's lost another 2 minutes away from the board.
Yeah.
This is all going to add up, actually. But in the meantime, extremely complicated position right now. And the computer thinks it's still roughly balanced, but this one could go either way over the next 2 or 3 moves.
Wow. Now, still a bunch of pieces on the board, obviously. We are only in move 17. Is it, for them looking at this now, is it a little bit chaotic?
Totally chaotic. It feels really uncontrollable, actually, because the lines that you, some of them that you showed there, actually showed both sides being incredibly active with dynamic possibilities. And again, I feel like we have to run through them again just to kind of get a handle. So we can discount the ones where black simply returns the pawn, but what happens if black gets greedy again? This is...
So there's 2 ways to be greedy. Remember, white's knight is attacking the black queen and the black knight.
Yeah.
So by being greedy, I think that would mean either capturing this knight with a bishop or by capturing this pawn with the black queen. So 2 main options here for black. Which one are you tempted by, Jovanka, instinct-wise?
Grabbing the pawn with the queen.
OK, take this guy.
Yeah.
And now, just to be safe, I'm going to remove the black bishop from the board.
Yeah. OK, and now I liked your rook takes knight.
Okay.
Makes the most sense.
Now, to justify white having given up a second pawn, I think we need to utilise this diagonal.
Yes.
So I'm going to play pawn takes pawn.
Yeah, this is what you had, and then the
Black
knight
cannot recapture because of this bishop takes bishop move.
Yeah, and we have to go knight takes. Knight takes. Oh no, hang on a second. The knight takes, pawn takes, and then
Knight takes knight, and then I guess white will capture this knight on the side of the board, kicking this black bishop away.
And then the black bishop is forced back to the back row, and somehow this does feel like white has a lot of bite here, you know, with the bishop pair and a very far advanced pawn. So I don't think this one is entirely convincing for black.
These guys are just too weak. Black is a pawn up, but all of these 3 guys will eventually drop.
Okay.
White already, I think, can bring this bishop out with devastating effect to this square, maybe to this square. Lots of ideas.
Yeah, so we can discount...
I think we can discount this one.
I think we can discount this one, right? OK.
Therefore, that would leave... OK, Nepomniachtchi's reacted, actually, instantly. I mean, such a complex position, completely chaotic.
And he's just
taken
gone
this
for...
knight.
Yeah, OK. So
I think he's done the same as us, though. Process of elimination. He saw the others weren't working, and now he's taken this white knight. Magnus will instantly recapture. And now, will black grab a second pawn or not? I think you might have to. And you just have to bite the bullet. Magnus now is giving up 2 pawns, but he's got rid of black's key dark-squared bishop.
Yeah, and he probably should grab that pawn because, like you pointed out, the knight will come into the centre, the d6 square, and
look at these knights, too powerful.
And he hasn't grabbed the pawn, and he played very, very quickly.
OK. Yeah. This is one thing that's been talked about as a strength for Nepomniachtchi, trusting his instincts, playing quickly, dynamically, but it's also been talked about as a weakness of his. In a critical position like this one, not even thinking, that is so risky. Nepomniachtchi is trying to eliminate this white knight. I think he's trying to also set a trap. If the white knight jumps in now and saves itself, maybe black's knight is going to jump in. And look at these 2 guys. This game is a game of knights. I mean, it's good timing that Simon went down to the good knight tonight. Because these 3 knights now, I mean, so much chaos they're causing. And this knight now hits this rook, as well as this bishop, which is also hit by the black knight on this side. So these 2 black knights, I think, are going to win some material on this square or this square. Still not over, to be honest. Still really complicated, this position. But Magnus, he has to calculate a lot before he decides whether he can save this knight from a potential trade or not.
Well, yesterday, a tense game that ended in a draw. What words would you describe to describe this game?
Tense
David?
as well.
Yeah.
Even more tense, even
yeah.
more dramatic, even more chaotic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different type of tension as well. You know, the first game was just kind of almost clouded in confusion. We didn't quite know what was happening, how the pieces were going to be developed. Here it's just a tension because the pieces are just getting ready to spring to life. And this means that it's going to be all about timing, and every single move now is critical. And we're talking about game-changing moves, actually. If someone blunders here, I think it's going to decide the game.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday there were lots of mysterious moves, really deep concepts that you needed to study the position for 5-10 minutes to get to the root of. Today, it's just caveman chess. It's just, I'm going to threaten this, you react. I'm going to threaten this, you react. And then, yeah, right now, as Jovanka mentions, one wrong move from white, black will have a decisive advantage. And likewise, if black makes one slip, white will be winning. So let's not trust the computer evaluation too much, despite the fact it says pretty much 0. This one could go either way instantly. One slip and the bar will shoot off in one direction. And one blunder, it will shoot off in the other direction. Just because it's equal, that only means chances for both sides. This one is still far, far away from a draw.
All right. And looking at his position right now, Magnus, is he sort of looking at this piece as a problem for me? I need to fix this? Or is he looking at, OK, I'm going to attack?
He wants to do a bit of both, I think.
Yeah.
I think last resort will be to make some trades and to eliminate one of the two black knights. That's kind of last resort time. He's going to be looking for more ambitious continuations first. For example, bringing the white knight into the heart of the black position. We highlighted earlier, bring the white knight to d6. Maybe he can bring his dark squared bishop out as well.
Shall we go into that line again? Because
actually,
so
before
crazy.
we do, because down in Dubai with this super interesting position, Tanya is now standing with, because there's not only chess players down there. I also hear rumors that we have some journalists, Tanya.
We do. We've got journalists from all across the world. Now, very few of them actually had access to both the players before the start of the World Championship match. And one of them is the chief sports reporter from The Guardian. And we've got him with us. It is Sean Engel from The Guardian. Sean, welcome.
Thank you. Very nice to invite me.
Sean, how's it going covering a chess match first few days?
Well, it's been interesting. The games have been already starting off the surprises, and the traffic back home at The Guardian for the pieces I've written and for our coverage has been very high. So it's been a very good start.
A very good start. Now, I read your piece at The Guardian where you spoke to both Magnus and Jan before the start of the match. What was your feeling at that moment when you met the two players going into the start of game one?
Well, as a journalist for general sports pages, I'm always looking for things that will grab the reader. So for Nepo, his Russian supercomputer was an interesting thing because it will attract people that aren't just into chess. They want to know more about him and what his preparation. For Magnus, you know that he can be very good, but he can get bored if he doesn't like the questions. So therefore, you again have to try and work out how can I probe him on certain things. And hunger seemed an obvious one. And he surprised me that he was so willing to talk and be so open that he didn't quite have the motivation of being this fifth world title match. So no, both went very well. Both were interesting. Nepo, sometimes he can come across as being a little bit. I don't know quite the right word, but he could be a little bit aloof sometimes, and he was actually very nice, very pleasant, and someone else I spoke to said, "Oh, you got him on a good day," so I was lucky, maybe.
Amazing. Now, Sean, of course, you've covered all sports for so many years. You have this intuitive understanding of athletes, of sports persons across sports. Tell me a little insight on that. When you met Jan and Magnus, what was your personal feeling? How confident were they about the match, the tension? A little bit on that.
There was definitely some tension. I mean, it's not too dissimilar. I've been to a lot of world title boxing matches, and 2 days before the fight, or even someone said there's a big press conference, and there wasn't quite a face-off, which you get in boxing, but some of the press conference questions, again, you're wondering how cagey they're going to be. Are they going to be expansive? And actually, it was better than boxing, because boxing, it isn't much more than, I'm going to knock you out. No, I'm going to knock you out. And actually, both players, they joked, they were relaxed, I think. Nepo smiled a few times at some of Magnus's barbs, and I think it went quite well on the whole.
That's really amazing to hear all these insights. Now, Sean, we've seen such a big shift in the chess world. Chess is becoming so mainstream. Guardian covering the match. What do you think has led to this change?
Well, I mean, the obvious things are the pandemic and the Queen's Gambit. I think particularly the Queen's Gambit. And the big challenge for sport, I think, is to keep that going, and I think like Chess24 and other sites have done that. A lot of women commentators, just to make the game more appealing to that young girl, that young boy that wants to learn. I think chess, maybe 5 years ago, it was almost seen as a bit like attending a university. You watched commentary on any site and it was high level. And I think what the websites have been good at is actually thinking, we've got a new audience here. We need to capture them. We need to bring them along. And I think the challenge for the organisers now is to build on that. When a young 7, 8, 9-year-old watches coverage of the World Championship, are they going to be able to find a club? When they go to a club, are they going to sort of have someone there that helps them along? And I think that is the next big challenge for sport, because it's had booms in the past. Fischer Spassky in England, we had Short Kasparov, and then it's had a bust. So the question is, and I think that's what everyone in the sport should be asking themselves, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again?
Oh, that's amazing. Well, it is the golden era for chess right now, and chess is getting hot. So is the position on the board. Thank you so much for joining us, Sean.
Thank you for having me.
Let's get back to the analysis in the studio.
Thanks so much, Tanya, and you're absolutely right. It is heating up in this game. Magnus Carlsen thinking intensely. David, are you worried for him at all?
I'm very worried, and I'm so tempted to launch the Guess the Move right now, because this is a critical moment. And Magnus, we've been discussing it just while Tanya was doing her interview. I think he's only got one continuation to keep the balance. It's not an easy one as well. It requires sacrifices. It requires huge courage. Is he going to make a move? If not, I think we might have to launch the Guess the Move.
All right, that's a good point.
Okay, so just before we launch the Guess the Move, I'm going to explain the two main options I think that White's going to pick, and then the audience, they have to vote. So right now, let's jump in. White now has to keep his knight, I think. This knight is the key piece. If he trades off, then I don't know if Magnus has enough compensation. Black has an extra pawn on this flank, and I think this 4 versus 2 advantage he has on the queen side, on the left side of the board, will be decisive. But jumping in with the knight does require a sacrifice. Jumping in now allows the black knight to come in and fork and double attack the rook and the bishop. And now Magnus, I think, would have to just give up his rook, move the bishop out the way, not sure exactly where, and give up some material. And White now would be a pawn down and what we call the exchange down. White would be a rook for bishop down and with it 1 less pawn. But this knight is so strong that maybe it's enough compensation. So this position, the current position, I think I'm going to do it, guys. It's time for Guess the Move. And what is Magnus going to play? Black has just brought his knight forward. Is he going to trade knights? Is he going to jump forward with his knight? Audience, you guys tell us. We want to know your opinion.
And this means that you guys have to tweet us on #C24Live with what move you guess will be Magnus's next move. And you can win cool prizes as well.
Yeah, you can win an amazing prize. It's a 1-year membership of G-Chess. It's the first ever website where you can just set up a position and you can get that position searched on chess databases, chess articles, short and sweet chessable courses, and YouTube. Ooh. It's a tremendous resource at your fingertips. And yeah, look forward to seeing your moves. Remember, #C24Live. And excellent prize up for grabs. Will Magnus Carlsen take that risk and move the knight forward?
Big risk and big moment. Magnus has been thinking for almost 10 minutes, so he could make a move anytime now. Get your tweets in. Yeah. Explain why you think he'll play that move as well. And yeah, we'll pick a lucky winner.
Yeah, what is sort of the is one more attacking, one more defending? Sort of what is the difference between the two moves you have suggested?
Yeah, one is more ambitious. That would be the knight leaping into the d6 square. That's the most ambitious, but it requires another sacrifice. He's already 1 pawn down, Magnus. He has to invest more material for that. If he doesn't take that option, maybe he's okay, but he's on the defensive. and he'll have to be very, very solid. So is Magnus going to take a risk, or is he going to just lock things down and try to bail out of this game?
Wow, interesting and dramatic moment in the game, and you can join in. Guess the move using hashtag C24 live on Twitter. All right, it's Magnus Carlsen in deep thought for this next move. What will it be for the world champion? Can he go really wrong here?
Yes.
Yes. If he doesn't play one of those two moves we suggested, maybe knight takes knight or bringing the knight forward, I'm struggling to come up with alternatives.
Well, we have actually a suggestion on Twitter, which is actually develop dark square bishop, which does look very natural, attacking the knight.
Yeah. Maybe the audience will guess a move I haven't predicted, and then they'll definitely be winning a prize, I think. So
we have an answer. The move is on the board, you guys. Magnus Carlsen.
Okay.
He's
knight
jumped
d6.
in. Okay, he's up for the challenge.
And Jovanka, you will stroll Twitter to find a winner.
Yep, I will.
All right. Well, David.
Yeah, this shows Magnus is in the mood to fight. He wants to win, and he's not materialistic at all. We might well see Magnus give up a rook, that white rook in the bottom corner now. It might drop off if Black's knight jumps towards it, because I don't think Magnus will save that rook. He cannot save that rook. Look at this. Nepomniachtchi reacts instantly.
Wow.
Straight back to the board, move, and is he going to get up again? Is he going to run off? Okay, Magnus now has a big dilemma to face. That rook in the corner is under fire, and that white dark square bishop also attacked by both the black knights. This one has reached boiling point now. The next couple of moves might decide the fate of this game.
Wow.
Still early, 20, only move 20. But so much tension, complete chaos. And
who do you favor? Who do you favor in this position?
2 moves ago, I would have said white. Now, I do like my material, Kaja.
Yeah.
I would be greedy here as black, maybe. But then again, white's knight, that white knight that Magnus just saved, the one we asked the audience to guess the move for, that knight is glorious. And that is the key piece. So it's so hard to call. It's amazing. The computer says pretty much 0.0, despite the fact black will technically be 3 points up on the board. Black is going to have a huge material advantage.
Yeah, and Magnus, he has 48 minutes left on the clock to make 20 moves to reach move 40, where he gets another hour on the clock. And he is thinking, again, Magnus Carlsen, oh, this is intense. Game 2 in the World Championship match. And it's boiling point, David Howell says.
It's boiling point, for sure. And Magnus there, he was about to make a move. He retracted his hand. He's not 100% sure. This is not the type of position you can fully trust your instincts. You have to calculate as well. Has he moved his dark squared bishop, as we predicted? Is he going to leave? No, he doesn't. He leaves his rook attacked. Well, he doesn't leave his rook. He leaves his bishop attacked, sorry, on the c1 square, the white's dark squared bishop. He moves his rook across, but... Ooh. OK, now black can still grab material, but trade off extra pieces in the process. OK, we have to jump into this.
Yeah, we have to do this. Yeah, what's going to happen? Knight takes bishop.
Yeah, that was a quick decision by the world champion. He must have been thinking about this beforehand. Nepomniachtchi now is going to run back to the board. He's going to make a move. And we mentioned here, this rook is attacked. Magnus moved it, but he could also have just defended his rook by bringing his bishop out the way. And after knight takes rook, rook takes knight, it's still the same material kind of imbalance that we described earlier. Black will be 3 points up. But Magnus instead chose a different option. He brought his rook across one square, and black can still win material. Black can take this bishop. We would see a trade here. White will recapture. And after all these trades, we see that black has an extra rook. In return, white has a knight. Black also still has one more pawn. So which piece is better? We're going to find out. You guys tell me, because I do not know. It feels like the rook should be better, but then again, white's knight is just phenomenal. Anchored as well by a very strong pawn.
Yeah, and when you look at the position a little bit objectively, because it does feel like black is a lot better, you're kind of like, the knight is very strong, as you say, anchored, but also the black rooks don't actually have too many squares on their open lines.
Yeah, maybe the black rooks, eventually they'll have to dream of, for example, a pawn trade and then coming to an open line once the bishop moves out the way. It's not going to be easy. Ooh. Look at all of the black pawns. Yeah, how weak they are. But not this idea immediately, but over the next few turns.
Yeah, over the next few moves, yeah.
But this position is about to arise on the board. Neither player sitting there right now again. But once we do see one of the black knights take that white bishop on c1, we will end up in this position, and it's a battle. Which pieces are better, knights or rooks? And, OK, Magnus is the first back at the board. Nepomniachtchi's still away. Where is he? This is a mystery.
Yeah, I do wonder about these constant trips. Are they done to disconcert Magnus?
He's clearly thinking about the position backstage. Maybe there's also a screen just showing the current position, and Nepomniachtchi, rather than sit on the board where he has to kind of think about mind games with Carlsen, maybe he's just sitting there relaxed in the chair, looking at the screen.
Maybe it's like a tactic, you know, force Magnus to be in this room by himself. You know, and Magnus maybe might get irritated by that. I know I certainly would.
Lonely, right? Just in a huge glass box, all on your own.
Yeah, because normally it's like the battle of the minds, you know, like can one person outwit the other? And then suddenly you're just in a room by yourself and it feels like maybe you're playing a machine. Oh, I love this about World Championships. You can overthink things.
Yeah. Definitely. All right, well, David, sitting here, but Simon, Ginger GM, he's down at the good night and definitely following the drama in this game. What do you think, Simon?
Well, it's a very exciting position at this moment in time. I mean, it looks to me like Jan is getting in the game quite well there, but those knights, you see the black knights are causing lots of trouble in the position. These two ones here, Magnus does have a knight right in the middle of the board, but it's a little bit dicey at the moment. But we're very lucky to have one of Magnus's very close friends actually with us. So would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Asbjørn. So yeah, just a chess player myself. Not a very good chess player, but yeah, I'm Magnus's friend, and yeah, I like to watch, yeah, to follow chess. And it was looking so good for Magnus like half an hour ago. I don't know what happened, but yeah.
Yeah, but are you a bit worried for your friend now? Do you think he could be in trouble here?
Yeah, this is looking as good as it did at least. So, okay. But hopefully he'll manage to get back into the game. But those knights,
and I think we actually have a couple of moves on the board as well. I'm just going to try to work out what's happened. As soon as we get them through, we'll be able to play them. You can see, I think he has taken the bishop here, which we kind of expected him to play. So this looks like Magnus is going to have to sacrifice more material, and he has. Magnus has sacrificed the exchange now, so he's kind of all in. I know Magnus is a poker player, right?
Yeah.
But he's all in now, right? Because there you go, the rooks are coming off, and after this one, well, now Jan is a lot of material up, so this is like do or die, this situation. If Magnus does not checkmate, if Magnus does not get a hold on the position, he's going to lose this game. Rook here has been played, defended the bishop. So this is really sharp stuff, right? I mean, yeah.
I don't know, what do you think Magnus's plans should be here, just to hold on? And...
Well, I guess the good thing is Magnus has got this great knight, and I think he must try to attack the king here. He must go for the king. But before we go back to the studio and go back to that, I mean, you're flying over to UAE tomorrow.
I'm going to Dubai tomorrow, so right. I land after the game tomorrow. So hopefully, it would be great if Magnus to get a win before I land.
So you hope he's going to be in a good mood, right?
Yeah, so, that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. So you are good friends with him, and are you going to support him over there just by being there? And
yeah, because I'll get to see 2 rounds and also 2 free days. So hopefully we'll get to
Yeah, and how does he like doing his spare days? Does he like doing a bit of sport or just relaxing? And
relaxing and sports. The last match in London, we went to see a football game on the free day. So yeah, we'll see. I've never been to Dubai before, so we'll see what's going on there.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
But you must be a little bit worried, because I'm sure it'd be nicer if Magnus is in a good mood rather than a bad mood. I mean, this is a tense game.
Yeah.
And I think we should probably go back to the studio soon, because at this moment in time, it's getting critical. I know that Magnus has a lot of material down here, but he does have this fantastic bishop. Yes, that bishop can start striking towards the king, and I think he's got to go all out and attack that king now. If it doesn't work, he's going to lose this game. So, okay, before we go back to the studio, do you think he's going to survive this one? Do you think he's going to win? Any predictions?
I hope so. I think he's going to... Yeah, he's good at not losing games. So yeah,
okay.
I think he'll manage. Yeah.
So more Magnus supporters here. Great to get a close friend of Magnus's here, who's going to go and support him over in Dubai soon. And again, we're trying not to be biased, but we are in Norway. We are in Magnus's hometown. We've got to be a little bit biased. If I start cheering for Jan, I could get thrown out, and I don't want that to happen. So back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Simon, and for taking us through a couple of moves that happened in the game here. Is this super dramatic for Magnus Carlsen, the world champion right now?
It's extremely dramatic. He's taking some huge risks, and they could well backfire. As Simon mentioned, if White doesn't deliver checkmate, if White doesn't somehow get to the Black King, he's just going to lose the game. I don't see any other way about it right now. And even getting a draw, he's far, far away from that.
Wow.
I think the only way Magnus can get a draw is somehow if maybe Black gives back a rook for that powerful White knight. And maybe we have to jump deeper into the position because there were a couple of moves while we were with Simon. And Jan, again, instant replies from him. We left it here a bit earlier in the studio. Black did indeed capture this bishop. We saw a trade, a set of trades, and right at the end of this variation, Black just shuffled the rook across, adding extra protection to this bishop. So some viewers at home might be wondering, why can't White play pawn takes pawn? And the answer is White can, but probably doesn't want to, because after a recapture, White can regain some material, for example, taking this bishop. But after all of these trades, White has parted with his beautiful knight, his beautiful bishop, and only ended up one pawn down. However, this looks hopeless to me. These three are simply going to beat this one. And White's one pawn will not hold up that majority long term. And if we see White capture that pawn, I think Nepomniachtchi will win. White has to ignore this part of the board. White has to allow these pawns to sit where they are. And I think it's time, as Simon mentioned, to bring the bishop into the game. White's bishop can centralize itself, maybe eyeing up some pawns towards the Black King, maybe joining up as well with the White Queen. The White Queen and bishop will both rush towards that side of the board. And at least there will be some threats towards Black. Nepomniachtchi won't feel entirely comfortable. This guy is certainly a target.
And is Black in immediate danger in this type of position? Because I'm just thinking the ideal thing that Black wants to do is actually tuck the bishop into the corner and then try to release it.
Yeah.
And, you know, if you've got the time to do it, great. If you don't have the time, then Magnus might just be able to save the game.
OK, so talking of saving the game, Magnus decides, OK, it's not the moment to actually bring this bishop into the centre. Maybe he's saving this one for later, keeping it up his sleeve. Instead, he's brought his rook across one square, eyeing up the Black Queen, and also very, very sensible. If Black were now, for example, to play your move, Jovanka, bringing the bishop back, then at least Magnus could capture a pawn with his knight. I'm not sure which one you want to capture, but, for example, you could retreat the knight, capturing a pawn and opening up a direct attack against the Black Queen. And Magnus would be fighting. He'd be right back in this game. So it feels like Nepomniachtchi has to move this queen out of the eye line of the white rook. But where to? Do you shuffle her across towards the king side, just in case she's needed as a protector?
Just in case, yeah.
Feels that way. If you go the other way, then...
Oh, no, no, no.
Yeah, the queen...
The queen has to look after her king.
The queen is the king's best friend after a knight, maybe. But, yeah, this queen maybe now can jump towards this side of the board, if necessary, to try and provide some protection.
Yeah. And you also want to keep her along the seventh row. Again, just in case something happens with the king and you need to make a pawn move.
Yeah.
So
maybe Magnus has some ideas of lifting this rook up, going towards the Black King eventually. It takes a long time. It's not clear exactly...
does he have time, David?
Yeah, that's the question. It's all about timing right now.
Yeah.
If Black gets two moves, as you mentioned, if White's too slow, for example, pushing a pawn, if Black just drops the bishop back and then somehow either just captures, releasing this rook, or just pushes this pawn forward and is able to trade bishops, then Black's extra rook versus knight will be decisive. But yeah, it's all about timing. Does White have enough time to, for example, lift the rook up the board and then maybe swing it across, maybe to this square, lining up against this guy, and the bishop will come as well. Everything has to be towards the Black King right now. No other justification for Magnus' sacrifice. It's all about this guy.
Oh, gosh.
Now, stakes are extremely high right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Gosh.
Let's go back to the players, because I want to see if Nepomniachtchi's actually at the board. I want to know if he's thinking, because he's been playing instantly over the last half dozen moves. Some massive decisions from Nepomniachtchi. He's not there.
No,
Again.
he's not there. No, it must be some kind of psychological strategy, or, like you say, he's not feeling so great. I mean, he's known for his speed, but again, just to make that move and then leave the board.
Yeah, he's probably spent, what, maximum 2 minutes at the board in the last half hour. Nepomniachtchi just, I mean, I admire his strategy, but not many people could get away with it, with doing what Nepomniachtchi is doing.
Yes.
And he's back. He's about to reply. Will he just move his queen instantly, as we're used to seeing from him now?
Yeah, it looks that way. Like he's going to take the move and then...
Okay.
Shuffle the queen.
Maybe he'll think for a little bit. He just took a piece there to fiddle with. And okay, Nepomniachtchi settling back into this game. He's got a 10-minute time advantage now. Still 17 moves to make before the time control, before move 40, where they get an extra hour. And normally I would say that's not enough, 53 minutes. But for Nepomniachtchi, judging by his speed, maybe it is.
Yeah, it is. And talking about moves, we do have a winner for your move of the day.
Ooh.
And 1 year's membership of G-Chess, that goes to Flo, who correctly predicted that Magnus would make that risky move and put the knight onto d6. So congratulations, Flo. You are the lucky winner. And someone will be in contact asking for your details.
Very cool. Congratulations on a year subscription to G-Chess. And I wonder what G-Chess is saying about this position right now.
Yeah, maybe Jovanka can check. But
I have been checking G-Chess. It's very useful in the opening. It also has some very powerful engines, and but it's very, very useful in the openings because there you can check up the openings against the articles that have been written, and also the YouTube videos. How cool is that? And it uses even artificial intelligence.
Wow.
A very, very complicated thing, just so that its searches are very fast.
Yeah,
Usually when the searches happen, they take a long, long time. But no, with G-Chess, pretty much done in seconds.
Wow. And anyone who loves Ginger GM, Simon Williams, should go check out G-Chess. It's his brainchild, and he's been working extremely hard on it. And he's been showing it to us, right? And I think it's going to help our chess a lot. So G-Chess. Flo, the winner. Let us know what you think of it.
Yep, definitely.
And meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi, he's deep in thought. And okay, spending almost 5 minutes on this move. I'm expecting the black queen to move. I don't see too many other options. You could potentially make an argument for black's pawn. If you look at the left side now, the queen side, black's pawn capturing a white pawn, but that would completely dismantle the black pawn structure. Black would be left with 5 isolated pawns, and you don't really want that. So I think it's time to just play safety first, automatic chess. Your opponent indirectly attacks your queen with a rook. Just slide the black queen away to safety. And yeah, I'm also reading this tweet now from Douglas Griffin. Under 44 minutes and counting for 18 moves. That's right, for the world champion now. Critical position. It's not going to be easy for the world champion, for Carlsen, to escape time trouble.
If you were in Jan Nepomniachtchi's chair right now, what would you be sort of feeling inside? Would you be like, I got,
excitement.
Excitement, the feeling that, keep calm, I can do, maybe I can win this game if I go right?
Yeah. You got to calm down your blood rate, your blood pressure, your heart rate, sorry. Because, for now, right now, it's beating, and he might be acting cool, he might just be taking a few deep breaths, but inside he knows he's got a golden opportunity here to take the lead in this match, Nepomniachtchi. It's not going to be easy. There's still going to be a lot of pitfalls along the way. A lot of mistakes that he needs to avoid. But I think his evaluation, his internal evaluation, he knows that he, with correct play, should never lose this game and could possibly win it.
I have to say, I think the most nervous people watching this game must be the seconds.
Nepomniachtchi's team.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi's team, Magnus's team, because, they know that there's a huge amount of risk involved in Magnus's play. And, it's true, the engines, on occasions, they kind of lie. They kind of assume that you're going to play perfect chess. And it is, after all, 2 humans playing chess. And, humans make mistakes. So, but still.
Yeah, even the computer evaluation, it's not a winning advantage.
No.
+1, +1.5, it just means that black, with perfect play, has the advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe white can still hold it if white plays perfectly as well. So, from a human point of view, chances for both sides.
Yes.
And in terms of ease of position, maybe white has easier plans. White knows he has to go for the black king at some point. And Nepomniachtchi, it's not exactly clear how you simplify things, how you trade off rooks, trade off queens, how you get to your end goal of winning with your extra material.
Yeah. And we have some questions on Twitter where they're asking us, hey, why can't black play the very calm pawn takes pawn?
Yeah, good question. I was wondering myself. I mean, my first answer is black can't play it because it's just too ugly.
Right. I mean, instinctively, the rook is opposite the black queen, and skedaddle with the queen, get out of his way. But I mean, this is just so calm.
I mean, look at these doubled pawns, isolated pawn.
Yes.
Anyone who's played chess for a long time will be reluctant to go for this. It might well be a good move. It might even be the best move, but human instinct tells you that pattern recognition, yeah, you can't go for this. For example, at some point, white will just recapture one pawn, eye up this guy, eye up this guy. If you take this pawn, yes, you might survive, you might even win as black, but you also run the risk of even losing now. I think taking this pawn for black would really be playing with fire, taking this guy.
Too much pressure, and especially on that pawn standing on the e6 square. Yeah. I mean, with the queen bearing down and maybe a light square bishop,
no.
Don't touch it.
This guy, and the bishop can come around towards it as well. So, yeah, I think this one, it's brave, it might even be good, but it's unlikely to happen. I think the most natural move would just be to get out of this tension, out of this pressure, and slide across. If Nepomniachtchi plays this move, however, if he does take pawn takes pawn, full respect to him. He has nerves of steel, and he will be able to put aside those prejudices about pawn structure that we all have. So, yeah, I'm very biased against bad pawn structures, I must admit. And I think most of these guys, such as Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi, are too. So I wonder whether that's the computer's top choice. But even if it is, I would say sometimes just follow the basics. He's done the hard work, Nepomniachtchi. He's won material. He's actually technically 3 points up on the board with his extra rook for knight and extra pawn. So you've done the hard work. Just keep things simple and slide across with the queen.
Yeah. I'm thinking, have Magnus Carlsen ever lost a game in the World Championship match with the black pieces? He basically with the white pieces. Sorry.
Not that I know of.
Yeah, didn't he lose to Karyakin?
But that was with the black pieces.
No, it was with the white pieces.
Yes, you're right, actually.
Yeah, it was with the white pieces game 8. Yeah, because he overpressed.
He was trying too hard in a roughly balanced position. And again, maybe Magnus in this game, he's been creative, he's been attacking, but maybe he's pushing things too much, being a bit too direct. It's not normally his style. He likes the longer games. This isn't necessarily going to be one of those longer games. And meanwhile, Nepomniachtchi has retreated his bishop to the corner. So he's dropped the bishop back. There's 2 reasons for that. First, so that the knight can never capture this bishop. And secondly, because he wants to open up this line for his rook. Now, on the next turn, if white does something quiet, then we would see black play pawn takes pawn because it opens up this rook. So a very calm move there from Nepomniachtchi. However, it does come at a consequence. It does come at some cost. White's knight can move out the way now. For example, white's knight can come and capture a pawn. And the black queen would suddenly be attacked. Interesting committal from Nepomniachtchi. I'm very surprised, I must admit, by this last move. White could also capture this pawn, maybe, attacking the black queen. Black doesn't have time to take the white knight because the queen would drop off. I think the idea from Nepomniachtchi is to slide the queen across and say that, yes, you've won a pawn, but you've opened up this line for my queen and rook. So once the white knight jumps back away, then queen takes pawn. And suddenly, if black's rooks ever get active, black wins on the spot.
Wow.
If black's rook ever finds an open line, especially if there's a queen trade, I think black's material advantage is just overwhelming.
So you said it for some time, this white knight for Magnus, that is his hope, his star piece, basically?
Yep, it's holding everything together. At the moment, it's controlling a lot of squares that the black rooks want to use, and it's also just plugging, it's kind of blocking the black queen from ever getting anywhere active. So Magnus can take a pawn, for example, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't let the black queen and rooks into the game.
Yeah. Oh, should he? So I must admit, I don't necessarily like this idea of playing knight takes pawn. I feel like it's kind of losing the kind of the view on the goal at the minute, because you're kind of taking a step in the wrong direction. Maybe what about the plan of just lifting? Well, actually, there's a problem, right? You can't just lift up your rook and introduce it into the attack, because black actually has a concrete threat, of actually pushing forward and releasing the light squared bishop.
Yeah, so black wants to push the c-pawn and open up his own light square bishop, trade off those bishops if possible. I'm not sure it's a threat right now, but if the white rook were to lift itself up, then maybe black would go for it.
Yeah, OK.
So,
how else to... I mean, OK, what about if the bishop actually moves to the diagonal that you wanted to play long time ago?
Yeah, so white's bishop can try and align itself towards the black king. I don't know. I don't know if there's actually any threats there behind white's plan now. I think white should, if he wants to play that, he should have gone for it last move. White's rook sliding across one square. The only justification is a knight jump to attack the black queen with that white rook. But it just feels now, if white switches to the other plan of moving the bishop into the centre, it's inconsistent, and he's lost a move with which he could have used to attack. And, OK, I think we'll see Magnus take a pawn. I'm not sure which pawn, but I think we will. Don't see any alternative. Maybe, Jovanka, I've just potentially spotted an idea that might win a pawn for Magnus and stop the black queen and rook getting into the position. So, for example, if Magnus takes this pawn with his knight, attacking the queen, I mentioned the queen could slide across, but there's no immediate threat for black because, for example, if I shift my rook up one square, just defending this pawn, which was a target for the black queen, then black cannot take this knight. Now the queen would be hanging to the white bishop, and obviously that would not be materially good enough for black. So maybe white could just lift his rook up one square, defend, and if the black queen ever moves away from the eye line of that white bishop, now the white knight could go back where it came from, and you have defended your pawn. And actually you've won an important pawn in that little variation. So maybe, it's not clear, but maybe Magnus can grab one of these two pawns safely. As Jovanka mentioned, it's in the wrong direction. It's not ideal that you have to lose a bit of time. You won't be going for checkmate anymore. But if there are no other options, being greedy is maybe the last solution.
Yeah, I mean, you might get there by a process of elimination. You're like, OK, the rook lift doesn't quite work. Maybe the bishop relocating to the centre also doesn't threaten too much. So, OK, grab the material and then try to hold on.
Yeah, for example, if white's bishop does come in, as you mentioned, maybe black can just play pawn takes pawn. And if we go for checkmate, then black can just block it. And I don't think any sacrifices work because black's queen is ready to slide across and defend her king.
Yeah.
Are you getting at all worried about Magnus's clock?
I've been in far worse situations, so I'm not worried. I've also played Magnus countless times at Blitz, and he sees things super fast. But if he ticks down below half an hour on this move and still hasn't made a decision, then maybe.
Okay.
Normally, you want to have at least 15, 20 minutes for the last 10 moves before the time control. I never have it, but experienced players, they do apportion their time correctly normally. Magnus is very rarely in time trouble, actually, in time pressure.
Oh, that's true.
It's you seldom see it in classical chess in long games. He's normally the quicker one.
Yeah.
That's why this matchup is so dangerous for him, maybe against Nepomniachtchi, because he won't be allowed too many moments to rest.
Yes, we've seen that actually. And OK, anything else? Anything else that's possible for Magnus? Because we see him thinking very hard. Only move 23. What's going to be move 24?
About to make his 24th move, yeah.
Critical moment still.
Another critical.
Incredibly critical.
I mean, is Magnus now dependent on inaccuracies also from Jan Nepomniachtchi, sort of to get back in the game?
Yeah, maybe he can hold a draw, even if Nepomniachtchi is relatively accurate. But if Magnus ever wants to win, he is pretty much dependent now, I think, on a huge mistake from Nepomniachtchi.
Wow.
So it does feel like this is a game for two results at the moment. Magnus just fighting to save it, Nepomniachtchi trying to push. But either way, the evaluation bar less optimistic about black's position than it used to be. So maybe this last move, this bishop retreat into the corner by Nepomniachtchi on the last turn. If somehow it feels a bit wrong to me instinctively, black putting his bishop in the corner there. But still not easy for the Norwegian there.
Yeah, look at him deep. OK. Oh, I thought maybe he was going to make a move.
He kind of half smiled to himself, took a sip of water, then just settled back into the position. Maybe he knows. I mean, obviously he's aware the whole world is watching. Maybe he knows as well that it's difficult for him now.
OK, but there is definitely a little smile on his face, isn't there? What is that about Magnus Carlsen?
I'm not sure about Magnus, but when I smile, it's because I'm just thinking, what's, my life. It's all gone wrong.
No,
he wouldn't be thinking that, I think.
No. When I'm smiling, it's always because I think, OK, well, that part didn't go so well. Why not enjoy the challenge?
Yeah.
Always look on the bright side of life, right?
It's good to be an optimist, and that's actually something that Jan Nepomniachtchi has. He's an incredible optimist about his confidence, about his play. So, I mean, it's why he's able to play so quickly, because he has tremendous faith in his abilities. And the same goes to Magnus, actually.
Yeah. I do remember, actually, I shouldn't name who said this, but I do remember someone telling me they were discussing Nepomniachtchi. They just lost to Nepomniachtchi in a tournament, and they said, that guy, he's so optimistic. He thinks he was winning, and then I turned the board around and showed him the same position. He still thought he was winning. He just always thinks he's winning. He said that they had a chat after the game, and he was kind of disparaging towards his thoughts. Nepomniachtchi always thought he knew better, and most of the time he does. But optimism helps you in chess. You've always got to be positive. Magnus here, despite the fact he's material down, he'll be thinking, I have this amazing knight. Maybe I can still win the game. Maybe I can attack the black king. You've got to look kind of glass half full type of philosophy.
And Jan has also been described as a very emotional person, an emotional chess player. Do you think that is why he's decided today to always leave the board?
Just to calm down his emotions?
Yeah.
Possibly.
Could that be a strategy from him?
Well, I mean, I'm also very curious to see like what kind of psychological advice he's been given, because these matches are very grueling and very intense. And of course, he's as much playing
We have a move.
Yep.
There Magnus moves.
His bishop to the center of the board. So this plan, we've touched upon it. It felt slow, though. It felt more effective on the last move.
Okay.
He didn't look too happy about that one. It looked like it was a reluctant move, and the evaluation bar not approving.
Yes, we thought it was a little bit slow, and we didn't necessarily see that the attack was so dangerous that because black could calmly defend along the 7th row.
So what is the point behind this move? Why?
He wants to attack. He wants to scare Nepomniachtchi, but it might be a bluff. It feels like he's hoping Nepomniachtchi sees some ghosts, because we didn't see any direct way towards the black king.
We've got to do a deep dive now, you know, because you mentioned the move pawn takes pawn here, I think.
So white's bishop now has landed in the center of the board, attacking towards the black king. And I mentioned this move, pawn takes pawn, very logical, opening up the black rook. And remember, 2 rooks are better than 1, so black's rooks, once they get active, will win the game. And now, what is Magnus considering? If he brings his queen to threaten checkmate, actually, checkmate in 1 move, teaming up with the bishop, then Nepomniachtchi can simply block with his pawn. And for example, if we were to see a sacrifice, this is a very typical thematic idea, sacrificing a bishop to open up the king's shelter to get towards the black king. It looks like you'll deliver a lot of checks, but I think those checks will dry up. Black, for example, can slide the queen across. Maybe Magnus's idea is that he can take another pawn, and then, once the checks do eventually finish, maybe now he's going to lift his rook up and swing it across, try and get towards the black king. Maybe this is what he's trying to do, Magnus Carlsen. I think we've stumbled across the idea. I'm not sure whether it works or not. It feels unlikely that it should work, but it's definitely possible. So right now, can black play pawn takes pawn? That is the question. Or is Magnus's attack, when he brings the queen into the game, is it just too scary?
Yeah, I mean, okay.
Because suddenly it's all forcing. Checkmate is threatened, and black, if he pushes this pawn, for example, to try and stop the queen, then the white queen will snake in using this diagonal, and actually it's going to end up in checkmate, maybe on this square. Scary times.
That definitely you don't want to be pushing that H pawn. You know, we're big fans of Harry, but not here. If you're going to defend against that checkmate idea, you have to push the G pawn, or you have to give up material.
So let's assume it's the G pawn, pushing forward.
Okay, so bishop takes pawn.
Bishop takes pawn.
And now we're not obliged to take. We can be cool about this whole position and go, no, we don't necessarily need to take it. We can
defends this pawn.
Exactly. So we have 1 spare move here. So we can move the queen across just to, I don't know.
Like all the holes.
Exactly. And or we could have another move. Like maybe.
I mean, maybe you could consider taking this pawn.
Exactly.
Maybe you could, you could also consider pushing this guy forward, creating a threat maybe with this bishop, jumping into the position. This bishop could jump in, attacking the white queen, attacking the white rook.
But that kind of feels...
complete chaos, actually.
Wow.
Maybe white can argue that the knight might jump back, but then attacking the queen, but then there's ideas like taking the bishop. This one is just wild. I think even if I were calculating here for 20 minutes, it would be difficult to get to the root of the position. But maybe this is Magnus's idea. He decided there was no other option. He needed to be very direct, create these ideas, and Nepomniachtchi, once he does get back to the board, will have to go into calculation mode. Nepomniachtchi cannot afford to play a move quickly right now. Magnus upping the stakes even further. They're already high, but Magnus is pushing them sky high right now. He's going all in, as Simon says. It's a poker game. He's put all his chips in the center. He's saying, OK, I don't care. You can take as many pawns as you want. You can go as many points up on the board as you want. I'm going for your king. And checkmate does end the game. So if Magnus can get to that black king.
It's like Tal says, right?
Yeah.
You got to lead your opponent into a deep, dark forest where 2 and 2 makes 5.
Oh. Well, yeah, there definitely is drama in Dubai in Game 2 in the World Championship match. You guys, Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, is in trouble against his challenger, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Magnus Carlsen is waiting. I mean, Jan Nepomniachtchi isn't even here.
Yeah, I'm struggling to understand.
4 minutes into his move.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, people say, I mean, I've learnt this over the last year, being in the commentary booth is easier because you just relax, you see the board, you're not biased, you can kind of throw away your emotions. Maybe Nepomniachtchi is trying to adopt that same approach. You mentioned he's an emotional player. Maybe he's just sitting there in his armchair. Maybe there's a screen with the position on the board.
And there definitely is a screen,
There is, right? Yeah, so maybe he's just sitting there thinking, OK, I don't want Magnus right in front of me. That's distracting. I don't want the glass box there. I just want to sit, look at the screen and work things out.
And then when he's sort of decided, then he'll walk out and make his move.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I've nearly never seen this strategy adopted by any top player.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I mean, there's been a bunch of strategies, probably in World Championship matches historically. This may be a new one.
Yeah. It's new to me, and it's not what he did yesterday, remember?
Yeah.
Yesterday, he was away from the board sometimes, but he would immediately come back when Magnus made a move. Today, complete opposite.
Yeah, no, sorry. When you talked about like I suddenly had flashbacks to this 1971 between Karpov and Korchnoi, and the strategies that they employed. And it was like
because they were
hypnotist. I mean, this
right?
was like a different level. You know, hypnotist in the front row, thugs being employed to sit in the audience in the theatre just to intimidate the hypnotist and also the player. No, I mean this is a completely different level, but. I mean...
I hope they ask him about this in the press conference later.
Yeah, I hope so too. And I'm just checking the tweets, you know, and everyone... I mean, everyone seems to be like half mind. You know, some people are saying pawn takes pawn will definitely happen. Others are saying, no, it's too scary. The queen will move. Nepomniachtchi will take some defensive resources because White's attack does look very dangerous. And as always, you can tweet us your move suggestions, your thoughts by using the hashtag C24Live. And don't forget, we also want to see your selfies where you're watching the position from. And, OK, now... Where's Nepomniachtchi's not there?
Yeah, it's been 6.5 minutes now. I think he's... Yeah, I mean, he's spent now 1 hour, 20 minutes since the game began, but probably half of that's been away from the board.
Yeah.
It's
wow.
Just,
a strange strategy from the Russian in the second game here in the match. But it seems to be working because the situation is looking good for him on the board.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious. Is there a screen where he can...
yeah, definitely is.
Look at the board.
Yep.
Do you think this is getting on Magnus's nerves? Do you think he's getting frustrated that he can never actually look at his opponent, read any kind of tells, read any signs from his facial expressions? I mean, Magnus now getting up and going as well. We've seen this picture of nobody at the board quite a lot today.
Oh, no. Do you think that this is going to set a trend? You know, though, each side just goes back to the board to make a move and then empty chairs.
And can you imagine, how strange is this? The intensity of looking at no one and the chessboard. It's so strange and it's so intense and dramatic.
Yeah, and remember the glass is there where the audience can see the players, but they can't see the audience. But imagine, they must know there's hundreds of people behind this pane of glass just staring at them. And maybe both players are just cracking under the pressure, cracking under the scrutiny.
Wow, yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi's clock is ticking almost 8 minutes into this move, and he is not at the board, but the situation is looking good for him. We do like seeing faces, though, so we're going to take a look at a few of your selfies right now. Yeah, thanks for bringing us those faces on the screen, everyone. Keep them coming on #C24 Live. One player has now arrived at the board in Dubai. Nepomniachtchi is in the move. He's been thinking for now 11 minutes, but at least he's here now.
Yeah, at least he's here, and he's got a lot of work to do at the board. There's a lot to calculate. We showed some of those scary attack lines that White was aiming for, that Magnus wants to initiate. And
here comes the move.
Here comes the move, and whoa, this was not on my radar at all. He's just given up a pawn for free. What is the idea behind that one? Is that an error?
Is that the blunder Magnus Carlsen needs?
Possibly. I'm not sure whether it's a blunder. Maybe there's a deep idea behind it, but it's mysterious. White can just take this pawn for free, and what has Black gained? I don't see it, and we see the board there. It's the correct move, but that is neither defensive. We were talking about maybe just pushing a pawn in front of the Black king to stop White's queen entering the position, so that's neither defensive, doesn't stop that, and it's not aggressive either. It doesn't open up the Black rooks.
But if it surprises you this much, it must be surprising to Magnus as well and force him.
Yeah, look at Magnus. He's half writing down the move, which is obligatory after your opponent's moved, but he's still got his pen in his hand. He's trying to figure out what the point is. I don't either, I must admit.
Should he just take it?
I think taking it is an automatic if you... if there are no other options, but there is another tempting option. White's queen could jump into the game and try threatening checkmate, as we mentioned. So I think we'll see Magnus take that pawn, but he'll spend 2 or 3 minutes figuring out the idea behind that last move.
Wow. It is dramatic in the game in Dubai, and it's dramatic for Magnus Carlsen in the move. Let's head down to Tanya, who is close to both the players and, of course, the teams around the players. Tanya.
Kaja, everyone's as surprised as you guys in the studio about that last move by Nepomniachtchi now. I'm at a very special spot in the exhibition center. This is level 1, and we do have the Chess24 lounge here. That's actually where Team Magnus is. Everyone who's supporting him, his family, his friends, and I want to take you guys in. Come on in. And this is how it is. We see here, by the way, that's us at the back. A very critical moment, a tensed moment in the game, and we can feel that in this room right now. On my right, we can see Magnus's family, Magnus's dad there, Henrik Carlsen. On the left, and if you just turn around here, we see that there's a lot of discussion going on the position. Nobody's sure what's going on. What was Jan's idea? With that last move, it looked like Magnus was in a bit of trouble. Alejandro, critical moment in the game. Has that just changed with C3?
Apparently, it's such a crazy move. How did he even come up with it? I was looking at the position with very strong players here. We didn't even consider the move C3. It's just wild. I kind of understand that in some variations you want to take on C3, take on A4. And in this line, okay, this rook is open, and there were some mating ideas down the line when the bishop disappeared and there was C5. But that might be a little bit too deep. I don't know. I don't get the move entirely. We're going to have to wait and see.
And what do you make of the players when you see them on the screen? What's going on with them?
You see Nepo coming in, playing relatively quickly, and leaving. This is his comfort zone. It's a mess. He just says, I'm going to make a decision. I don't have to calculate every single line. Let's let Magnus think, and you can see the clock ticking. Yeah, 30 minutes, but it's a lot of moves to make in a complex position.
Magnus looks a little stressed right now.
I would be too.
Wow, and yeah, that's what's going on. This is Team Magnus here. This is the Chess24 lounge, guys. This match is getting hot. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Tanya, and for bringing us the tenseness and maybe the nervousness from inside that lounge with a lot of people around Magnus Carlsen. can almost sense that they are feeling a little bit nervous, but maybe optimistic after this strange move by Jan.
Yeah, maybe relieved. It looked like half the people in that lounge were trying to figure out what the idea behind that move is. We're still trying to figure it out. But also half were just nervously, silently watching the games and maybe just channeling some of the thoughts that are going through Magnus's head right now as well.
Could this kind of move be one of those that kind of disconcerts your opponent? Because after all, it's so unexpected and you're thinking, OK, I understand the point behind it, because as Alejandro Ramirez pointed out, you know, you get a passed pawn along the A-line, but, you know...
What else?
What else? I don't know.
Yeah, and maybe we can just show what Alejandro was talking about there, because Black has just given up a pawn on this square. If Magnus plays the most automatic, the most natural move, and just captures this pawn, you were talking about a passed pawn on the A-line, Jovanka. This guy is only 3 squares away from promoting, so Black also has created an open file for his rook. There is some justification for this temporary pawn sacrifice, therefore, by Nepomniachtchi, but at the very minimum, the first move that comes to my mind is the white queen sliding back across towards this side, and it's a double attack. The white queen eyes up this pawn, but more importantly, she teams up with her bishop to eye up this pawn near the black king. And I think Black's king now is actually under heavy fire. Black has to be a bit careful. You need to push the right pawn. You need to, I think, block the bishop's diagonal. You need to block the scope of this piece in the middle. But now Magnus can just capture this pawn. And yes, he has one open line for his rook, but what else? I don't see the benefits or enough benefits behind Nepomniachtchi's idea. For example, there are also traps if the black rook tries to infiltrate into the white camp, eyeing up this pawn, teaming up with its colleague, then suddenly the white knight can drop back. And it's another double attack by Magnus. The white rook attacks the black queen, and the white knight attacks this black rook. Note as well that the white queen protects her rook, and this all works out, I think, in white's favour. And what else can Magnus be thinking about? Maybe he's still trying to figure out whether he can go on the attack with the white queen. I'm not sure this will work now because, for example, if the white queen does leap forward, if we do see the variation we actually showed earlier, for example, some crazy sacrifices, we might see a trade. And as soon as the white rook lifts up the board, there will be some problems. Maybe this black pawn will start promoting in some lines. There's still a lot of details to work out. That's why Magnus is thinking right now. He's still maybe trying to go for checkmating ideas against the black king, but it feels like if black is accurate, they shouldn't work out. And black's pawn here is just too dangerous. So eliminate it, move on, and think again. I think that's the tip for Magnus. Nepomniachtchi, meanwhile, he will be happy that his last move, pushing this pawn forward, giving up a pawn, has at least forced Magnus to invest 7 minutes. And at this point, with 15 moves to make before move 40, that is getting critical now.
Yeah, and they're very key moves as well. I was just thinking something. Could this kind of move also be based on a miscalculation? Because we do know that Nepomniachtchi has spent a lot of time away from the board. And we're speculating, but maybe he's been looking at the position from a screen. And so he's kind of just calculated in that. And maybe he's kind of forgotten that sometimes you need to be present at the board to kind of gauge...
sense things.
Yeah, exactly, and whether it's actually a really good move. It's like that feeling you get when you hold on to wood. And I just wanted to share with you a really interesting piece of information that someone has shared with us on Twitter. It's pi_OTH, who says, actually, Spassky used the same strategy against Korchnoi in 1968 in their candidates finals in Yugoslavia. He would spend most of his time in his restroom thinking and by only watching the demonstration board.
Interesting.
Interesting. So I didn't quite realise that this behaviour could have some precedent.
Yeah, so maybe Nepomniachtchi's inspired by his fellow Russian, Spassky, former world champion there. And yeah, maybe he read about it. Maybe he thought, oh, why not adopt this? Why not try and get in the mind of Magnus and play some of these psychological games? Yeah, I mean, the one thing that surprises me is that if Nepomniachtchi is watching via a screen or a demonstration board, screens, they're always shown from the white side, but he has the black pieces. So he would be looking at the position from Magnus's point of view. And that can be a bit of a, you know, it can mess up your mind. It can skew things. If I look at the white side of my own position, if I'm playing black, then suddenly it's like, is this even the same game? So, yeah, it can be confusing.
Could it be easier to, though, see your, the white players' sort of plans, maybe, then?
Yeah, but for an optimistic player like Nepomniachtchi, he's always looking from his point of view. He always thinks he's doing well. So if he looks at it from the white side, I don't know. It's not clear who that favours. So,
But we have a move. The queen now slides 2 squares across, so there is a threat in the position to actually go bishop takes pawn.
yeah, and by bishop takes pawn, we mean the h7
yes.
pawn. So,
Yes.
yeah, a threat towards the black king. This one, I mentioned this idea earlier, but not in this exact position, teaming up with the queen and bishop. Do you think he needs to defend it, Jovanka? Can black get greedy and ignore it? If he takes this pawn, 1 square away from promotion.
Right, I need to give a considered answer here because this is complicated stuff. So
Do or die time.
exactly. So pawn takes pawn, calm. Bishop takes pawn, check. King has to move, and now what's White's going to play? Because if that queen gets anywhere close to the black king, then it's kind of dead.
If the queen can somehow sneak across and then back and target the black king, it does take 2 or 3 moves though. For example, you could even just drop your bishop back 1 square and then try and slide the queen back where she came from and try to target this black king. This black king is naked. It has no defenders, no protection. But if you're not quick enough, then black might even just make a new queen and win. So it does feel too scary to allow this for Nepomniachtchi. If Magnus played an idea like this against me, I would trust him. I would not allow my king to be opened up like this. But Nepomniachtchi can consider this idea maybe. If he wants to play safe, then he'll just block this diagonal. He'll block the queen and bishop's diagonal towards his king with another pawn. And I guess Magnus's idea is to capture this guy, but with which piece? That's the question. With queen or with pawn? And there are pros and cons for both.
And Jan Nepomniachtchi is back by the board, and we know that usually means he's going to make a quick move.
Let's go back to him.
Yeah.
He's calculating. Look at his eyes darting across both sides of the board there. He's working out some variations. If players are planning, making long-term plans, they normally lean back.
And here comes the move.
Yeah, it's going to be a pawn push. I think he's going to push the pawn in front of his king. Yep. There we go. That's the most safe defensive move. So he didn't get carried away calculating any scary, kind of risky lines. He just plays the safest move available.
The bar reacts, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, he is still sitting at the board this time.
OK, that's a first in terms of the last couple of hours, right?
It is a first. But, OK, I think he needed to be by the board because, again, I do feel that you need to be present at the board to get... Nope, he's off. OK.
He is off. Magnus Carlsen now thinking about this move. Let's head back down to the good knight. And Simon, what do you think about this strategy that Jan Nepomniachtchi is using today, just never staying by the board?
I think it's like one of the things he does quite often. I mean, it's a sign maybe of nerves, but if you sit at the board, you maybe think a little bit too much. By getting up, you sort of stretch out a little bit and relieve that tension. It's a very interesting situation going on. And if we take a very quick look, it looked like Jan was doing very well, but he played this peculiar move, which you pointed out in the studio, pushing the pawn here. And I think that was, giving Magnus some chances. Magnus's queen has swung over, going for the attack there, over on black's king. And then Jan, I'm going to do a Jan now. Jan does this, and then he's... very calm. And do you like that little move there? I thought that was quite cool. Don't get me to that again later. But what do you guys think about the position that's going on? So we have Oddbjorn again and his friend here who've been following the game throughout. And it looked to me that, that basically Nepo was doing very well, but now it's maybe turning around a little bit. Do you have any thoughts on how it's going?
It's too complex a situation for my part. I simply cannot analyze it and give anything useful.
Yeah, but it's a very sharp situation, and it seems like this is a very exciting game. I mean, Oddbjorn, do you think Magnus will do the job here? I mean, it's all over the place, this game. Much more exciting than maybe the first game.
Even more exciting than our game. I would take on G6 in a heartbeat here, but...
But hang on a minute, that's why you're sitting there, and that's why they're sitting over there. OK, let's get away from Oddbjorn. Good suggestion, mate. OK, and you guys, you've obviously been following the game greatly today. Sorry, Bjorn. And how do you think it's going at the moment? I mean, do you like Magnus' chances, or do you think, first opinion, let's say Magnus or Nepo, who do you think is going to win?
I think Magnus is going to win, for sure, but he has to keep his nerves.
Yeah, sure. And what about you, sir? Do you think it's going to be Jan or Magnus?
I'm hoping for Magnus. I mean, it's
going between 0 and about 1 for Nepo, so it looks kind of dangerous situation.
Brilliant. Well, look, we have a lot more moves coming in, so we need to go back to the studio and keep up with the moves. But you can tell the tension here is mounting greatly. But luckily, there is beer for these people to calm their nerves. So that's a very good thing. Back to you in the studio there. I bet you're a little bit jealous, yeah?
Yeah. Cheers to everyone at the good night and everyone at home as well. We have more moves coming in. You call them strange moves, David?
Yeah, a couple of moves have really confused me, really surprised me, I must admit. And another quick move, I actually showed this position earlier on the board, but through a different move order. So the players, they've kind of tricked themselves into going for this position, but I do think both sides were a bit inaccurate. We have to jump into the board just to explain what's happening. We see the moves coming thick and fast right now. Here, Magnus took this pawn. He took it with his own pawn. I was a bit surprised. I thought the whole idea of bringing his queen across was to capture with the queen, but he captured, and Jan Nepomniachtchi, barely thinking, took this pawn as black. And I was surprised because I thought maybe he had a trick up his sleeve. He could have brought the black queen across, eyeing up this really important pawn. This central pawn is actually the whole reason that the white knight is good. It's the anchor for that white knight, and if this white pawn drops off the board, black is just winning. The only way to protect it, actually, is to weaken the white king. White's pawn would have to push forward, yes, creating a nice pawn structure here, but also creating targets for black. And I'm not sure whether now or on the next few moves, but black does have the option of just completely wrenching open the position, opening up lines for the rook. And if you can break down this pawn structure, black is just in control. So I'm surprised Nepomniachtchi didn't at least invest 1 or 2 minutes extra going for this. Instead, he captured a pawn. So after pawn takes pawn, in this position, he captured, allowing white's queen to get active. And now this idea is maybe less tempting, because if the black queen does slide across, white doesn't have to weaken his king to protect this pawn. White can, for example, just use the queen as a protector instead. And okay, in the current position, has Nepomniachtchi missed that he can't get his rook active? Backward knight moves are the hardest to see in chess, and this looks tempting for black. But as I mentioned earlier, the white knight can leap backwards with a double attack, attacking the black rook and attacking the black queen. And this would actually be very strong for Magnus. What else could Nepomniachtchi have missed? Because I do feel there was one golden opportunity for him, and he just passed it by. He just raced into this position, but he could have had an even better one.
I don't think he saw that possibility of sliding the queen over to attack the pawn. And I think it's possible to still do it, actually.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best bet.
Yeah, I mean...
It's less powerful now. It was better on the last turn. This queen coming across, attacking this pawn, also keeping the black king nice and safe. And yeah, I mean, at least now Magnus has 2 options which weren't previously available. Either the white queen could just step up 1 square, defending across, or the white knight, if it really, really needs to, can step back, defending this pawn, also covering this key square that the black rook actually wanted to use as an entry point. So, okay, it's not ideal that you maybe retreat a piece, but Magnus has more options than he would have done if Nepomniachtchi went for this turn, went for this idea on the last move.
Yeah. They played for 3 hours now, these guys in Dubai. So I guess it's becoming night in Dubai now. Let's check back in with Rune, who's all around the Dubai 2020 Expo. What's going on, Rune?
Well, I'm here at the Spanish Pavilion. I am literally in the middle of everything. We are standing in the exact position that we have going on. And I'm here with AAFM Kevin Pan. That means almost an FM. And you were just checking out the game, and we were setting it up here. We also have Moyer playing the role of the queen because our big queen got lost. And you had some idea about what black could play in this position.
Yeah, so... black's queen isn't aligned with the rook, so first idea is probably to move the queen somewhere. From first instinct, I think the queen should go to g7 to attack e5. Okay, so perhaps maybe queen to g7 to attack e5. Yeah, and probably next, black can look to play like c5 to trade the bishop off.
Okay, so you want to play...
It might not work in this position exactly, but it looks like the white bishop is very strong on e4. It controls a lot of squares, right? So, and the bishop in front of the pawn does not look very good. So c5, trading the bishop off, also seems like a possible idea that Jan can play.
Thank you very much for that insight, AAFM Kevin Pan. How does it feel to be in the middle of everything in this like chess mecca?
It's very exciting. Yeah, this is like first time I've ever like been at an actual World Championship, and this game itself is really exciting. That we're probably also going to have a decisive result. It looks like it, especially with the exchange sacrifice. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens in this game.
Thank you very much to Kevin Pan, and now back to the studio.
Thanks, Rune and Kevin, and that expert analysis saying that this will probably end up with a winner. And I do love seeing that huge chessboard. A tip for everyone at home, go to a park and find a chessboard like that, a big one, and play blitz chess. I've seen that in action, and that was so much fun. Nepomniachtchi is still now thinking about his next move in this dramatic position. Do you agree with Kevin, Jovanka? Will we see a winner in this game?
I'm going to have to hedge my bets. I think with Nepomniachtchi's very daring pawn move, a bit unexpected, I actually think that maybe Magnus can generate enough play so that he can maintain the balance, and that the position he has enough to kind of secure himself a draw. Because some of the lines that David mentioned, you know, with the queen sidestepping and the knight stepping back, I mean, they were very, very scary because white's pieces are so active. I mean, just take a look at them. Black's rooks are not mobilized. So I think all three results now are possible before. OK, we have
the move is coming in.
OK, what has he played? Okay, so he's lined up the rook against the queen. So he's super bold. You know, we were predicting that the queen would kind of move across to the edge and attack the pawn, but no, he's just going rook against the queen. So now the knight cannot move to attack the queen. But okay.
Yeah, the knight is pinned. You pin and you win sometimes, but not this time.
No.
Just pin and you hold the balance. But yeah, very strange, very defensive move because that rook was on a nice open line. Now it's just staring at its own queen and a knight, which is very well defended. So that black rook is not likely to break through past that white knight anytime soon. I'm struggling to explain that one. There was such a natural idea of just swinging the queen across. In that interview with Rune, it was suggested by the players as well, that queen move, so natural. The black queen is on a far safer, far more active square, actually, on the other side of the board. But Nepomniachtchi just stubbornly holding his ground.
Is he, you know, making this more complicated than he should?
I think so. I think he's maybe trying to be a bit too clever. That pawn push we saw earlier that I was struggling to explain, Alejandro Ramirez was struggling to explain, that pawn push just giving up a pawn. That really felt like the type of move where you're just trying to do too much. Sometimes you just got to realize you've done the hard work and you've got a material advantage, just keep things solid, keep things simple. But, I mean, I like the idea behind Nepomniachtchi's last move, because his earlier move, pushing that pawn, because he's got an open line, but it didn't feel necessary. It feels like he could have got more for less effort.
Yeah, I have an explanation as to why he played. Okay, I agree with you. This looks like a bit of a strange, mysterious rook move, but it maybe has one point to it that you can actually finally release the light squared bishop tucked there in the corner. So, you know, if white makes a move, a random move, then that was the move that I was actually thinking about. And then you can step forward with a pawn. And finally, that bishop has some life.
Finally, for the first time in the game, the bishop is no longer worse than its counterpart on this long diagonal. And actually, these guys are going to trade off for each other. And the reason, actually, black's last move was useful, bring the rook across, is because it now defends the queen. And the black queen, now that it is defended, it also creates some tension here. And white, because Magnus is a rook for knight down, cannot afford a queen trade. I think a queen trade would be the last thing on his mind. So, yep, in the current position, I don't think white has time for luxury moves. For example, the one we just showed on the board. White has to be careful. I think this one is coming next, nearly no matter what. And white has one move to prepare an answer to this pawn push. You maybe have to move either the queen or the bishop, because one of them or both of them are going to come under fire once black's pawn pushes forward. I'd be very tempted here to maybe just retreat the queen, just to hint at some sacrifices, but maybe now black's idea is to bring the queen across in a more favourable position. So,
can you also centralise the queen and move it 2 squares to the right, just to kind of keep control, keep an eye on both the weak pawns and stop the pawn? Well, I say stop, but I mean, just say, hey, you're going to have to sacrifice a little bit more material to mobilise the bishop.
So, for example, if the pawn steps forward,
yeah,
we might well see a trade. The black rook will have to put itself in the corner, and then at the very least, white could gobble up this pawn. It may be white has something better, more active. For example, once you move the white rook away from this awkward pin, then at least you have ideas of rerouting the knight towards the black king. And, OK, critical moment now, again, for Magnus Carlsen. The more I look at it, the more I think, OK, there's iron logic, there's hard logic behind Nepomniachtchi's last move. This is actually a bit of a threat right now to push this pawn forward. How is Magnus going to deal with it? He's going to move his queen or his bishop.
Oh, he's hesitating.
He's hesitating again. Or is he going to move his rook across? Maybe he can move his rook across to eye up this isolated pawn in the corner here.
Oh, it looks like he's made that rook move.
He's made a long move with his arm, and it's an across move. It is that rook move. And rather than move one of the two pieces that I highlighted earlier, he is getting out of the pin. Actually, that's just very good strategy. This is one for everyone at home as well. If your opponent creates a pin, now the white knight can't move because the white rook would drop behind it. Just move the piece behind. Move the rook out of the way, and now this knight is no longer frozen. It can move safely. No more pin. And also, this pawn about to drop off.
Yeah. Both players now have a rook and a queen lined up. That's, I know that much. That is good news.
But there's a big difference, though, because the rook and the queen that Nepomniachtchi has, well, sadly, they're being stopped in their tracks by the knight that is anchored by the pawn.
Meanwhile, star piece, still
exactly.
being a star piece.
It is still very much the superstar in the position. But, of course, the white rook and queen are working perfectly together. And there is the question, how are you going to defend the pawn? You can't.
You can't defend this guy.
You're going to have to just let it go.
Yep. Every time you say that, Jovanka, I'm about to burst into song.
I will ban myself from that.
So if the pawn, for example, does push forward, there is still... It has done. Nepomniachtchi moving quickly. Now there's tension between the queens, remember, but also tension between the bishop. Whoops, that's not a bishop. Between this bishop and me and my arrows. These bishops, sorry. And, either the queens will get traded or the bishops will get traded, maybe even both. I'm just wondering here, can Magnus afford to take this pawn with his queen? It feels a bit shaky. It feels like there might be some trouble with the white king. The white king is open to some checks later on, but at the moment it looks like maybe everything is hanging together for white. If we do see a trade of queens, for example, and a trade of bishops, then suddenly white is out of danger. White has a phenomenal rook. We talk about the 7th rank, 7th heaven. This is where rooks want to be. They have targets. Also, the black king is cut off. More importantly, the white knight is about to jump in with a deadly check. This is an endgame, but white is attacking. And if anyone's better, white is better.
Be Magnus, right?
So actually, I think Magnus, if he can get away with taking this pawn, he will do.
OK.
Will the game be more drawish then? Or will there still be chances?
There's going to be still chances for both sides. OK, and he's made a move.
OK, he looks like he hasn't taken that pawn with his queen. Maybe there were some tricks there. Maybe there were some downsides. And, OK, instead, the white queen just slides across 2 squares. This idea you highlighted earlier, Jovanka, eyeing up some pawns. Also, just heading towards the black king.
Yeah. OK. And we've kind of transposed to the position that we highlighted. And, OK, Magnus going for complete control. And there's one thing I have to say about Magnus. Magnus loves it when all his pieces are working. And here, this is harmony. Well, basically, it's the definition of harmony. And the only problem is that he's actually material down. So how is Nepomniachtchi going to react to this? He has some candidate moves. His bishop takes bishop. But, of course...
Bishop is the most natural.
It is the most natural. But what happens after knight takes bishop? And suddenly the knight is threatening a really unpleasant check on f6, forking the king and the queen.
Yeah, if black isn't careful, if black, for example, just moves a rook, then suddenly there's a check and a fork, a double attack, and white would win. So, really, really difficult moment here for Nepomniachtchi. He wants to get these bishops off the board. He wants to trade, but maybe it helps the white knight improve itself. So will he maintain the status quo, maintain the tension? Another move that I would be very tempted to play at some point, either now or on the next turn, would be just to move the king out the way. Firstly, out of this diagonal, but also later on, if the white knight does reroute itself, as we showed earlier, it won't come with check. This will, however, come at the cost of a pawn. So pros and cons there.
Yeah, no, I mean, I did like that move. Another move that I was considering, but I feel like it's just a puff of hot air, which is just to come down with the rook to the 2nd row and just say, active rook.
Yeah, we talked about the 7th rank for white. The 2nd row for black is the equivalent.
Yes, but I'm not really, there's no threat. There's nothing in there. It's just simply saying, hey, look, I'm active for the first time.
Yeah, this rook finally breathing some fresh air, but yeah, white can just take a pawn, maybe threaten to capture this pawn as well. Now teaming up once again with the queen. And there's still the issue of if the bishops come off, then suddenly white's knight is hopping into a really powerful square.
Yeah.
Despite the computer saying 0.0, this one might be turning. The momentum is on Magnus's side. The trend is in his direction. It feels like Nepomniachtchi just rushed a bit and tried to be too clever, tried to provoke Magnus, but he forced Magnus to find good moves. And, okay, he just made a move and looked at the Norwegian, looked at the world champion as if to say, what have you got up your sleeve? What have you got in store? Will Magnus take with his knight, or will he take with his queen? Queen keeps more control, keeps the knight on a good square, but knight takes is more ambitious, going towards the black king.
So with Magnus taking with a knight, is a signal that he is maybe going for the win?
I think so, yeah. Queen takes, okay, it keeps control, but it doesn't threaten anything, and it just feels too slow. It feels like you have to be dynamic here. So, okay, it doesn't mean that it's a bad move for Magnus taking with the queen, but if he can take with the knight, he will take with the knight.
Okay, well,
if he doesn't see any downsides.
We've got to calculate it out, right?
Okay, here it comes.
For it. Okay, and he's decided for us. He's taken with the
knight.
With
the
knight.
Knight. Okay, ambitious.
It is ambitious, and it has a deadly threat. The knight coming to give check on f6. So, okay, black has some choices. He can move the queen. He can move the king.
Has to be one of them.
Definitely. So, what happens if he just moves the king?
Okay, he has done.
He has done, and he's tucked it away into the corner.
Hiding in the corner. Maybe the king didn't feel safe on the 7th rank because there would have been a knight takes pawn here, attacking the queen and attacking a deadly pawn, and the king is just too exposed. So, okay, the king hiding out in the corner. Very logical. This is one thing I advise everyone to do. I've done it myself many times. When you're scared, when you think things are turning against you, just hide in the corner and hope as far away from any knight checks as possible. Especially when knights exist, especially now the players are ticking down on the clock. You don't want to walk into any blunders, any nasty knight forks.
Yeah, remember, they still have to make 9 moves before they get another hour on the clock. Magnus is down to 16 minutes on his clock to make those 9 moves. I guess that's not very dramatic.
Not yet, but the position is still incredibly sharp, very dangerous, and it's not so much time to consider and really get into the tank and think about all those possible variations.
Yeah, I mean, if we count this move, it's actually 10 moves to make, and 16 minutes, 10 moves, that's not going to be
so
easy.
much.
Normally you want 2 minutes on average per move.
Right, and you have to remember the players are not getting any increment at this stage. You know, what you see on the clock is what they're getting. And, I mean, there's some potential downsides that I can already see with that king tucked in the corner. You know, it's some checkmating patterns are just jumping out at me, you know, especially if a rook were to come to the 7th row. Ooh.
Yeah, so black's king not entirely safe.
No.
White's king feeling much safer right now. It's got an extra pawn protection in front of it.
No,
and,
even if the queens were traded off, that king there in the corner is not going to feel safe at all.
Yeah, even if the queens come off, if Magnus can win a pawn in the process, it's not clear who's better, to be honest, who has the advantage. Has Magnus grabbed a pawn there? Nope. It looks like he's just brought his knight back where it came from, back to its dominant post on d6.
Now, do you think that Nepomniachtchi will try to repeat moves?
The thing is, it wouldn't be a repetition of the position, Jovanka, if black's king were to come across, because last time there was a bishop on the board that white's knight recaptured. So
well spotted.
Yeah, Magnus definitely not playing for the draw here. I think he's got ambitious intentions.
Wow.
Yeah, that white queen is about to grab a pawn as well. I don't think black can save all of the pawns. We talk about isolated pawns quite a lot, but black actually has 3 isolated pawns right now. On the A line in the corner there, on the C line, and the black pawn on the E6 square. Black's queen is currently defending 2, but it can't defend 3. The black queen is overloaded. It's got too many roles to perform, and one of those pawns is about to drop off. If one pawn drops off, then suddenly Magnus, earlier he was a lot of material behind, then now he's less, and he'll be almost level on material. And white's knight is definitely making a mark against those rooks right now.
I have to ask a question, like, okay, so queen and knight versus queen and rook, would you go for this kind of trade, or would you prefer 2 rooks against a rook and knight? I'm asking this is because black does have the possibility of just like sliding the rook behind its own pawn and just pushing that pawn just in order to make trades and maybe alleviate some danger. Was that a good trade?
Possibly. So I guess you're talking about the rook going to the A8 square, the black rook going behind the A pawn and then pushing.
Yes.
I'm not sure I would want to trade rooks with white, but if you gain a couple of pawns in the process, it's tempting. It's
Yeah.
very, very tempting.
Yeah, look at that face from Nepomniachtchi. Well, this game is chaotic, maybe dramatic.
Topsy-turvy.
Yeah, topsy-turvy. I like that British word. Well, we have launched an NFT collection of Magnus Carlsen's Road to GOAT. You can check that out on chesschamps.io. Start collecting NFTs for Magnus Carlsen's chess career. And if this game would end up with a win for Nepomniachtchi, then that would definitely be a big highlight in his career, and probably that should be an NFT as well. But right now, David, you're saying it's maybe turning to Magnus's favor?
Feels that way, just looking at the last 5 or 6 moves. Magnus is going to be very, very happy. Now Black has brought his rook forward. Okay, is he trying to draw this game? Is Black trying to somehow eliminate that white knight, even if it comes at the cost of a rook? I don't know. It feels, again, like Nepomniachtchi just playing safety first chess now. It's a bit inconsistent. Earlier, he was playing the most ambitious moves. Then suddenly he took his foot off the pedal. Then suddenly, again, I don't know, he's going back to...
Yeah, he's keeping all the pieces on the board, which I'm a bit scared by that, to be honest. You know, I would be seeking trades and simplicity, but here, OK, so we've got to be, again, this is a position where you need to calculate what are the consequences of white just capturing the pawn that's up for grabs on c5.
Very good question, Jovanka. I'm not sure there's anything wrong with it. So white right now can just take this pawn for free. It's just, it's looking at the queen. The queen might just say, OK, stop staring at me. I'm going to take you. And I think Nepomniachtchi has maybe a couple of ideas in mind. One of them might well be just to eliminate this knight. And this would come at the cost of a pawn. So, for example, we could see mass trades here. Actually, the queens can stay on the board.
Yeah.
If the queens come off, I was going to say decent drawing chances for Black, because you can, for example, just put your rook in front or maybe even behind this pawn. And even if you're down a pawn in the endgame, some chances to hold. But
if the queens stay on,
yeah,
then...
if the queens stay on, for example, rook takes, then I think white is just going to win. Not only does white have a safer king, Black's king is open on some diagonals, but white also has an extra pawn. So actually, if this isn't his idea, what is his idea? It can't be to swap queens. This isn't possible right now, because after a queen trade, there would be another nasty knight fork, another check, and white would win the black rook on the next turn. What else could the idea be, Jovanka? I don't see it. Queen takes pawn just looks like...
I mean, the only other thing that I could see was just to move the rooks, double the rooks on the B line, and...
Must be this, actually, to try and come down and check the white king.
But it is just a check. And
Just one
again,
check.
it is, and look how well protected the white king is behind those wall of 3 pawns. Meanwhile, Black's king, very shaky. And what's even worse is that it doesn't even have the prospect of a safe home in the future either.
This king.
Yeah.
Maybe, though, just by force, Nepomniachtchi might be able to hold the draw here, because actually, how do you stop this check swapping off some rooks? How do you stop the trade here? If you step forward with your king, so that move doesn't come with check, maybe now Black can force the queens off the board. Checking the white king, forcing a queen trade, and even if it comes at the cost of this pawn, Black, I think, should be safe here.
But I have an idea, David.
OK, go for it.
I'm going to retreat the knight.
Now, back.
Yes, back, and I'm going to attack. And now you have to be very careful with because if you do not play the move that you played, then I would have a good old-fashioned Arabian mate on the board.
And this is what we call an Arabian checkmate. Black here can defend by bringing the rook back, but if he had put the rook on the wrong square, suddenly rook takes pawn, and this is an Arabian checkmate. You taught me a lot about checkmates over the last year, Jovanka.
Just the names.
I didn't know any of the names. I knew the patterns, not the names.
How many checkmate names do you think exist, Jovanka?
I think there's
like
35.
Oh,
No, not so many.
So it's actually possible to learn all of them. 35.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe 37, actually, including scholars' mates and schools. Mates.
They count.
They count, yeah.
Yes.
Jovanka's mate, that should be the next one.
Yeah.
Oh, no, yeah. That would be awesome.
Well, we're always talking about, novelties or even new opening ideas. You guys want to have an opening named after you, which is, of course, possible. Now, can you see also new checkmates coming into chess? That hasn't been, fully discovered?
That one's hard.
Yeah,
that one's very hard because it has to be a very common pattern, so to speak, that keeps getting repeated and repeated. Because you have some checkmates and you can kind of go, yeah, it's the rainbow mate.
Yeah.
But
Sounds like a nice one.
It does sound nice, but it's a kind of a one of a kind.
Yeah.
It's not one that everyone can recreate in their games.
Okay.
I've had a couple of special checkmates in my games, and then I thought, oh, this must be unique, and then I got told by a friend, oh, I've seen that pattern before, plenty of times.
Okay, but then it's possible for it to be a named mate.
The Howell's mate.
Howell's mate.
I wish. That's the dream. That's the dream.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Magnus just debating whether to go for that variation we just showed, which would be initiated by queen takes pawn, white's queen grabbing that pawn. It did, however, lead to a position that's defendable for black. I don't think it's necessarily any trouble for white either, but black would be fine. So Magnus will find out a lot about his intentions on the next turn. He could, for example, think about pushing a pawn, maybe Simon Williams' favourite move, pushing Harry to the h-pawn.
And here he's coming.
Oh, no, he's going to go.
Is he
He's
gonna
going
grab
to grab the pawn.
Okay.
He has.
We could, therefore, be headed towards the variation we just showed, which would end in a draw.
Okay.
So Nepomniachtchi now will bring his rook across.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's
Well-
the only plan that we can consider, we've thought about, because offering a trade of queen doesn't quite work, because the knight is threatening to give a check on f7. So the queen has to guard that square, and now we're expecting Nepomniachtchi to double the rooks along the b line, just to simplify the position. You know, it's getting very tense. There's a lot of action on the board, a lot of possibilities, and the human mind always seeks simplifications. And the move, we predicted it, David. It's happened.
Yep, the move has happened, and black does have a threat to bring his rook down,
And give a
trade rooks,
check.
and check.
And Magnus, he is going to answer immediately.
He's instantly responded with the king coming forward. And now this is where we had looked at queen giving check to the king, offering a trade of queens, forcing them off the board. And we concluded that it's actually okay. White is okay, and black has also a narrow path to safety. So are we going to see queen check?
Okay, big moment.
It is a huge moment. And how many moves left? I'll just check the
Okay.
count.
So white has 6 moves to make, black has 7 moves to make in the time control. Magnus has 10 minutes with which to do that. I think that's maybe why he didn't want to take too many risks. He's just happy to see the queens come off, so it's easier to handle, easier to navigate.
So the clocks have actually become a factor for Magnus Carlsen, sort of influencing his decisions here, because does only have a little more than 1 minute on each move before the time control.
Yeah, he doesn't have so much time, and also you don't really want to take so much committal decisions before move 40, and especially not in time trouble. If there's anything I learned, and I should have really been paying attention to, this was David's advice. Okay, and we see Nepomniachtchi getting ready to make the move.
Ooh. Hesitating as well now.
Yeah, because it does require still some calculation, because we looked at one specific line where black was okay, but in actual fact, when you are calculating, you should be looking at more variations.
Yeah, I just think if black misses the opportunity here to swap queens, he won't get that chance again. So, yeah, I would be trying desperately to get those queens off the board, which he can do now, Nepomniachtchi, but he has 18 minutes. It is slightly tempting to keep the tension, to hope that Magnus blunders in time trouble, and keeping the queens on maybe increases the chance of a mistake from either side. You don't think it's going to happen?
No, I don't think it's going to happen, because when I take a look at the position of each side's king, I'm like, OK, black's king, so unsafe, too many holes. And white's king safe as houses. So in terms of danger, I think there's only one side that's going to be feeling it, and it's the Jan.
Yeah. And he must know as well, deep down, that he has let some opportunities pass. His position was far, far more promising about 10 moves ago. And when you sense that momentum, all the top players do, they have a real intuition in terms of the trend of the game. Once you sense that, you just want to shut down the game. You just want to take no more risks.
Do you think it's actually possible that Magnus could try to play that in-game for a win?
Possibly.
I mean, I'm just thinking, you know, he goes, well, you know, because I did notice from Magnus's style is that he's very good at those transitional phases, you know, where he's been losing and suddenly he's slightly better, and he's got that ability to kind of make that psychological adjustment and actually push for the win. Like yesterday, we saw Jan didn't quite do that. And we've seen that in previous World Championship matches where Fabiano Caruana had a chance to push or put Magnus a little bit under pressure, but they were both satisfied with draws.
Yeah. Yesterday, Jan turned things around on move 40, but he forced a draw immediately. He didn't even try. He didn't even look for chances. And will we see the same today? And you asked about the endgame, Jovanka. Maybe we can check it out just to predict what happens once more, just in case
he hasn't gone for it.
He hasn't gone for it. Oh, OK. Well, roll the dice.
Yeah,
Things are getting spicy.
He's playing for the win, Nepomniachtchi. If he had traded queens, we said that this endgame is likely a draw. White has a knight for a rook, but this knight is very strong, and it should be sufficient. And look at this move. Wow, Magnus Carlsen also playing for the win. We didn't see the queen trade. We saw black keep this pawn safe. It's now protected by a rook. But now Magnus, check this out. King march. He's marching up the board with his king. He's gone away from any potential checks, so the queens will not leave the board.
Whoa.
But whose king is weaker now? This white king out in the open. If the black queen can ever sneak around, there might be some nasty checks. But the black king also vulnerable.
I thought with the queens on the board, you want to keep your king safe.
Normally. I guess maybe here he thought the king is safer away from any open diagonals and also away from the black rooks. Black only has rooks. If black had a knight here or a bishop, this king would not be safe. White's king would be too vulnerable. But if it's only rooks, then the white king is actually safe amongst its own pawns. Wow, Magnus, brave move. I like it personally. It shows that, well, Nepomniachtchi wanted to win with his last turn, and now Magnus still wants to win, despite only having 10 minutes left.
Oh, wow. OK, so we were thinking before these two moves that it could be heading for a draw. What do you think now?
Anything goes.
Yeah. Do you think it's going to be a long game?
It could well be.
Could well be.
I think the players both at this point, they would love to reach move 40. They'd love to get an extra hour and then sit back and relax and reassess. But, OK, move 40 is still quite a distance away. Nepomniachtchi especially has 6 moves to make. 7 moves to make if you include this one. Magnus only with 6 moves to make now.
Tense in Dubai, you guys. And, well, hopefully for us it's going to be a long game. It's Saturday. What better to do than follow the drama from Dubai?
I'm just thinking at this position, I'm just thinking there's so much danger for Nepomniachtchi. And, OK, the rook attacks the queen. I was really afraid that if he made a careless queen move, that the white could suddenly push their rook a few squares up the board and suddenly swing across all the way to attack at black's king.
Yeah, and OK, black's rook attacking the white queen. White's queen will step back. It's not clear where. There's a couple of tempting options. I should also mention that Magnus Carlsen himself, he said there's no one better in the world at major piece endgames than Jan Nepomniachtchi when there's queens and rooks on the board. He said this before the match. He said it actually in one of the interviews during the Champions Chess Tour. He said when it's just queens and rooks, Nepomniachtchi is the best in the world, maybe even superior to Magnus. Here, it's slightly different. There's a knight, and also black is the one with the weaker king. Normally, Nepomniachtchi wants to have the safer king, but check out Nepomniachtchi's maneuvers later on to see whether Magnus's quotes were justified.
Yeah, I could spot a trick, actually. If it's just doesn't quite necessarily work if white were sharp, but the queen could step back into the centre.
And it has done.
Has done. I was thinking, OK, well, now black can double the rooks.
OK, double the rooks.
Exactly.
On this line?
Yeah.
OK, so trying to target this.
Yeah, and you can't go knight takes rook.
Well, why not?
Oh, you can go knight takes rook. Oh, no. OK.
Unfortunately
not. No, the rooks can... what I was thinking was that you can attack the c-pawn.
Yeah,
but OK,
the defender of the white queen. Yeah, this one almost a pin, but not quite. I thought that you were going to say there were other traps. For example, you could try and take this knight and hope that white takes this pawn, so that, yes, this is check, but you could meet a check with a check. Check with a counter check. You could push forward and check the white king, which is now very weak, and attack the queen. This doesn't work, however, because white's queen could slide across, blocking the check, and also the white queen could just take this rook. But some tricks in the air, at least the beginnings of some tricks. They're not quite working yet for black, but they might well later on. So which king is weaker? That is the big question. If white gets time, however, to push some pawns forward, to maybe, as you mentioned, Jovanka, reroute this white rook, maybe somehow bring it over towards the black king, then definitely Magnus will start to get excited.
Yeah, but my idea is still kind of valid, but not obviously in that. OK, so he's moved his king. I actually wanted to move my rook now further down, but I like this kind of safety first. And this is kind of what you recommend, especially you don't have so much time on the clock.
Yeah, just make safe, simple moves which avoid any blunders, avoid any potential attacks from the opponent. However, if the white queen moves now, it would allow the white knight to retreat. You don't want to retreat because of a queen trade, but, for example, if you can move the queen, then suddenly the white knight is free. And, again, if black just kind of slowly builds up, then the white knight is within checking distance of the black king. So I'm not sure I 100% like that move. Black's king is not necessarily safer now, where it's just moved to, than it previously stood. But Nepomniachtchi, I think, just trying to bide some time, just trying to get to move 40 and survive. What do you think, Jovanka? Is the White King going to continue marching forward?
No.
It's finished its journey. It's just going to chill out on the side here.
I think he will leave that possibility to when the queens have been traded off.
And maybe, as you mentioned, this pawn push, if it does happen, this would allow Black's rooks to stack up and line up against this pawn, because now there is a pin here. Knight takes rook would be met by queen takes queen, winning. So, OK, Magnus has to be careful. Maybe he doesn't want to commit anything too much yet. He just wants to somehow get to move 40. But what is it, 4 moves to make now, or 5 if you include this one, in only 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I would be tempted
It's only 1.5 minutes per move.
I would be tempted if I were White just to improve the placing of the rook and just move it along to the 4th row, just so that has the possibility.
Later to
Oh,
slide
hang on
across.
a second. That would also be a blunder. I seem to be blundering in the 4th hour because you can play rook takes pawn.
OK,
And
rook
also-
takes pawn.
Yeah.
But maybe now you take this pawn. It's not necessarily clear.
Yeah, but I feel that that favours Black.
Yeah, the more open lines that appear, the better the rooks will become. So, OK, that's the thing. There's so many tiny tactics. It's not like game-winning blunders or anything, but there are small tricks in the air. And Magnus now less than 7 minutes to make 5 moves, if we include this one. OK, wow. We were talking about time pressure. This is the first time we've really seen the players looking at the clock, getting a bit shaky, getting a bit nervy.
Will he want to avoid... OK, the move is coming in.
He does push his pawn
Push
forward.
his pawn forward. OK.
So I guess he wants to meet any rook move by just defending his pawn, maybe, with his rook. Or maybe now he could just move the queen out of the way. And now the white knight at least would defend this pawn. No more pin.
Well, is Magnus sort of trying to delay the big decisions until move 40?
I think so. It feels that way. I think if you offered him now just an extra hour to think, he would happily take it, and he would just sit back and say, OK, now I'll look for ways to win this game. It's still, with best play, maybe should be a draw, but it could still go in any direction. If White trades the queens and lets the black rooks out, then Black wins. If White is able to get an attack against the Black King, White wins. So still all 3 results possible.
What do you think it's like sitting there now for these 2 players in this game? What do you think it's like?
I would be terrified.
In this kind of situation, it's very common that Nepomniachtchi is got maybe this tiny voice that he'd probably have to quiet that says, you threw away an advantage. You had a golden opportunity. And now you have to really struggle here to even hold the balance. Meanwhile, Magnus, having been on the point of suffering, is suddenly thinking, hey, life is good. I have my chances again. And Nepomniachtchi now aligning the queen and rook together.
Yeah, if you had to take someone now, Jovanka?
Magnus.
Magnus.
Okay.
I would take White here every time as well, just because White's knight is so strong. And
the bar agrees with you.
Just as we say that, yeah. Because actually, if we think about the material imbalance here, now Black is still up, but Black has a rook in return for a knight and a pawn. A knight and a pawn worth 4, a Black rook worth 5. But earlier on, Black had a rook and a pawn just for a knight. So Black had 6, White only had 3. So actually, the material count has gone in White's favour by 2, just over the last dozen or so moves. And again, it's all about the trend. It's not necessarily a bad situation for Black, but if this continues, Nepomniachtchi will start to get nervous. And I think if actually Magnus makes move 40 now, we will see him take some risks to try and win later.
Ooh, what a game this is. Game 2 in the World Championship match. And we're already seeing chaos, drama, 2 players really fighting. Both of them been fighting for wins today.
Yeah.
Yep.
And this is the 2nd day in a row Magnus is sacrificed. And yeah, we thought he's the reigning champion. He knows he's, well, on paper, he's the better player. He wouldn't take too many risks. He'd just let his moves do the talking. But he's taking massive risks.
Wow.
And so far, they've been justified.
Well, we have heard this from Magnus because, of course, the format for the match has changed from 12 games previously to now 14 games. And Magnus has said that that invites taking more risk because you will have another game to get, or another 2 games this time to sort of strike back if it goes wrong.
Yeah, and 14 is also my lucky number. So
Yeah.
I agree, 14 is always better than 12.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm not completely sure what Nepomniachtchi's last move does. It does break the tension between the 2 queens that was maybe a bit uncomfortable. No threat. I think he's just trying to survive again till move 40. Maybe now it's time for the white rook to remaneuver. The white queen also could maybe take up a different post. The white king could step back, or if you're feeling brave, step forward. I don't know. I'm just...
Yeah, I feel that the white rook could improve itself. And also, you know, if you want to, say, pass a few times, you can just shuffle along with the queen, attack the pawn on e6, and then ask black to defend it, and then take a decision.
Yeah. So we're expecting either a queen move or a rook move. Both of those would be very sensible here by Carlsen, but actually he's got 4 moves to make now in 4 minutes, so average 1 move per minute. That's not easy. We know Magnus loves bullet chess online, but that's different. That's far from all the pressure.
Okay.
And your move, Jovanka, the white queen comes across, attacking an undefended pawn in the centre there. Black's pawn on e6 is threatened, and that would come with check as well.
Yes,
Doubly deadly.
So it has to be defended. Does this give the opportunity for Jan to kind of play rook takes knight?
Actually, a big moment.
It is a big moment, right?
Yeah, we can show this actually, because if Jan wants to just completely obliterate all the tension, he can give back his extra material. He can take white's strong knight with his rook. And this has drawbacks. This shows that black's just fighting for the draw and will never win. But if he takes this knight, then suddenly at least the position is simplified. It's queen and rook against queen and rook, same number of pawns. And again, now it's not clear whether white's king is weaker or not than the black king. Maybe if these 2 pawns disappear, this game would end up in a draw. If the queens disappear now, it's definitely a draw. So Jan, will he gamble and play on, or will he just try and take the safe approach of getting rid of this strong knight?
Actually, I was just checking the computer variations, and that is the top choice of the computer. You know, just to eliminate the tension, accept that that black is slightly worse, and defend that position. But still, it does mean that Magnus is in the driving seat. If you do manage to keep the balance of a rook against a knight, it does mean that there's still chances for Magnus to go wrong. And if he does go wrong, the rooks will be superior to the rook and knight.
Yeah.
So,
Are you surprised Magnus allowed this opportunity? Or do you think just before move 40, he's thinking, OK, let's just play safe?
I think he was just thinking, the clock is ticking, let's play safe.
Because he could have put his queen on a different square, he could have just moved his rook, and it's not clear what Nepomniachtchi is actually doing next. He could have got to move 40 and then decided whether to allow this trade.
But one thing I have noticed about Nepomniachtchi is he has consistently refused the offer of simplifications. He's had that chance many moves ago in better forms, and he said no. So maybe Magnus is kind of taking a calculated gamble and saying, well, I don't think he's going to do it. He's just going to feel like his king is a little bit too shaky. You think he would?
He's definitely going to do it, because what else? Otherwise, you're just in massive trouble as black.
I know. Yeah, I know.
I mean, you could make an argument for bringing the queen across to defend this pawn, but then the queen is passive eternally.
Yeah, I agree.
Stuck, and you could even see white at some point, not now, but at some point rerouting the knight to go for the black king. You could see white's rook somehow joining the action, maybe on the 3rd rank, and coming into the black, into the heart of the black position.
Yeah, it feels incredibly scary.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you are kind of admitting with rook takes knight that you've made a mess of things and that you're purely defending.
Yeah, but I think purely defending is right, but it should be defensible.
Yes.
And Magnus there making some faces. Is he assessing this as better for white, or does he know it will end in a draw?
All right, well, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi. And the move, 3 more moves to go before they get 60 more minutes on the clock. Magnus, less than 4 minutes on the clock. Just trying to get to that time control now, the world champion. Bar is all the way in the middle in this game. But I'm guessing from you guys, anything can happen.
Definitely, anything can still happen. I think the bar will only remain in the middle, though, if Nepomniachtchi finds this move and takes the white knight. But as Jovanka mentioned, it's not maybe stylistically his type of move. And throughout this game, he's rejected similar opportunities. So, okay.
Interesting moment in the game.
Yeah.
What will Jan Nepomniachtchi do?
I must mention as well, I've nearly never seen Nepomniachtchi around move 40 with less than 10 minutes on his clock. Normally, he still has 30, 40 minutes, sometimes an hour. And
he's gone for it. He's accepted that he's worse. And here we go, simplifications. But OK, now...
Did you see him exhale as well when he made that decision? He made eye contact with Magnus.
Yeah, well, when you consider the position that he had earlier on, where he felt like he could take full charge, and now just surviving.
Yeah, It's all about survival. This is a 2-result game now. White should never lose. And that is because White has a slightly better pawn structure. Black has 2 isolated pawns, one on the A file, one in the middle there on the E file, and White only has 1 isolated pawn. Also, Black's king, okay, White's king not safe either, but Black's king is a bit more airy than the White king. It's easier to get at that.
Yeah.
And
oh, look at Magnus.
Magnus. Yeah.
Okay, so he missed this opportunity. He just forgot about it. So
I just have a feeling he'll be so annoyed at himself for not maintaining the tension to move 40 at least. He could have allowed this opportunity after move 40 when he had 1 hour to consider what to do.
Yeah.
Just feels like I mean, it's not a bad position objectively because maybe it was still a draw or maybe it was still equal, but in practical terms, you want to have some time to mull over any new kind of transformations, any trades, any captures. You can't do that just before move 40.
Do you think Magnus was banking on perhaps being able to attack the queen with his pawn and just get the C pawn as far up the board as possible, and then saying, hey, this is going to be a great position?
Possibly.
And not quite realising that maybe it's not that fantastic.
Yeah. I think he will attack the black queen either with that pawn, as you mentioned, Jovanka, or he'll slide the white rook across to attack the black queen. Either way, I think the black queen just needs to move, and there are a few safe squares. It's not 100% clear how he can capitalise on this move, Magnus Carlsen. And as mentioned, if the queens come off, it should end in a draw.
I think he's
pushed that pawn.
Pushed the pawn forward. Yeah.
So the idea is if the black queen takes that pawn, then it loses protection of both of its pawns on the 6th rank. So white's queen will go and take a pawn with check on the e6 square, and suddenly the black king would be vulnerable.
Okay, and Nepomniachtchi has to take a decision with the queen. I feel like it's a little bit natural to, well, it's only one move, right, to hold on to both pawns, and that's just
to block white's pawn.
Exactly, block the c pawn.
Yep.
Time control is very, very close now. Is this a draw? Will one of the players keep fighting for a win? We're going to head quickly down to Tanya in Dubai with one of the star players in the United Arab Emirates. All right, Tanya is getting ready with, I heard rumors, Salem Saleh, a fantastic chess player himself. Okay, the time control is getting close. Do you think shortly this will be a draw, David?
I still think Magnus will push, he'll press, because there's 0 risk now for white. Unless there's a massive blunder or a moment of blindness, a moment of madness, white cannot lose this game. For black, it could go wrong. Black could just lose those 2 weak pawns that I mentioned, and black's king, if the white queen can start delivering some checks, it could be vulnerable. So it looks like a 2-result game. It's going to be a draw or a white win. Magnus will just get to move 40, then he'll reassess, he'll have a think, and maybe try and put some pressure on. But it does feel like, with best play, it should be a draw.
Okay, Nepomniachtchi is thinking about his next move. 8 minutes to go for him. That's going to be fine. But what will he do? Can he make mistakes here, or is it quite obvious for him right now?
I wouldn't say it's obvious. It's definitely possible to make mistakes, but there should maybe be a few ways to save this game. I'm trying to calculate what happens if black does actually take this pawn, because clearly Nepomniachtchi, just looking at his eyes right now, just judging by his body language, he's looking at ways to take that white pawn with his queen, and if white gets greedy to take some pawns, he's looking at ways to start checking the white king from the front. So I have a feeling, just because it's Nepomniachtchi, and just because he's quite a direct player, he wants to capture that white pawn, and maybe he'll get away with it. Maybe.
Oh, my instinct, I can see from the Twitter comments, everyone's instinct is actually just to sidestep with the queen, block the pawn, and just hold the position firm. Capturing the pawn wasn't on my radar at all. Felt too shaky.
Yeah. Shaky is right, but Nepomniachtchi, he's the type of player who would rather solve his problems immediately than sit there and suffer. So he's calculating. I think if his calculations aren't successful, if he thinks the white's doing well, then he'll just slide across 1 square to c6 and block that white pawn.
And look at Nepomniachtchi's chair kind of shaking, indicating maybe he's, you know, with his feet shaking a little bit, maybe a little bit nervous right now, Nepomniachtchi.
Yeah,
you can see the chair shaking as well.
Yeah, and you can occasionally hear the noises that the players are making, and you can see Nepomniachtchi is not very comfortable. And I'm sure at the back of his head, he's thinking about what could have been and in the situation right now. Because there is the issue that if you do just sidestep with your queen, hold the 2 pawns, that Magnus can kind of amp up the pressure by moving his queen attacking both pawns, and then still not easy.
Not easy.
Not easy at all for Nepomniachtchi.
If you allow this white pawn to survive, it might come back to haunt you.
Exactly.
It's quite far advanced.
Yeah. Just an update on Tanya. I was saying that we would go down to her. She made her way now to the area where she can do interviews with the players in case this is shortly a draw. But hopefully also we'll hear from Salem Saleh later on. But just in case, just so we don't miss those interviews, Tanya is making her way there. Okay.
Okay, he did take the pawn. That's just Nepomniachtchi style. He doesn't want to sit and suffer. So he's taking that pawn. He's allowed a check. The white queen recapturing another pawn with check. Level number of pawns now, and black's pawn over there on a6 is about to drop off. Okay, the black king stepping forward.
And now there's a threat in the position. So if you do go rook takes pawn or queen takes pawn, then black can simplify things even further by actually giving a check to the white king on c8 square. And they've gone because the move 40 has been made.
Yep. Typical stuff. They did it at the same time as well. We have reached the time control. The players are taking a little break from their chairs, and that means that we can also take a quick break to hear from our commercial partners.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic. Oh,
La magie. Magic. Magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up at home. He wants to be even rude.
The Chess24 global broadcast for the World Championship match. The players have reached the time control in Dubai. Magnus Carlsen is actually back by the board. He has not made a move, has he?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet, all right. So we will take a quick trip down to Dubai to Rune, who is out and about in the 2020 Expo area. What's happening, Rune?
And absolutely, we have to cover the chess history. The other red-bearded guy, he went to the pub. He was supposed to do the history of the Chess World Champions. Luckily, I am here in Dubai. I'm in the Spanish pavilion, and I have some visuals to help me. So, it's a historic match today, of course. It's the World Championship match. But where did chess come from? It started here in India. It was originally called Chaturanga, Shah for Shah the King. And then, this is like 1,500 years ago, and then it spread to Persia. And from Persia in around the year 600, we saw a great expansion, and the Persian Empire spread across most of the known world at that time. So it went Egypt, Morocco, 700 and 800, and then the Persian Empire conquered Spain. And that is quite interesting. So they brought a lot of their science, their mathematics, and they brought chess to Spain. So here we are talking 825 to 1475. And from here, chess was developed quite a bit, and chess was the biggest place Spain was the biggest place for chess in the world. And if you just come along with me here, I have something interesting to tell you, because at this point, they started developing chess theory. We see here the first chess book. It's just called the Book of Chess. It was written in 1283. So we are continuing a tradition that has been going on for a long, long time. Now, here, this is interesting. This is about the first game that was played in this World Championship match, because it was the Spanish Opening. We're in the Spanish pavilion. The Spanish Opening is also known as the Ruy Lopez, and that is because of this guy. He was the Archbishop, the Royal Archbishop of Spain. He was the best chess player in the world, and he, in I think 1535, he wrote a book about this particular chess opening. So when Magnus and the Nepomniachtchi sits down and plays the Ruy Lopez, they are continuing a tradition that has been going on for about 500 years, which is pretty incredible. And you can see, of course, chess history develops, and we have Judith here. Judith, of course, the best female chess player of all time. Also, she's sitting in the back here where she is commentating. And that is most of chess history up till now. And thank you for tuning in. Now back to the studio.
I'm so glad you're taking care of the history now that the other bearded guy is down at the good night. Thanks so much for doing that. All right, and chess history maybe in the making here. We have 2 moves on the board.
We have a couple of moves. Since the time control was made, the players, they had their break, they got refreshed, they came back, and the first move was Magnus grabbing a pawn. Maybe we can show this. But Nepomniachtchi did react instantly. And in this position, there's nothing else to do for white. You could argue for giving a check, but the black king just hides in the corner. So Magnus grabbed this pawn. He's actually a pawn up. He's up material for the first time in the game, but Nepomniachtchi just slid the black rook across, and suddenly the black rook is able to defend its king. The black rook, if needed, can guard the 7th rank, and the white king is now the more vulnerable of the two. And you can see there by Magnus's body language, he's not overly optimistic. This pawn was attacked by the queen and by the rook. Notice how you can't give a check with your rook as white, because actually that square is covered. So Magnus, therefore, pushed his pawn forward. And here, there might be a couple of moves for black, but the most straightforward, if he just wants to make a draw, it is to just get the queens off the board. He can bring his queen across with a check. Looks like he's done that. And once the queens disappear, then black should be able to hold this. This is quite elementary stuff. 3 versus 2 on one side of the board. It's not enough to create a passed pawn for white. Notice how all of these pawns, and any time they march forward, will just be traded. So this endgame, Magnus can play forever. He can play for 100 moves if he wants. He can play for 10 moves if he wants. But it should end in a draw. These 3 can't beat these 2.
Yeah, and I suspect that the game will finish quite shortly, actually.
Let's go back to the players.
Yeah, definitely go back to the players.
With a repetition or an offer of a draw?
I think it might be an offer of a draw, actually.
We rarely see that, actually. Very often repetitions. It's going to be interesting to see. Will then Magnus be the one offering the draw?
Yeah, if it is, I would be very shocked if Magnus offered a draw. I'd be surprised if either side offered a draw. I think it's going to end in repetition. Because it's pride. It's pride. You don't want to be the first one to offer a draw in a World Championship match.
But it might be one of those things where you just make eye contact with your opponent and go like this.
And Magnus could already have forced a draw if he wanted to, just by continuously checking with the white rook. But he's playing on just for a little while. He's brought his king forward. And, yeah, no great progress to be made there. Black just waits. Note how the black rook actually cuts off the white king from advancing further up the board. Good strategy.
I'm going to be so eager to hear from the players after this game. What a dramatic game. Ups and downs for both of them.
Yeah. Massive ups and downs.
Yeah.
Maybe especially for Magnus. He must have known he was in trouble, and suddenly he was in the driver's seat. And suddenly it was equal again.
Yeah, I have to say it's been a thrilling encounter so far. You know, first of all, it looked like Magnus was going to be in the driving seat, as you say, David, and then Nepomniachtchi turned it around in some big complications, and then some mysterious moves, and suddenly Magnus is the one on top, and then suddenly I think it's kind of a draw, feels like a fair result in some way.
Yeah, it's like 2 heavyweight boxers landing punches on each other, but neither side going down under the pressure. Both just standing their ground. And, yeah, I think Nepomniachtchi, he will feel some disappointment if this is a draw, but also some relief that it could have been worse. It could have been a full 360 turnaround rather than just saving the game.
And the more that Nepomniachtchi play, and the more games that he plays, the more confident he will become, and the kind of more he will kind of gauge more and more of Magnus's style and whether Magnus is in good shape or not.
Yep, and Black just continuing to wait with his rook. I think he will continue this forever if he can, just waiting on the 5th rank. White's pawns at some moment will start to run forward. Maybe White's rook can challenge the 5th rank to try and create a way in for the White king, but either way, let's ignore the evaluation bar for now. It's only up to +1 or almost +1 because White's a pawn up. It's not because White is winning. And yeah, this type of endgame, it's all about experience. If Magnus was playing a less experienced opponent, he would try and press forever. He would be confident about winning, but against a world-class elite grandmaster like Nepomniachtchi, I think no chance. What do you think?
I think no chance. And now here, I think Black has to be slightly accurate here. And
Don't trade rooks.
Don't trade rooks. I would move my rook to the 7th, just so that I could step forward with the king. And the king can sit there on the 7th row quite happily. Because the kind of scenario you do not want is you don't want the White king to go on an adventure anywhere close to the 6th row. If it gets to, I'm thinking of the h6 square, if it gets there, then suddenly there might be serious trouble for Nepomniachtchi.
Yep, so 2 things to avoid here for Black. One is trading rooks. You don't want to go into a king and pawn endgame pretty much ever when you're a pawn down. This pawn is actually going to win the game. White's king will slowly march around and Black's king will have to eventually give way. And also, as Jovanka mentioned, you don't want to allow your opponent to take control over some key squares. If the rook had gone elsewhere in this position, for example, if the rook had just gone to a random square, then White's king could potentially march forward into the black half. And if the Black king tries to parry that, block it off, then White can give a nasty check. And the Black king is forced to give way, and White's king would creep in. So, yep, found your move, Jovanka. The best defensive move in this position was to just cover the 7th rank. And he's just going to set up a barricade here, a blockade. And White's king, whenever it steps forward, will just be blocked and met by the Black king. And no more checks, because the Black rook covers this 7th row. Next, Black can even just push a pawn forward and kick this White king back where it came from. Yeah, this one should be headed towards a draw. Magnus can try pushing his pawns forward. He can try maybe trading one set of pawns, but the more pawns that disappear, the smaller his chances become. And no way around here. He can maneuver forever, but it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, and one thing you have to say about those extra pawns, you kind of want it to be in the middle of the board when it comes to extra pawns.
You want these to be over in the middle somewhere where they can run.
Then they can run, and it's just to do with the fact that the rooks don't have great checking distance, actually, to the opposing kings. And the worst type of pawns to have are actually those pawns that Magnus has on the H-line, and then the second worst are the G pawns.
Yeah,
and,
pawns in the corner, it's hard to support them, simply.
And in fact, if you were just to get, if Magnus were to get a position where it would be his king and the G pawn on the board, that's it, it would be draw. As long as the Black king is within touching distance.
If all the other pawns were traded,
No chance of winning.
The dream as well for Magnus, if he pushes a pawn forward, for example, which it looked like he was about to do, just judging by his body language, the dream is to force Black to ruin the integrity of his pawns. For example, if Black ever trades a set of pawns, then suddenly we see White at least has a passed pawn with no rival to trade it off, and later it could start marching forward. The problem for Magnus, however, is that Nepomniachtchi will not acquiesce to that. He will never trade here. He will wait for White to do the trading. For example, he can just pass, and if White ever takes, then now still no passed pawn. Anytime this guy marches forward, it's just traded off. And yeah, as long as Black isn't impatient, then it should just be a draw.
Well, one interesting thing here with the very popular Harry the H pawn move actually hasn't happened in this game
Not
at
yet.
all.
Yeah, neither side.
Yeah, Simon's going to be disappointed, but maybe now then you say, maybe now Harry's going to come alive.
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens, because there's no other plan. And just judging by his hand movement, it looks like it is Harry the H-pawn.
Finally, every single piece has made a move.
Yeah.
Apart from
Yesterday.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, okay.
Opposite Harry, still asleep.
Or Harriet, I don't know.
Yesterday it was the A1 rook, never moved. Today, the H7 pawn.
OK, so Magnus has one idea of pushing forward and at least forcing Nepomniachtchi to make a decision. But I think if Nepomniachtchi just sits and waits, no headway will be made.
Yeah. And what about here? I mean, can white kind of try to intimidate black? For instance, you know, step forward with the king and threaten to...
For example, if the king steps forward,
yeah,
you want to force black to move his pawns.
Yeah.
And then step back, and if black continues to wait, now the black pawns do not defend each other, so you might well end up creating a passed pawn eventually.
That's my idea.
Small gains, but at least it's something. I'm just wondering whether Nepomniachtchi in the current position as well can force the issue, whether he can deliver a check. It looks risky. I don't think I would consider it too much, but just to start going after the white pawns. Maybe this holds as well.
Yeah, maybe, although...
For example, this endgame with white being 2 pawns up is actually technically a draw. If you know the technique, it's quite a simple draw, but I've realised that even top grandmasters, they don't necessarily study this type of position. I know that until maybe 3 or 4 years ago, I was just too lazy to study this position. I thought, I'll never be 2 pawns down in an endgame, it'll be fine. And then one day it happened on the board next to me, and my teammate lost this type of position, so I was like, OK, I have to study. So this is a draw with 2 pawns because they're separated. 2 connected pawns will be winning for white, but separated pawns here, not sufficient. So maybe he can force the issue with the draw here, but that's like last resort. Why be 2 pawns down when you could be 1 pawn down?
And here, what would you recommend as the best defence for black? Just to carry on waiting, step forward with the king?
Yeah, I would probably just step forward, and if white pushes a pawn forward, I would be very tempted to just step this way with the king, just to stop the white king ever breaking forward. And it looks like a king move from Nepomniachtchi. It is indeed.
Yeah, it is indeed.
And yeah, just planting the king on a very safe square. And as mentioned, if the pawn steps forward, black can just try and kind of provoke an exchange, try and persuade white to do the trading on his terms. And this pawn easily holds up these 2 guys. And yeah, I'm hoping we see this game played out to a stalemate rather than a draw offers, just to show the viewers, just to show us why it's a draw. But either way, yeah, if you don't have passed pawns in rook games, even if you're 1 pawn up, it's impossible. And OK, Magnus does push this guy. Harry's on an adventure.
Yeah.
But he's about to be neutralised by the other Harry. Or by Gary, the G pawn.
All right. Well, they keep playing. Are you saying it's definitely a draw now?
90-something%.
Yeah. Okay. So we're waiting basically to see if one of them will offer it, or if they can find a move repetition. And where is the move repetition here? I mean, with the pawns, of course, that's quite difficult.
It would be difficult to get a move repetition. I mean, I think what's going to happen is that they will play on that position until they reach somewhere where it's like no chance for Magnus to think even about winning. So, and I like David's suggestion, which is just to go into the corner with the king to the h6 square, just to prevent the white king from stepping forward. That looks quite straightforward.
Yeah, we should also maybe mention some chess etiquette, just the way you should behave in a chess game. If you're on the defensive side, for example, here Nepomniachtchi, he's a pawn down, he's got 0 chance of winning this game. It's considered not rude, but slightly impolite to offer a draw. You wait for your opponent who's pressing, who's trying to attack, who's trying to win. You wait for them to offer a draw. So Nepomniachtchi, I'm pretty sure he won't be proposing any peace treaty soon. He'll just be waiting, and Magnus's body language shows that he's not too confident either. So
yeah,
it'll come down to Magnus, whether he wants to repeat the moves, whether he wants to offer the draw. If he does, then the game will end. Nepomniachtchi won't start that process.
And I have to say, there's a kind of unwritten rule, kind of, that when you do offer the draw, if you're the one who's defending, you only offer it once.
Yeah, maximum.
Exactly. And if it gets rejected, and let your opponent make the draw offers.
OK, the king does indeed go towards the white pawn, just trying to force that trade.
Instructive technique now, and Magnus goes sidestepping with his king. Maybe he's hoping about pushing the pawn, like you mentioned, Gary.
Yeah, no rush to trade. Yeah, I've played grandmasters actually who offered several draws per game, and it's the most
annoying,
most disrespectful thing ever. Played a grandmaster a few years ago. I think he offered me 4 draws in the course of a game, and the worst thing is that it did end in a draw, but I was always better. I always had the advantage, and it was just, at some point, he was just kind of like looking at his watch, just kind of telling me, you know.
Oh, dear.
And if there's life in the position, if there's pieces, why not play?
You definitely. I must admit, I was once told off by a grandmaster for offering a draw. You know, he said, I'll offer the draw when I want the draw.
Ooh.
I was like, ooh, okay.
Feisty.
And the worst thing is that actually I was a bishop down. It was a queen ending. I was a bishop down, but I had a few pawns. And the worst thing is that I survived for a long, long time. And then I turned it around so that there were no more pawns left on the board. And I had the pawns and he had the bishop. And then he offered me a draw. And I should have actually said no.
Yes, you should
It's
have.
my turn.
Yeah.
I'll offer the draw when I want the draw. But instead, you know, it's been 8 hours. I think I want to have some dinner.
Missed opportunity.
I
Jovanka.
know. I do regret not saying that.
I even played a blitz game recently where I was a bit unhappy with my opponent's behaviour, and yeah, when he offered a draw, I said no, just to spite him. So yeah, this one will fizzle out eventually, but Magnus is trying, and you can tell on the world champion's body language there, just looking at the score sheet, he's probably just regretting a couple of decisions. He's wondering, where could I have maybe been a bit more accurate? Where could I have put more pressure on my opponent?
But should actually Jan Nepomniachtchi be the one who sort of regrets more decisions? Because, you know, people were very worried for Magnus at a point here.
Definitely, but he's got more to worry about in this position, so he won't kind of reminisce, he won't look back in time until this game is saved.
I think there's some really instructive moments for both sides to learn from. I mean, for starters, I think Magnus's opening was a success. So that's something for Nepomniachtchi's team to go and work on and just improve that a little bit. And then somehow or other, Magnus took a little bit too much risk. And Nepomniachtchi was very, very resourceful, and he managed to find some good moves. And then he kind of went a little bit creative, maybe miscalculated something. And suddenly Magnus was back in the game. It was a very emotional, topsy-turvy game. And it's a real thrilling encounter to watch. And even this, you know, it's still quite an instructive stage of the game, because now they're showing us exactly how to defend this type of position, which is actually quite popular. It is not rare to find yourself in this type of ending.
Yeah, I think I found myself in this type of ending from the kind of attacking side with extra pawns and the defensive side with fewer pawns. I found myself in it hundreds of times in my career. So, yeah, I think, well, I hope the viewers at home, you learn a lot from this endgame, despite the fact it should be headed towards a draw. I think the main thing, if you're defending, is just stop your opponents creating passed pawns. If you're attacking, try and create the passed pawns.
Yeah. Our experts here are saying it's going to be a draw at some point. Let's also head down to Simon at the Good Night in Oslo. Are the Norwegian fans giving up hope of a white victory in this game now?
Hi there, everyone in the studio. I think it's going to end in a draw, and people realise that now. It's been such an exciting game, though, up and down all the way. And maybe we could just do a little tour just to get a feeling of, you know, a little bit of disappointment, but also I think people are quite happy that he hasn't lost this game, because at some point it did look like Jan was going to get the win. So let's just take a little wander, shall we, and see if we can annoy anyone with the mic. So we're going to go into the bar here, and we can see that people are starting to leave a little bit. Still plenty of chessboards everywhere. And we'll go around to the side here. And the good thing about this, even when the match is over, everyone's just enjoying a lovely game of chess. So let's just grab someone randomly, if we can. Don't know how this is going to work. So, draw? Is it going to be a draw?
What da?
Do you think the game's going to be a draw now?
In the intro? Oh, is this a TV show?
Yeah, this is a camera. You're on, man. You're on.
Okay.
Yeah, you're on.
Let's go. Let's go.
So, are you happy it's going to be a draw? It looks like it's going to be a draw.
Yeah, man, I mean, Magnus had some rough time, but I think draw is very good for him. I think he's done a very good job, and hopefully, you know, we will see what happens in the results. And
are you having a good time?
Yeah, I'm having a good time.
Okay. Well, look, man, I think that's the most important thing. Whatever's happening, everyone's having a great time here, and this is the way that chess should be loved. It's not quite time to say good night from the Good Night. I did have to get that saying in. We can do that later. Something could happen, but at the moment we think a draw's gonna be the result. But whatever happens, everyone's enjoying themselves so much here. So back to you guys over in the studio, and let's see if Magnus can get any blood out of this stone.
I love the pun, Simon, and the stunting. Good job down at the Good Night. And maybe it's time for you to have that beer now. It's maybe going to be a draw quite soon. Thanks for joining, Simon.
I may have had one beer. Thank you very much.
Yeah. You deserved it. You deserved it. And we did have some moves on the board, David.
We had a couple of moves, and black has actually regained the pawn that was lost earlier in the game. And that hasn't changed anything. It should still be a draw. Magnus, however, he's trying to win. He's trying to take some small risks. And there we go. No more pawn trades. He's pushed forward. So the reason white gave up a pawn, the reason it's 2 versus 2 now, is because white has created a pass pawn. We said it was all about those pass pawns. White's f-pawn now has no rival. If white gets 3 or 4 moves, it might sprint up the board and cause some real damage. So Nepomniachtchi, his pawns have lower quality. They're worth less because they're doubled pawns. And also, Jovanka mentioned earlier, these corner pawns, here it's the h-pawns. They're doubled and they're easy to stop for white. They're weak, they don't protect each other. Still a draw, but tiny, tiny chances if Nepomniachtchi is careless.
What do you think of Nepomniachtchi's decision in capturing that pawn?
I probably wouldn't have made that decision.
I wouldn't have made that decision at all, because I feel like this one is slightly higher risk.
Mm-hmm. And we say higher risk simply because white has that pass pawn, and because
exactly.
2 white pawns are connected, black's aren't.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no way to trade off either of white's pawns anytime soon. Maybe black can give some annoying checks. That's, I think, the justification for going for this. I'm not sure exactly where white's king is going to hide long term. OK, the king steps back, hitting the black rook. No more checks for now. But I just don't see how white is going to make progress if the black rook retreats to attack maybe white's pawn on the 4th rank. And then once the white king steps back, just to go back where it came from.
Mm-hmm.
The rook, I think it's going to just yo-yo between 2 squares, this black rook now.
OK. Because I'm thinking maybe the white king would dream about being on the f5 square.
Yeah, but black also has a pass pawn. I'm not 100% sure. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Let's show this while the players think, because Nepomniachtchi, there's less margin for error than there was 5 moves ago. And remember, Magnus is an endgame maestro, so there will be some doubt in his mind, Nepomniachtchi. OK, he does bring the rook the whole way across. I was about to say, the rook is just going to step back. The king will march forward, and then we would see a repetition of moves. But Jovanka mentioned maybe the king will sneak in eventually. Even if this pawn starts running, it's slow for black. Instead, we did see a different move. The black rook came this direction. It aims to check from the side, and Magnus now trying to be greedy. He's trying to take this pawn that he earlier sacrificed.
Is greed good?
OK.
I mean,
the rook is misplaced now, so now you can give a series of checks.
Yeah, but I'm not sure whether it's actually that bad for Magnus, because if you could grab this pawn, for example, if black just waits, if you could grab this pawn and then go back where you came from and then reroute the white rook to a more active square and then start pushing, maybe you have some chances. But Jovanka, you mentioned giving him checks.
Yeah.
Then I will march up the board. If you check me again, I'll march up the board.
And now...
this is a draw. For example, you can bring the rook across to attack this pawn. I wanted to defend it, but now you could trade off, finally, a set of pawns. And even if white comes out a pawn up, then this is quite a straightforward draw. 1 pawn alone will not be able to sneak past the black king. Yes, it's a passed pawn, but the black king is primed and ready to block it. Yeah, I agree with this tweet. All this talk of a draw has got him thinking that someone's going to do something mental. We've seen it before. We write it off too soon. Commentators curse, and then suddenly something crazy happens.
Yeah. No, but I have to say, when Nepomniachtchi was given the chance, he defended incredibly precisely. There's some really good calculation there. Mm-hmm. He knew when to trade his rook for the knight. He also knew when to make that rook move. If I'm going to highlight a certain move that I was really impressed by, it's just that rook move to f8.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of...
just on move 41.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a really impressive move. Very calm, collected, and well calculated.
I like this tweet as well. They're still playing on because they don't want to go to the press conference yet.
Oh, but it's so much fun with the press conferences. Come on, you guys.
I can't wait. I really hope one of the journalists asks about Nepomniachtchi's routine during this game.
Definitely, yeah. Because it has been a mental game. Talking about mental, I mean, the mental battle, the psychological battle of Jan Nepomniachtchi leaving the board could be interesting to hear from Magnus as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to be, honest about his feelings about it, but did it affect him?
I think in public he'll say that, OK, the opponent could do what he wants, Nepomniachtchi not breaking any rules, but privately, maybe in his mind, he'll be thinking, oh, that was a bit odd.
Yeah.
That was a bit disconcerting, a bit disturbing. And Yeah, mind games, World Championships. That's why we enjoy them so much.
Yeah. And of course,
always about mind games.
Always talk about the Magnus Carlsen effect, that players maybe won't be playing the best or aggressive or best moves or most aggressive moves because they are playing Magnus, and then someone maybe figuring out how to deal with it.
Yeah. The Nepomniachtchi effect.
Yeah.
Just leaving the board, putting the psychological pressure on the opponent.
And talking about psychological pressure, Rom Chess Fan on Twitter tells a story that the strategy that Nepomniachtchi employed is actually very exciting, similar to Karpov's, the match in Karpov against Korchnoi, of course, where Magnus has to be Korchnoi. My plan was simple. This is what Korchnoi says, to deprive Karpov of his favourite occupation, standing at the board, staring straight at his opponent. While I was wearing these glasses, all he could see was his own reflection because he was wearing mirrored sunglasses. All sorts of... OK, so we have some moves, a few checks on the board.
Yeah.
This is...
OK, Magnus going back where he came from with the white king.
Did I just see the hand kind of
it looks
make
like
that draw offer?
Oh!
There we go, draw offer, and it is a draw.
Game 2 in the World Championship match is also a draw. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces. What a dramatic and exciting game we have gotten from Dubai today. But it is eventually a draw and a big smile on Magnus's face. Wow. What do you think they're talking about?
I'm hoping we can hear even.
Yeah.
Sorry? I think you take on d4 after 95. Yeah, there's the theory, something like this. Yeah. But I thought like this is interesting practices.
You hear some sighing. There was some moves.
I think you take on d5.
Neither player too happy there. Exhaling. I think they were just discussing the opening even very early in the game.
That's very unusual for a world commentary, world championship match.
Yeah, but after 95. Somehow, maybe why just I put like focus on. I mean, at first, like after playing 95, 93, I thought like the place bishop b4 is a very interesting idea. Maybe I should have played c3 before. You think? Or maybe b takes a4 because it became like very dangerous. Like bishop h7 ideas, king h7, queen h5, rook d4, rook h4. I just couldn't calculate.
But you're giving up the queen. I think it's.
No, I can't give it away on d6 because still I play queen e7, rook h4, queen h4.
Yeah, I thought you always have.
Yeah, I have some counterplay. Yeah,
but let's say you already played c5 and you go b8.
Yeah, but at some point you could attack like on. Probably this wouldn't work, but maybe I thought like c3 is a nice way just to make sure I'm not getting mated. Maybe b4. Maybe b4 was subjectively strong.
Yeah. No, after b3, I mean, I'm.
Also, maybe rook a8 was strong.
Then rook b8. Yeah, I thought so too.
Because after rook a8, maybe white can't do much. But I thought like rook b8 is very good. Then okay, suddenly it's bishop b4. It was.
Yeah. No, I mean, I have no idea who's better and why. Was a mess.
Live from Dubai, you guys, these two players discussing the game afterwards. A lot of notation, David. Can you understand what they were talking about?
I can. It was various moments, actually. Firstly in the opening, then in the middle game, and also discussing a bit later on, just before we saw all those simplifications at the time control. But for me, the most telling part was Magnus's last comment there. He said, at some point, he had no idea what was going on. And that makes us feel better here in the studio. But it just shows how chaotic that game was.
Yeah. Definitely. Okay, well, the players have played for 4.5 hours. Game 2, it ended with a draw. It's been such a dramatic game, and we're going to wait now for comments from these two players. It's going to be so interesting to hear, hopefully, them talk to Tanya now, waiting for them before they also head to the press conference. I mean, yeah, David, what words will you use to describe this game today?
I would just say it was so up and down that I think neither player had control as well. The word I would use is control. Neither player seized it. I think World Championship matches, historically, it's all about who can get control first. Even if it's just one game, and then the next game you build on that control. But this one, neither side. Black was doing well, then white was doing well, then in the end it was a bit of a topsy-turvy draw. So, excitement and lack of control.
All right, Magnus is coming to Tanya.
Magnus,
Let's head
the
in
game
there.
ended peacefully, but a very tense battle. Did you feel the heat while playing it?
Yeah, it was tough. At some point, I blundered when I allowed knight c5 because I didn't intend to sack quite as much material as I actually did, and yeah, I think a lot of things could have been done differently. I was after that. I was trying to hang in there, not to lose. But yeah, the position was very interesting. But it was going my way for a bit, but I couldn't really find a plan. And then yeah, right before the time control, I just offered him the chance to liquidate. Probably in hindsight, I could have tried something else, but I didn't really see it. Maybe earlier I had something. He certainly had chances as well.
That was when you went queen g4?
Yeah.
All right, and Magnus, knight e5 was the move that even the commentators were talking about. Do you see anything now that you could have done differently?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, probably objectively, the position was not that bad for me. And like, yeah, he was offering me a lot of chances to take back some material, and eventually I did. Generally, I have no idea.
All right, thank you, Magnus. All the best for tomorrow.
All right, Magnus Carlsen, he does have a smile on his face, using the word blunder here at some point. What do you take away from that, David?
Yeah, it just shows that he's not quite at his peak yet. He's not quite at his freshest, sharpest. Still missing some small things. I think he over-exaggerated slightly. Yes, he missed a move or underestimated a move, but it wasn't quite a blunder. He was never losing. He was worse, but yeah, it was just, again, it was that last comment. He had no idea, and it was just that kind of game. And it shows both players are happy to go into muddy waters. And actually, the move Magnus said he blundered was this one, Black's knight, just jumping in to offer a trade. And Magnus maybe was looking at other options for Black, but he underestimated the threat. Firstly, of a knight trade, which favours Black. Knights are the most important piece in this type of position, but also once he did jump in with his own knight, maybe he underestimated this move. And he also said he didn't intend to sacrifice as much as he did, but this forced him to. And after the rook moved, we saw a crazy position after some trades here of White being down a rook for a knight, but having this magnificent piece. So objectively, I think this is very good for Black. Computers loved Black here, but Magnus found the practical compensation and later on saved the game.
All right. And Nepo has moved on to the press conference. Should we look at more moments from this topsy-turvy game that you guys called it?
Yeah, and I think the final key moment he also touched upon in that in the interview with Tanya. He mentioned this move, bringing the queen across to the g4 square. It looks nice and attacking. Maybe he had some ambitious intentions here. He's also threatening this pawn from where he would give check, but it did allow Nepomniachtchi to get rid of this knight that we just highlighted, this fantastic piece. Even at the cost of a rook, it was worth it, and Nepomniachtchi was able to hold the draw from this simplified position. If Magnus had maybe had a bit more time on the clock, he might have maintained the tension. For example, he could have moved his rook. There's plenty of opportunities here. Maybe he could swing it across this way. Maybe he could have moved his queen to a square that it still indirectly defends the knight. And once he got to move 40 with an extra hour on the clock, maybe he could have put some pressure on. White was in control here, but this one small slip at the end meant that the game did fizzle out. So earlier, Magnus's blunder, maybe not ideal, and then this moment just letting Nepomniachtchi survive quite simply. I think those were the two moments Magnus will look back on with a bit of regret.
All right. Oh, what a game too, Jovanka, in the World Championship match. Can you believe it?
I know, it's been absolutely thrilling. And I didn't expect to have two explosive starts in different ways, I have to say. But I have to say I've been very impressed by both Nepomniachtchi and Magnus for their fighting spirit, resourcefulness and precision when it comes to calculation.
And we're excited to also get some more reactions from Dubai, from Simon at the Good Night and at the press conference with Magnus and Nepomniachtchi. Before that, we're going to have a quick commercial break. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Today, more than ever, when the world comes together to create a better tomorrow.
It's going to be magic.
magic with music.
With architecture.
With colors.
Magic with celebration. With your safety.
From here.
There.
And everywhere.
For 6 whole months, day and night.
Join the making of a new world, starting October 1st.
Off my rocker, but follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got the song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
Welcome back to the Chess24 global broadcast from the World Chess Championship match, where we have seen Magnus Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi play a draw in their second game. Magnus had the white pieces in this one. It was a dramatic, chaotic game. Eventually a draw after 4.5 hours. The players are now making their way to the press conference. It's not going to be quite yet. So before that, we want to see some more of your selfies. Thanks for sharing the selfies using the hashtag C24Live, everyone. And now we're going to head live down to Tanya in Dubai. How are you feeling, Tanya, after such a chaotic and dramatic game?
Kaja, I'm still feeling the nerves. It was an absolutely topsy-turvy battle. We heard it from Magnus himself. Lots of ups and downs and changes in the game from the word go, starting from the opening. Surprises, turn of evaluation. And to give us more insights on the action we saw today, I've got with me the #1 player from UAE, Grandmaster Salim Saleh. Salim, what a game.
Yeah, it was a very interesting game. I like the opening choice by Magnus. It was surprising. It was very interesting. And yeah, the game went, it was up and down. I was surprised at some point by Nepo's choice to actually take the exchange because it looked very passive. But the more I thought about it, it felt to me that actually White has to find very creative ideas to keep the game going. And I felt the danger for Magnus. I haven't checked, of course, so this is just my impression. And then I felt that the move b takes a4 somehow felt to me strange. I felt that this moment actually was the moment for Black to be precise and maybe to take over. After that, White had a very nice position. And I also felt that Magnus allowed this rook takes g6 too easily. And yeah, I mean, again, this move queen g4, maybe that was the moment to somehow keep the knight on d6 because this is the soul of the position. And I think it would have been very unpleasant for Nepo. That's my impression.
That's exactly what Magnus said about queen g4 as well. Now, both players have had one game each with Black and White. As a grandmaster, what does that tell us about their preparation and mindset, the kind of chess we've seen here?
Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus, I think so far he's, to me, it seems like he's winning the battle. He is surprising Jan. But what I like about Jan, that actually when it's getting tough and complicated, he's finding the way to survive. And yeah, so, I mean, the openings, I think, went to Magnus' favor. But I like how Jan handled it practically. And let's see if Jan would have the advantage one day in the opening, how would Magnus react?
All right, and game 3 tomorrow. Now, Jan again gets the white pieces. What are we expecting?
Okay, that's a really tough question. I don't know, but probably, I mean, each player will always have to surprise the other. So maybe not e4 today, tomorrow. I have no idea, yeah.
All right, now Salim, you've been the top player in UAE, you're a top-level grandmaster. What does it mean for Dubai to host a World Championship match?
Oh, this is a fantastic event. For me, of course, to attend the World Championship match, personally, it's a great feeling. And of course, it will promote chess in general in UAE. Many people whom are non-chess players visiting Expo, they can feel the atmosphere. Maybe they get interested in chess. So no, it's a great thing for UAE, and it's a very, very nice idea.
Thank you so much, Salim, for your insights. Thank you. And there we have it. It's a great thing for Dubai, and the great fights that we've been seeing has really set the narrative for the rest of the match. It's clear the challenger does not fear the reigning world champion. They're both ready to play complex positions. I can't wait for game 3. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Tanya. I definitely agree with you, Nepomniachtchi, with the white pieces again tomorrow, you guys, and with the mood we've seen from him today and his, fighting spirit. What do you expect from game 3, Jovanka?
I'm expecting that Nepomniachtchi will be the first one to launch a surprise because we've actually seen both sides try to initiate some surprises, but in both cases, Magnus has been the one who's been in familiar territory, and Nepomniachtchi has been the one who's had to be thinking on his feet and finding the solutions to the problems. So tomorrow, I think he'll be like, I've had enough of playing on Magnus's turf. I want to switch up and see how Magnus can defend on the back foot.
Yeah. What do you think, David?
I think because tomorrow is just before rest day, I think both players are going to throw everything at it. It's going to be another long game. Today was over 4 hours. I think tomorrow might be even longer. And as Jovanka mentioned, if Jan Nepomniachtchi with white can cause the first surprise, I think we might see a completely different game. So far, yesterday, Jan was defending a bit here and there. Today, despite being material up, he was maybe on the defensive as well. But if Nepomniachtchi can attack, a long game, but also maybe quite a promising one for him.
And how do you think Magnus Carlsen's sort of team is feeling, reacting to what they've seen from Nepo today? Are they, if not scared, maybe just, realizing that he's going to bring some fire?
Yeah, I think it's been a roller coaster for both teams today emotionally. Nepomniachtchi's team would have been very happy at some point, but then they would have been worried by the way he played. At some point, he just kind of drifted, kind of maybe a bit complacent. Magnus's team, negatives in terms of maybe just misjudging and the blunder that he mentioned earlier, but also positives in terms of the fact he outplayed Nepo for a 5 to 10 move stretch today, just like he did yesterday. And if he can continue that, there are positives for sure.
Yeah. And, of course, with the white pieces tomorrow, do you think Team Nepo, you said it after his white game yesterday, probably he's going to stay away from that opening he did yesterday because actually Magnus maybe was the one to get in a surprise in that opening. So do you expect something different from Jan tomorrow?
Somehow I have a feeling that he will want to be making some changes just to shake things up again, and also just to see what Magnus has prepared. You have to keep prodding at different points to find different weaknesses. You can't just keep repeating things again and again, especially in this day and age when we have these supercomputers at your fingertips. So I'm expecting something different. I don't think he's going to necessarily open with his king pawn. I think it might be something else.
Yep, he's played e4 already. He might play d4 tomorrow, as you mentioned, Jovanka, to find out information, what Magnus has prepared, but also just before a rest day to force the team of Magnus to prepare in future against e4 and d4. I think it's just a good practical decision. So that's what I would recommend for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Switch things up, try something new.
Okay, I'm listening now because, I have ambitions in the predictions challenge, the Magnus Nepo prediction challenge, the fantasy game that you can actually play during the World Championship match. I had put down a win for Magnus in this game. So didn't go too well there. I had put down Sicilian defense, 0 points there. I'd put in 65 moves today. How many moves did we end up on?
Ooh.
Not that many, maybe like 59. Ooh, that's going to give me points.
You got close, Kaja.
Yeah. That's going to give me like 6 points or something like that. Yeah. Yay! All right. We do also have Simon down at the good night. And maybe now, Simon, it is time to say good night then.
I think so, yeah. It's been a great day of chess, and it's been a great day down here as well. So I hope you guys have had as much fun as I have. The chess has been exciting. It's been up and down. And I think one thing we can say immediately is that this World Championships is more exciting than the last one, after 2 rounds at least. There's been loads of stuff going on. I think both sides had a chance today, and we're going to see if Jan can use those white pieces tomorrow. I think it's going to be, now they're settled in, I think it's going to be potentially a decisive result tomorrow. But now I probably have to be a little bit cheesy, get my pint and say good night from the good night properly. So I hope to see you down here a bit later, everyone in the studio. Thank you so much, and back to you guys. It's been great fun here. So cheers for now, and I'll see you soon.
Cheers, Simon. We're coming down for you later on, and now we have to go to the press conference.
Also, if you have questions, which we will do after I ask a couple of questions to the players, there are microphones to the sides of the room. Please do not take off your mask while you ask these questions, and also do not touch the microphones as well. So first question to you, Magnus. The game was a very exciting game, very up and down. I think a lot of fans enjoyed it. At one point, it seemed that you spent a long time before sacrificing an exchange. Did you feel that? What made you feel that you had to do this at this point?
Yeah, so I kind of missed his last move there, knight c5. I actually thought I was doing well. I was mainly focusing on other tries, for instance, knight b4, and then I get to install my knight in d6. And I'm doing well. And somehow the move knight c5 had just completely escaped my attention. So that was a pretty unpleasant surprise. After that, I thought in case I tried, knight's going to jump back to d3, and I thought my position was just very unpleasant. So it was simply out of necessity. But I did take some solace in the fact that you usually need to work pretty hard to win such positions as black, and I thought I had at least reasonable counter chances. But yeah.
When you got this opportunity, you saw you'd be getting an exchange. Were you feeling optimistic about your chances?
Well, clearly it was obvious that, okay, knight a to c5 was missed by Magnus, so I thought like, wow, it's suddenly getting very, very nice for black. And probably rook b1 was a little bit too much, so bishop e3 was called for to, keep the things under control. And then, okay, actually after rook ab8, bishop a8, I thought, okay, black is nearly winning because, well, actually it's like a couple more moves for me just to start converting material like ba4 and c5. I should give huge credit to Magnus because he just played in a very interesting way. So this bishop e4 was a very nice resource, and actually it started to look really double-edged. So perhaps c3 was a little bit, I don't know, human reaction, yeah, like to make sure I'm not going to be mated. And I guess after c3 it was more or less equal, yes, since I have to play g6. But I think I also had some idea, I believe instead of ba4, queen g7, and f4, g5, but okay, it's, I have been told, you know, on my way to the press conference. So in general, I think it was very puzzling game, and I would say that during the game I thought like, okay, we both are playing not so well, but now it's like I start thinking that, okay, it was like just very interesting and very chaotic.
Magnus, he seemed to be playing incredibly quickly. He was basically coming to the board and making moves and getting up. Did that unnerve you at all at any point?
Well, I just reckoned he was thinking in the restroom instead. So yeah, it was obviously unusual, but I don't think anything particular about it.
Jan, so far in both games, Magnus has sacrificed the pawn for the initiative. You feel this is a strategy that he plans to employ throughout the match?
Well, I guess the initiative in the first game was quite questionable. I mean, it was just another sort of pawn sacrifice, but in the second game it was Catalan, so I mean, it says it all. So Catalan is always very sharp if you go for these positions. So you just give away the pawn, but you get this superior pawn center. And, well, but I actually don't know what to add.
Magnus, you felt you were in trouble at some point. Did you feel you had winning chances at any point?
Yeah, I didn't feel that I had any great chances per se. I did feel that my position was improving quite a bit, but when I went for this queen g4, my time was ticking down a bit, and I couldn't really see a way to comfortably improve my position, and that's why I decided to basically force a draw there, which was probably the best position I had in the game. I didn't really see the way, and obviously after what had transpired earlier in the game, having a completely safe position was nice. But yeah, obviously if this had been a must-win game, then I might have treated it a bit differently.
Jan, you had the black pieces. There was pressure at the beginning. You resolved it. You had some chances. Do you feel comfortable with the way the game went in the end?
No, the game was really crazy. So I had no idea what's going on, you know. So it was obvious that in the beginning white is pressing, and you know, the structure f6, e6, c6 with queen on d7 looks. Maybe, I mean, it works for black, but it looks really ugly. So I still, you know, have very mixed feelings about the game. I think, okay, we both had some winning chances. But yeah, it's just quite nice that at some point I managed to take the initiative. But I believe, yeah, in the end, so I you know, this knight surely compensates the rook. But for an exchange, white also has a pawn, so I think this rook takes d6 was more or less called for. And then I thought, like, all right, maybe queen takes f2, and then lose in a brilliant way. But yeah, instead I decided to go for draw and rook endgame.
Magnus, you played 2 games so far against Jan. What kind of opponent is he proving to be in such a short span? If you can estimate.
Yeah, it's very hard to say so far, because the games, they haven't been well, they've been, in lack of a better word, they've been a bit atypical for both of us. So I think we'll see.
Jan, 2 games in, World Championship nerves gone, just down to playing now?
No, even before these 2 games, it was like, I think the nerves gone once, the first move has been played. So I guess, yeah, I just enjoy playing chess. All
right, journalists, the floor is to you. If you may go to the microphones on the sides, ask your questions. There are 2 microphones. Feel free to choose either one, and please direct your question at a specific player, please. Even if for both, you can say which one you want to answer first.
Okay, well, it's for both, but let's have Magnus answer first, please. I'm Rune from the Chess24 Global broadcast, and I was wondering about, there's all this secrecy, we were not allowed to know who your seconds are, and it's very, very secret what your thoughts on chess are. And then after the game, it seems that you just hang out and talk about chess for like 7 minutes and tell each other what you think about the game. So how does that work?
I mean, it's interesting to talk chess with somebody who understands the game very well, and I think it's a way of unwinding for both of us. And I mean, especially after a game like today with so much content, I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was really puzzled with the game, but now I'm even more puzzled with your question, to be honest.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm Anders from Danish Chess Magazine. Question to both players. Maybe we start with Jan. How do you manage to relax and sleep after such a game? Do you go for a run? Do you watch TV? What do you do?
Well, basically, after such games, once you hit your bed, it's enough. It's enough to fall asleep. Yeah, it's like really very tough, and the World Championship match level is always takes it all.
But can you stop your thoughts from racing?
Nothing.
Good.
Well, you always think about the match until it's on. Yes. So, I mean, of course, you're gonna go for a walk or listen to some music, but I mean, I really doubt it would prevent you from thinking about what's going on.
Right. And Magnus?
I think you focus on the next game, and I think in this particular case, I think we both had chances, or at least a little bit, and the result was decent enough for both of us. So yeah, you move on, prepare for the next.
Yes. Thank you.
Mike Klein with Chess.com. This question is for the champion, Magnus Carlsen. Just a moment ago, you said that the games have been atypical. I'm hoping I could expand upon that. Are you talking about stylistically atypical, or are you not pleased with the quality of play, or some other usage of atypical?
No, I would just say that the games are not following any specific pattern, and they're frankly been different from what I've seen before, and I don't think there's not a clear pattern of what anybody's trying to do. It's just a fight, but we'll see. We'll see eventually if the match will settle down a bit.
Ole Kristianström, VG Norway. Question for Carlsen. As far as I understand from FIDE, this match will continue without any change of colors midway. Is that comfortable for you?
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. You can do it one way or the other. As I talked about earlier, I don't think it very much affects the outcome. But yeah, this means that I get white in possible final games, which is nice, I guess.
Hi, I'm Theo Waits for Lichess. I have a question for both of you, but perhaps we can start with Jan. I just wanted to ask what you both think about the time control being used in the match, particularly increments only starting from move 61, not from move 1. Is it convenient and help pace out the game? Are you both happy to play whatever the time control is?
Well, actually, so far we didn't experience any increment, because games were perhaps too short. But on a serious note, I find it particularly weird that it was a different time control in different parts of the cycle. So, for example, in the candidates, it was like, as far as I remember, 100 minutes and increment was on. And here, okay, I don't know, FIDE decided to change time control. So I think it should be the same. But a part of it, of course, I can't really remember when exactly did I play with this control for the last time. So perhaps it was like about 10 years ago or something.
Thank you. And Magnus?
Yeah, I very much welcome the change that's been made here. I think it's generally better, more exciting to not have increment before the first time control. It places more of an emphasis on time management, and I think that's appropriate.
Perfect. Thank you both.
Yeah, this is Sagar Shah from Chessbase India. My question to Jan is that were you surprised with Magnus's Catalan and knight e5 in the opening? And to Magnus's, were you surprised with b5 that was played by Jan?
Well, 95.
All right, going into some deep analysis that we have already heard from the players going through the game. So we're going to leave the press conference right there. But what do you think about what you heard from them, David?
Yeah, some interesting comments. It was good to know Magnus approves of the time control. It certainly brought a lot of excitement so far. The comment about the match being atypical so far, that's also a good sign. It shows the players are willing to step out of their comfort zones in order to beat each other, in order to entertain us. And also Jan, a bit earlier, saying that he feels the nerves have been shaken off already. That's yet to be seen, but the fact that he says that, he thinks that, is probably a positive sign for him.
Atypical, and we're definitely getting a very tense and very entertaining match so far, Jovanka.
We certainly are. We've been rewarded by the two players with some really fighting chess. It hasn't been perfect, but it has been a real struggle between the two of them. And at times, we haven't known what's going on, and the players themselves have admitted they haven't known either. So that's very refreshing to see. And as David says, and the players themselves said, atypical. And I certainly look forward to seeing Game 3 tomorrow.
Definitely, with the white pieces for Jan Nepomniachtchi. We can take a quick look at the schedule for the Chess24 Global. We start every day at 1 o'clock p.m. CET. Then Dubai time, that will be 4 o'clock New York time. That's 7 o'clock in the morning. And then half an hour after we start the show. So we build up for half an hour for the game that is to come, and then the game starts at 1:30 CET. And you follow us on chess24.com on the World Chess Championship page. We're also on YouTube. And this has been such a fun, exciting day of chess from Dubai. Tomorrow, Jan Nepomniachtchi, he's shown that he is ready to fight. He's gonna have the white pieces tomorrow. Thanks for watching, everyone, and we hope you'll join us again tomorrow. Bye.